European cricket fans, we've reached the end of 2 weeks of incredible competition here at the ECS Landskrona event, brought to you by FanCode. And after a truly extraordinary quarterfinals day, we now have teams.
Rico Express special delivery. Just for you, Rhino.
Thank you very much, Rico. As I was about to say, the four combatants, this is what they're playing for today. It is the ECS Trophy, brought to you by Local Lifestyle, and you can see all of the action on the European Cricket Network right here, right now. European cricket fans, welcome here to finals day for ECS Landskrona. It is the culmination of 2 weeks of fantastic cricket here in the Skåne region of southern Sweden, and we've got an absolute treat for you coming up today. I think we're safe to say we've got the four strongest teams who have qualified for the semi-final contest here, and both of these semi-finals promise to be absolute rippers. First game is Malmöhus up against the undefeated Evergreen. We'll hand over to Sir Rob Kemming for the toss.
Heads. Tails is called. It is heads.
We're going to ball first.
Okay. Yep.
The Evergreen skippers won the toss and they've elected to bowl. So a number of captains yesterday during the quarterfinals, particularly with the conditions changing here regularly, the heavy air, a little bit of moisture around, elected to bowl. And I think he's continued that trend for this semi-final today. They'll be feeling very, very confident after their quarterfinal yesterday, Evergreen. They absolutely demolished the plucky Hisingen side, and it was their right arm pacers who really did the job. In particular, Aftab Mohammed, who came into the team, took a bunch of wickets and was almost unplayable at times, and he could be a real X-factor with the ball for them today. Saran Aslam was also an outstanding all-rounder. He bats in the top three, and his right arm pace caused no manner of problems for the batters from Hissingens yesterday. As far as the batting goes, it doesn't start and end with Umar Nawaz, but if he's in for 6 or 7 overs, then he can ultimately take a game out of the hands of the Malmöhus team before they know what has hit them. And if he has a big day today, Evergreen is going to be extremely hard to stop. On the other hand, the boys from Malmöhus, they will be absolutely riding high after their remarkable pursuit of a 148 run total in the quarterfinals yesterday. They looked down and out against Seaside. They had a massive total in front of them. They had a bowling attack that was ready to rip in, and they started batting in the rain. But somehow they conjured up the most incredible of wins. Probably the most concerning part for them at the moment is their bowling attack. They will be extremely disappointed to let the Seaside batting lineup rip them for 147, and they've got to find some responses today. I suspect the experiment of Naz Reddy opening the bowl with his leg spin will probably be shelved, and they'll leave him for the middle overs. In fact, I expect Adam Sarton, the big right arm medium pacer, to get 2 overs in the power play. As far as their batting lineup goes, they couldn't be looking any better at the moment. The combinations of Padanite, Ankit Gupta, the skipper, and that man Malhotra, who came in the middle overs yesterday and ultimately with Malidi powered them to an incredible victory. This is going to be simply an incredible semi-final contest, and we're very pleased to have you joining us here on Saturday to witness what should be a great game. To get us underway, I will hand over to Rico Full in the central commentary position.
Namaste, salam alaikum, sas sri akal, Ibo1, and thank you to Andrew Ryan for a fantastic introduction to finals day. And going to be sad not to see this view after today. It's been absolutely majestic. It's been wonderful to be here, and thank you to everybody in Landskrona for their hospitality. You have been fantastic, and this pitch, what can you say? I'm going to miss this. I'm going to miss going away to the blue, to the normal green pitch. It's played fantastically, it's looked fantastic, and it's been maintained fantastically as well. As you look at those two teams, and well, while you look at those, Andrew Rhino has already given you some info about some of those key players. Let me remind you that so far in this series, we have had 7,938 runs, 446 wickets, extras 850, and in terms of the runs in percentage of boundaries, 64% of the runs have come in boundaries. And bearing in mind that this is the third year that we've been here, how about these for some figures? In total, 2020, 2021, 2022, 19,705 runs, 1,137 wickets, and the percentage in boundaries remains around 64%. That is outstanding. They're the sort of figures you only get in a European cricket series, and you know what, I believe we're going to see a few more runs and wickets here today. It's going to be a superb finals day as we get ready for the umpires to take the field. Well, this is what the bat versus wall says. It's evergreen 105 to 97. The average runs for evergreen 118 to 114. Not a lot in that. Average runs against, that's where there's a bit of difference, 85 to 109. But the key thing there is if you have a look at the bottom, evergreen, well, they are on a high. It's just win, 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 win. But at the same time, Malmöhus, after producing one of the matches, not just of this series, but certainly the matches of the season so far, they're going to be on a high after that excellent run chase yesterday. You see the captain there, Ankit Gupta, number 10 on his back. He's making his way to the end where all the action is, so he will be opening the batting. Didn't he bat well? And his form has really changed. I like the way his approach is. He goes out there, just plays his shots, plays them clean, but he leads by example. And that's certainly one thing that's meant that they've got this change in fortune. It came by this approach. The first two matches they played in this series, batting first, they struggled to get into the 80s. They weren't losing wickets, but they just weren't batting quick enough and well enough. And that just changed, and the transformation has been absolutely superb. And he's joined out there by the man who he opened with yesterday as well, Sambit Patnaik, who in his own right has batted really well, hits the ball really cleanly. Welcome to everybody that has tuned in bright and early to finals day as we get ready for the first ball. And here we go, we're off and running. Mohamed Asif starts well, almost carries to the slip, but the slip in place was almost in action straight away, just I think dipping before it gets to him. And this is a good start, movement away, catches a fair bit of the edge, and just out of the screen there, the ball just bouncing before the slip fielder. What a start that could have been. Remember, they're without Atif Mohammed today, evergreen, so somebody's got to fill that space, and it's Mohamed Asif that is looking to do it. Short, just rocks back and times this out on the offside. First runs on the board. Gupta is up and running. And Patnaik gives the strike straight back to him. 2 on the board. First run's coming courtesy of that edge. Yeah, good morning to everybody on the YouTube chat. Nice and early. Looking forward to a fantastic day. And namaste to everybody watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. It's fantastic to have you here with us. Good delivery, nice pace and good length as well. Not giving anything to Gupta to try and drive at the moment. That's where Gupta's been strong. He's very good to get underneath the ball and hit hard over the infielders on the offside. He's good hitting straight. And they've obviously done their homework here, not wanting to give that length. Good ball from Asif. Hope you enjoyed the quick preview of that fantastic trophy as well. Thank you to one of our partners, our trophy partner, Locker Lifestyle. It looks absolutely fantastic, the trophy. Oh, that's a beauty. The movement on this. Excellent bit of bowling here. Certainly getting the ball in the right corridor. The radar is spot on from Asif. Goes wide, angles it in, and then gets the ball to move away. A wonderful bit of bowling. Evergreen will be boosted as well that they've got Harris Idris back behind the stumps. Will be able to contribute with the bat as well if they need. Gupta shows intent, walks down the pitch, and Idris rolls it back onto the stumps. I suspect that Gupta does get back, but we will have a look at this from side on. See, here he goes. He's trying to get to the pitch of it and misses out. And yeah, just gets the bat slid in before the ball takes the bails off. Been good so far, and we'll want to finish just 2 runs on the board. The edge, and the one that, unlike, played out into the offside. Evergreen elected to field in this match, which I must admit was a surprise to me. A team that likes to bat first, but I think they were probably just that one is in the zone where Gupta likes it, and that's a shot he plays so well. And this ball will just trickle over that boundary rope. So they do get a very well needed boundary at the end of the over, as if not able to finish well. Still not a bad over, 6 runs from it. But he did find the edge, and he did get a few dot balls in there as well. So it's a pretty good start from Evergreen. But yeah, Evergreen, they are a team that have always liked to bat first. You can see why. As we have a look at this, then the highest score they've recorded in the first over is 21, averaging around 14. And Mamahus, on the other hand, averaging around 10, and 16 is their highest, and that probably goes down to that incredible chase yesterday. Rico Full here in the commentary cube, and joining me now is well, a man that I've had a fantastic 2 weeks with. It's been an absolute pleasure to be standing next to this man, my good friend and fellow commentator, Andrew Ryan. Good morning.
Good morning, Rico. Good morning to all of our viewers across the European Cricket Network. Thank you for that lovely introduction and welcome, as Pat and I just plays that one off middle stump out to the fielder at mid-wicket. Fairly subdued start for Malmhus, certainly in terms of scoring. Definite plan from Ankit Gupta to try to push the pace in that first over and to mix up the bowler's length, but Asif bowled a really, really strong over. Nice little bit of tail away for the most part.
This has been blasted and goes like a rocket to the boundary. What a lovely strike that is from Butterknight. He absolutely smashes that away. He's a man that I believe we haven't seen the best of yet. He's played some scintillating shots and innings, as that one is knocked over the electrics. Somebody better go and plug us back in. And, what a shot that was.
Very nice shot. They know what they're going to get from the Evergreen bowlers for the most part, Rico. It's right arm, medium fast, swinging away from them, so they can plan in advance. There's not a huge amount of variation. They're just a very, very solid bowling lineup.
It into the ground and take the single. Both these batters have performed well. I mean, Gupta by far has been right up there with the runs, and he's on 186 runs so far in this series. Certainly has come into his own, especially the last 3 or 4 innings. He's really been good. He's been strong. He's led from the start. He's made positive starts for them. He's laid a good foundation, and that's what they needed after their earlier hiccups in their first 2 matches. Aslam once more goes short, and he's onto this pretty quickly, and that's powerfully struck. And the fielder Umar Nawaz is not too far away from this, but it's hit so powerfully that nobody's going to stop this. What a cracking shot this is. Just the length is short, and he just waits for it, rocks back and hammers it through the gap.
Yeah, nice placement. He picked up the length very early there, and Ankit Gupta managing to pull it well in front of square, almost out of the mid-wicket boundary.
Gets this one through. He's disappointed with himself there. It was the sort of length that Gupta normally does put the ball away. He's looking to hit this straight, but just doesn't get his feet in the right position, and the head positioning was not right there as well. You can see he was disappointed, just missed out on that one. And this one goes the aerial route. It's gone a long way up. Where's this going to end up? Well, it doesn't go to the boundary. Kiani makes the stop, the crazy frog, and does well in the end. He's got those shades on there. They're a cool looking set of shades there from Kiani. I mean, the sun is out, I suppose, but well, those ones are certainly going to keep the sun out of his eyes. This is where we are at the moment. This is the first semi-final. Evergreen playing Malmahus, and next up, Haryana, Jönköping. You've got to say the four best teams, Andrew, in this series are coming together here, rightly so.
Yeah, certainly the case, Rico. I think we identified these four as the most likely favourites, and they've come through varying journeys in their quarterfinal stages. Certainly some a lot more troubled than others. Malmahus only just sneaking past Seaside. Let's see if he comes on for his second over. That's been played off the back foot, popped up. It might get into vacant space. Very lucky from Padanayak, Umar Nawaz, and Imran Kiani were making good ground.
Yeah, this one just goes straight up in the air, and I suppose when you got nobody in sort of that inner circle, there's always one that's going to drop safe unless the bowler is somehow able to get there quickly. Slight adjustment in the field. Gupta hitting the ball well. He's played out. Kiani has to get down. He can't, and now he chases after it. Gets the foot on it. The batters, they will come back for a couple. Keep an eye on Kiani. He is the leading wicket taker at the moment, joint with two others. Kadir, also from Evergreen, and Ifsan Afzal from United, who we won't see again. And I'm pretty sure that he'll be keen to be in the wickets again. He's quite a cunning little bowler. He tends to come in to bowl round about sort of the 6 over onwards. Short, hit straight, but doesn't get past the infielder. It's a good bit of fielding there from Aftab, and good backing up also from a man that I think everybody's waiting to see with the bat, Umar Nawaz.
Yeah, certainly. I wouldn't say it's been the most fluent start from either of the Malmahus batsmen up at this point. They'll be happy they haven't lost a wicket. It allows them to go pretty hard in the next 2 or 3 overs, but it's very much reflective of this evergreen bowling approach. They're very disciplined. They don't really try a huge amount of creativity. They're essentially just putting the ball in a good spot and asking the batsman to continually take risks.
It's a good delivery. Just backs himself to get this one just inside the line. It's at the right length as well, and it's out of reach of Padanayak. Padanayak hasn't got into his rhythm quite yet. That's the 6th delivery he's faced, just 7 from those. Gupta slightly better. 14 of 10. Padanayak just the 1 boundary compared to the 2 from Gupta. And beats him outside the off stump again. Good bit of bowling. But Andrew, of course, everyone, not just around the ground yesterday, but also back at base, and also on social media, were talking about that match that Malmahus were involved in yesterday. What a match it was. Chasing 148 and getting there. It was quite unbelievable. 64 runs came off the last 14 deliveries. I've never seen anything like it.
No, they certainly weren't dead and buried, but they weren't far off it going into those last 3 overs, Rico. The fact they chased it down with 3 balls to go, just extraordinary hitting. And it was a combination of their batters. We've talked quite a bit because that's relatively close, shy at the stumps. It came from after Muhammad, didn't miss by much. But we talked throughout the series, actually, that probably Malmahus' biggest strength is not necessarily one individual batter, but more the depth they have in their batting lineup. And they have these two, they have Malhotra, they've got Malidi, and it's enabled them to, particularly as the tournament's gone on, to go harder and harder in the early overs. And Rico, that's not completely reflected in the power play stats, but certainly the consistency of how they've gone about the power play is.
Yeah, I mean, you said it's not the best start from them. It is a huge match, the quarterfinal. It's just below where they would normally be here. On average, they're about 32. Here they're running about 10 runs behind, but the bowling has been good. And their highest power play score, 36, but Evergreen, look, they're the team that were in awesome form in the group stages with the bat. I mean, they were piling on the runs. that's what they're looking to do here as well. But based on that, I am still surprised that they chose not to bat first.
Yeah, Evergreen, I think they sense the power of this and depth of this Malmahus batting lineup, and they'd much rather have a target in front of them and know how hard they have to go, particularly Nawaz at the top. He's pure class, their opening batter. And if he knows he has to go out there and chase 95 or 125, he can adjust his game as necessary. After Muhammad coming in for his first over today.
Goes in the air, this is an opportunity. Fielder gets himself set and takes a really good catch. That is an excellent catch from that man out there. Does so well, Arslan Ali. And it's a long way up in the air, it's not easy. It's still a little blustery here this morning, and you can see him saying, I almost lost it. But he keeps his eye on it and takes a catch. Really good catch, because he ends up taking it pretty low down.
Yeah, it held up in the wind a touch. Surprising, given the wind's actually blowing out to the other side. He made good ground, though. Good catch. And After Muhammad, isn't he pumped? He had a great game in the quarterfinal yesterday. He's been a nice addition to their bowling lineup. And just continuing with that uncomplicated strategy, Rico, they're just hitting a good length, just on or outside off stump, and forcing the batters to make a choice. Do they want to take a risk and try to heave them to the leg side part of the ground in which they're hitting against the wind? And as you see there, it's not an easy job to do. Or do they want to thrash to the offside, and where they've got a pretty decent amount of protection at the moment? There's a cordon of 3 between cover and backward point.
Up in the air, this is well hit. There's nobody back there. That will be 4 runs. And, Nawaz in front of a shot, catch it, and then realises there's nobody there to catch it. Nicely played, gets right under this and plays it away. And interestingly enough, they've gone with Rizwan Tara to come out here now, as opposed to perhaps Malhotra or Malidi. And I think this is all about saying to Tara, okay, go out there and see if you can get the acceleration in, because this is the way he bats.
I think it's acceleration. It's also Tara plays very nicely through the offside, and that's matching the line of attack at the moment by this Evergreen bowling lineup. Goes outside off again. Tara charging at the ball. I suspect the batter from this lineup who's probably going to have the most difficult time as compared to yesterday is Diraj Malhotra, who loves to swing to square leg and squarish mid-wicket. The breeze is against him today. The bowling attack is against him today. They may try to bring him out if they sense that Kadir, the spinner, is in the mix.
Mohammed. Shorter gets an edge. Third man is back and will take it on the bounce. Keeps it to a single. Getting good lift, isn't he? Getting good lift, good carry as well.
Yeah, certainly is. It's very uncomplicated stuff. You don't see a huge mix of slower balls or in-swingers or anything like that. But what they do is bowl with discipline, and their captain can set a field, and they know what's coming from their bowling lineup. It's a really, really consistent approach to defending.
There's another edge and more work to do for the third man, which is in itself, that area has become a very specialist fielding position, certainly in this series. And there's another man that's done pretty well there, always Naeem.
See this line from Aftab, every single ball within about a foot of off stump, usually a little bit short of a length. Doesn't want to give Tara or Gupta anything that they can step forward and swing long.
Goes up in the air, shouts of catch it. The fielder comes in, gets under it and takes a really good catch. Brilliantly done. Saran Aslam gets the wicket. Tara, he has to go. He was sent in to give the ball a good crack. Well, he certainly did try, but he's not able to find the boundary. And I think once again, I mean, maybe this one was not hit clean out the middle, but certainly the wind is not going to help these.
No, nice catch. Really, really good stuff from Saran Aslam. He's a quality all-round cricketer and executes perfectly. And Aftab Muhammad, he's just executing his plan perfectly. Down on one knee, celebrating. It's a big wicket. Tara's a quality batter. The second wicket down from Malmahus, so 28 for 2. And Rico, I see they've sent Malidi out, which I think is a great call. He's probably their strongest batter through the cover region. That's what they're getting fed at the moment, although slight change now here with
the orthodox spinner, Mohammed Kadir, coming in for his first over.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're playing for. Well, this is what the teams want to be playing for. This is the semi-final. The winner will go to the final. And it's a magnificent trophy. Did you like the delivery of Rico Express? Hope you gave them a thumbs up on the review.
Rico Express, very efficient. Kadir drags one down the leg side. Amazed they deliver on Saturdays. Pretty ordinary ball from Kadir, but he's gotten away with it. Gupta wanting to press the pace, probably just thrashing it a little bit too hard. Man out there on the deep cover boundary, but nothing backward of point. Well, it's another ordinary ball from Kadir. He's lost his line completely these first couple of balls. Having to bowl with probably a little bit of moisture on the kookaburra, which is no help. And also keep in mind that we're only 4 overs into this game, so that ball still got a fair bit of shine on it, but his control's been poor so far in this over, Rico.
Yeah, he's led his team down a little bit there. They've just got a wicket and they've gone to the spin, and he's not controlling it. 5 wides, that's, compared to what the score was, 20 for 2 at the end of 4. That's a massive bonus. It's a good stop there. And inside the 30-yard circle, Aftab does get the throw in. Good running. And well, that's very good running. Oh, they're going to run. This is going to be 4. Rhino, 4 runs after 5 wides of 4. How does a ball that's hit to mid-wicket inside the 30-yard circle end up going for 4, which has been stopped? It's just unbelievable. Here's the first. It's a terrible throw, and it's going nowhere. The wicketkeeper can't stop it, and a team that's normally very good backing up and getting the ball in to the keeper. And Kadir's not looking. Oh, it was a shambles. And this is an appeal, and he's got him. Well, Kadir goes down to one knee and says, "Come on, ups, give me some love." And there you have it. You got the wicket. It's been a crazy couple of deliveries. And then Adnan Gill, the umpire there, saves, I think, the bowler being hit on the head. There's the appeal doing the slips. It's absolutely plumb. And as they're doing the huddle, I don't think we'll probably get this on the highlights. Maybe we will. The fielder decides to throw the ball into the umpire. It's a terrible throw. And Adnan Gill just gets his hand on it before he clonks Kadir on the head. Big wicket.
Well, there's a lot happening in those last couple of minutes. They've gone from probably the untidiest piece of play that we've seen from Evergreen across this tournament to a lovely flighted left arm orthodox delivery from Mohammed Kadir. Finally gets his line and length, and that was a pretty easy decision for Adnan Gill. Gupta tried to get his feet moving down the track, got struck in front. Easy call, big wicket. Gupta hadn't had much strike in the previous couple of overs, looking to press the pace. It's been a helpful over for their run rate. It's already gone for 10, largely from that comical set of 4 runs they took on the previous delivery, and also the wides down the leg side that rolled to the boundary.
Hits this pretty well, and it's going to go in the gap, is it? Oh, that's a tremendous stop. That's happened right in front of the officials, so I don't think there's any issues there. That's really well. I think they do want to check. You'll see this on the replay. Good hit, but it doesn't allow it to go past him. Yeah, look, does really well. Stays inside the field of play and keeps this in. Good work there. He's having a good day out in the field, isn't he?
Yeah, that's an exceptional piece of fielding, Rico. That skipped off the hard Landskrona turf and looked like it was a 4 for all money. Nice start from Malhotra, though.
Up in the air, and that's a lovely shot. Lofted drive through extra cover over the inner fielders and goes to the boundary and dispatches this one. The man who was, if you like, one of the heroes. Well, both of these 2 guys yesterday were in devastating form. They were the ones at the crease that brought about that sensational victory. And if they can recapture some of that form here today, it certainly will help their team to try and get to that maybe that 100, 110 score. I mean, any more than that at the moment would be a huge bonus.
Yeah, he started well, Mahad. I think he's happy starting against the left arm orthodox too. Struck through at the offside, parried down by the fielder. Sawar coming around for cover. Oh, push through for a double. So he started very brightly, Malhotra, 8 off his first 3 deliveries. That's the end of Kadir's first over. Malmahus, 46 for 3 after 5. Rico, feels like Evergreen are probably the happier team at the moment, particularly with that 3rd wicket coming down.
Yeah, they're the happier team, but they know, and their captain will know, Amir Ali, that these 2 men are dangerous. They're the ones that are in very good form. He'll be delighted to see the back, certainly of Diraj Malhotra, who has been in, well, scintillating form in this series. And, before his knock here today, 184 to his name, and Sandeep Malidi, 160. So you can see just why this partnership is the one that they've got to try and break.
Yeah, certainly. I think Sandeep Malidi will be happy with this field set at the moment. They've got the man deep cover. Wise is reasonably regulation long off, but he loves hitting through the cover region and does it very powerfully as well. Someone's just tucked to backward square. Take a single. Score up to 47 for 3.
Aslam coming back into the attack.
Plenty of people on the YouTube chat at the moment, Rico. Lots of back and forth as to who's going to win this. Great to have IWVW with us, who's been with us all week, and plenty of others. Thanks for all of your contributions to the YouTube chat. Obviously, hello to everyone joining us on FanCode.
Too wide there. Aslam, he's got a plan in his mind. He knows where he wants to keep the ball to Malhotra. Just having a look. They have got that 1 man out now, an extra cover to him. He does like to hit over the top there. Quite surprised that square, they haven't got a square leg back, because that's a shot he plays very well. This time he loses his shape completely. I think all he's trying to do here from the way he starts off is get enough on this to hit it over the top of those 2 fielders there at point and backward point. Loses his shape completely.
Pretty canny skipper, Amir Ali. I suspect his left square leg open because he knows he can rely on the line that Aslam's going to bowl and try to induce Malhotra to swing wildly across the line.
There is that one that's dragged out to the onside. I mean, Malhotra, when we first saw him, he was always scoring runs. I mean, we said that he was sometimes, he's quite a predictable batter. You know where he's going to hit majority of his shots, but he always does perform. And even though the opposition captain and the bowlers know the shots he's going to play, he does execute well. It's nicely played, and there's the difference perhaps there between these 2, and this is why I think they complement each other so well. Malhotra, he tries to hit the leather off the ball, whereas Sandeep Malidi, he's more of a classy stroke player. This is a beautifully timed shot.
Yeah, not a great ball from Aslam, who's usually very consistent with his line. See, they've actually shifted the fielder around from deep cover through to almost a position between long off and extra cover out on the boundary. I think that's a good call from the skipper in terms of where Malidi likes to hit, but Aslam's got to back him up.
Goes outside the off, powerfully hit. Fielder is there though, and it's another good catch. The catching has been sensational from Evergreen, and that's Muhammad Asif, who takes this one well, is dipping on him. It's all about positioning when it comes to these sort of catches, getting yourself in the right position, getting your balance, and then making them stick, and he has, and that's a good wicket to get. Sandeep Malidi, after playing a 4, a little paddle down to fine leg, goes for the shot outside the off stump, trying to get it over the extra cover, but it's a good catch taken. A good field set once more from the skipper.
Yeah, absolutely. He couldn't have given us a greater example of what the skipper from Evergreen was doing there. Don't know if he didn't recognise that the fielder had shifted partway through the over, but he's hit it straight down his throat. Nice catch coming in from the outfield, and aside from that one ridiculous set of overthrows, Evergreen have been very, very good with their catching. Very tidy, and now we're into the lower part of the middle order for Malmahus. Malhotra, he's got to get the majority of the strike in these coming 4 overs. That is the end of an ultimately successful over, and things looking very good for Evergreen now. Malmahus 53 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, they did bring up the 50 in that over with that lovely shot from Malidi, but he then went for the shot outside. I mean, it was an interesting shot for Malidi to play because the fielder was there. It's the only fielder out on the offside. Anywhere else, on that part of the ground, it would have been 4 runs, but still, those catches have to be taken. And Evergreen, what they've shown here today so far is that they're a team that have their eyes firmly set on getting into the final and lifting this marvellous trophy that we have here with us. And we'll give you another glimpse of it. I know you saw it briefly on the intro. They are the unbeaten team. That's the other thing to remember about Evergreen. They have not lost a match so far. They won all their matches in the group stages and won them pretty confidently as well with good batting. And well, yesterday they were just too strong for Hissingens. Reduced Hissingen to 56 for 9, then knocked them off with 2 wickets down. It was that man Umar Nawaz again, 38 not out of 23, that did the damage with the bat. Aftab back into the attack. This is hit well. Fielder has to get down but can't get to it. So 4 runs, and this is what they've got to do. I mean, as you said, Andrew, now with the likes of Bahira out there, you've only got 1 recognised batter there. But as long as they can try and pick up the singles, turn 1s into 2s, and maybe get the 1 or 2 boundary and over, they'll still get themselves to a decent score.
Yeah, they certainly will. They need to get it up to 90, 95 if they can. I don't think Aftab's going to be too disappointed with the outcome of that ball. Be annoyed being hit for 4, but Malhotra swung right across the line to an outswinger.
He's going for that area again. Is he going to pierce the fielders once more? Well, this time, between them, they do manage to keep the ball in play, and they'll take 2. Good work from those 2. I just had a vision of maybe a horrible collision, but they managed to avoid each other. Only just though. You see here, just gets that foot on it just in time, and managed not to collide with each other. Good work again there from Arslan. He's been very good out there.
Yeah, certainly has. Big benefit for Malhotra, even though they are into the latter stages of their batting lineup, is that they've got Bahira at the moment. If there's one player in Malmahus that can turn difficult 2s into reality, it is him. He is a whippet between the stumps.
In the air, this is an opportunity. Will it be another catch taken? It's a difficult one. Oh, doesn't quite carry. And Kiani, well, he doesn't know where the ball is, the crazy frog. He only just picks it up. It's, I think they've taken 3 here, which is quite incredible. You were saying about Bahira's running. And first of all, there's a mix-up here. Kiani is not happy that the other fielder comes sliding in. And then rather than getting the ball, he's having a debate with the bowler. There you go, the bowler and Kiani having a little bit of a ding-dong. And the batter saying, well, you guys keep talking, we'll just keep running.
Yeah, not great from Evergreen. Few errors from them in the field. They've been good with their catching, but some of their ground fielding has been a little bit pedestrian, to say the least. Ahmed continuing a good spell, though. He's creating chances. His first crack at Bahira now.
Strikes it well. We'll get a single. And gives Malhotra a ball to face. In this, the 7th over. And Malhotra, he's thinking, what does he do here now? Does he try and find the boundary, or is it more important for him, if it's a good ball, just to take the single and stay on strike?
Yeah, tough call for him. Either result's okay. I dare say the score they've got on the board now, he'll try to hit hard.
And he does really well. As that's the end of the over. And this is it. This is the beautiful trophy. How about that? That is absolutely sensational. And, well, I think there's no wonder these teams are battling it out and battling hard, because they want to get their hands on this beauty. Yeah,
it's a beautiful piece of silverware, Rico, and thank you to our friends at Local Lifestyle for their efforts in designing and producing these. An absolutely wonderful memento, and it's a glorious prize for the end of what has been a very hard-fought 2 weeks of cricket, Rico. I think we can safely say that whoever's ultimately successful here on finals day will have really earned it, because they are having to make their way through a series of quality teams, even just to get to the final in the first place, or even just to get to this semi-final stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's a marvellous, marvellous trophy, and it's fitting for the champions of Landskrona. But who will it be? And I tell you what, the medals, they're pretty funky as well. Maybe we can get one of those medals on here, a bit of bling. I mean, they look absolutely sensational. 63 for 4. 7 overs gone.
We can safely say, Rico, that whatever total Malmahus get up to, for once it's going to have to be the bowling lineup that is going to bring them victory. And that bowling lineup has been a little bit up and down. They got pumped by Seaside yesterday. Waz comes in for his first over.
It's a good start from him, isn't it? Umanawaz, better known for his batting. And not surprisingly, Umanawaz is the #1 top run scorer. 362 runs he has in this series, and the only man close to him, and we won't see again, was Lomas Najam Haq on 323. They're the only two players in the 300s. Oh, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. His first ball was right up there, Yorker length, so Bahira knew what was coming, and even though he knew what was coming, he was not able to do anything with it. And the worst case scenario here is it's not only is he out, it means that the new batter will go on strike. Very good bowling.
Yeah, he's a tall man, bowls a heavy ball. Umar Nawaz, it's a difficult job for top order batsmen to deal with that sort of length, let alone Behera. That's a big loss and shows what small moments of pressure can do, Rico. Malhotra swung and missed a cut shot on the last ball of the previous over. Behera just plays one straight back to Nawaz, the first ball of this over. And when you're into the 8th, and you've only got 63 runs on the board, you can ill afford to be wasting minimal resources like that and force Behera to try to release the pressure with a big heave across the line. He gets cleaned up. Nice bit of bowling.
Yeah, he's bowled well. 2 full-length Yorker length deliveries. And now he's got to try and turn his attention to the left-hander. That comes out. It's sliced up in the air, and how far does it go? That's the question. Not far enough to go to the boundary. And the fielder releases it pretty quickly as well. And doesn't allow the 2, but I don't think Malhotra was thinking of 2 there at all. He just wants to get on strike and see if he can pump up the volume, if you like, and just try and get this score accelerated closer to sort of the 100 mark. And though I think if they get to in the 90s here, they will do well. But one man you never write off is Malhotra. Good ball again, just holds it back as well. He doesn't fire it in. They're looking for 2, and Nawaz there very calmly saying to the fielder, don't panic, don't rush it, don't fire it in, just nice and gentle. I don't want to give 2, and they don't.
Yeah, looking forward, and obviously in the not too distant future, Rico, Peg Nawaz is going to come on and bowl the 10th over, but they've got one over from Mohammad Qadir likely to come at the 9th. Malhotra's got to be there for that over, and he's got to try to be on strike for the entirety of the 6 balls.
It's nicely played by Nord. It's that full-length delivery again, but he gets a bit more width and plays it out into the cover. Takes a single, so we come to the final ball of the over. And once again, Malhotra is facing it, and once again he has the same thing in his mind. Does he try and get the boundary with a single? And to be honest, the line that's been bowled here from Nawaz is going to be so difficult to get that boundary. Only 3 runs from it, and the 1 wicket.
Yeah, take the single, I think, Malhotra.
Now he goes for the big swing. They're running hard. I'd be surprised. Oh, it's Kiani who makes the misfield once more. He's having a nightmare out there. And he puts his hands up to say, yeah, I'm sorry. And maybe it's the shades. Maybe he has to do away with those dark shades. Yeah, that look is just not doing it for him. The crazy frog. And once again, you see the frustration from Umar Nawaz. And he expects better from his fielders. End of the over. It is 68 for 5.
Yeah, he does expect better. I had the feeling that's not a bad result, though, at the end for Evergreen. They have got Qadir coming on to bowl this 9th. I think Malhotra would love to have a crack at him in this over, but Nord's got the first ball. If Qadir can spear a couple of across him and actually minimise the amount of balls that Malhotra is facing in this over, that's a win for Evergreen. So see how this one plays out. This feels like the crucial over, Rico. The way Nawaz is bowling, they're not going to be able to take too many off him in the 10th. So this becomes a crucial over. In fact, it looks like Imran Kiani has been thrown the ball. They've decided not to give Qadir his second. Downside with Kiani as far as the left-hander goes, though, is that he's an outswing bowler to the right-handers, so he'll be drifting onto the pads of the left-handed batter. They've got protection down there at backward square leg, mid-wicket and long on, but still boundary opportunities.
And this one will be a boundary, and it's badly angled by Kiani down the leg side, and it just helped away from Nord. So The two that they took, which probably we thought was going to be a win situation, certainly for Evergreen, doesn't end up being, because the boundary does come. It comes at the bat of Nord. Wasn't a good delivery from Kiani, who, well, up until now, has not had a good day in the field.
No, he certainly hasn't. Probably down a little bit on confidence, but as I said, my main concern here is that he's going to be drifting into the power zone of Nord, and no matter how many fielders you put out on that leg side, it's a 50-metre boundary. He's going to be swinging hard against Kiani.
He hits this pretty well. I think it's going to go all the way. It does. Ball. Le balle balle. Ginna sona shaka lagya. And Nordwell 4 and a 6 is the first maximo of this semi-final. And what a time to nail it.
Yeah, I've got to say, I think I would have taken my chances with Mohammed Kadir in this over, particularly with Nord there. I think he'll far more appreciate the right arm medium pace. Kiani changes angle.
Oh, I called a no ball. I was going to say it wasn't a good ball. Anyway, it was down on the pads of Nord. It should have been put away. And Kiani can't believe this has been called a no ball. I think that's for the back foot, is it? I think it might be for the back foot.
Yeah, very much so, Rico. I think back foot was actually on the grass. He was coming that wide of the stumps, but it's a huge call. If I was Malhotra here, I think I'd go and stand outside off stump and tell Kiani I'm smoking you to the leg side boundary no matter where you bowl.
All happens in the ninth. Free hit on the way. Full toss, and Malhotra has got outfoxed by a slower one from Kiani.
Gee, that's gutsy bowling from Kiani, and a pretty good slower ball at a huge moment in this innings.
Yeah, I mean, you see, he plays it so early. It just gets the toe end of the bat. But that's not a bad thing, because well, Nord is taking a liking to Kiani, and Kiani's been feeding him on the legs. This one's been hit straight. It's in the air. It's gone all the way. Shaba, Shaba, Shaka numero dos.
Well, when we did the preview this morning, Rico, Sharon Nord was not in the long list of batters that could transform this game for Malmahus, but he is playing a starring role. He is taking Kiani apart in this ninth over. Malmahus all of a sudden up to 87 for 5, and this is a more than passable total.
Kiani round the wicket now, and this one goes a distance as well. Balle, balle, Jabardasti batting from Nord. Well, Nord has lit the fireworks at the ground here. That's another one. 3 sixes in the over and the 4. Well, Kiani has been taken to the sword.
Beautiful striking from Nord. It felt like he wasn't in position to strike that well, but he got a great piece of it. Final ball, Kiani's gone for 24.
Well, and all 24 off the bat of Nord. Nord is holding the sword, and he wants more. And he'll get another one. That's a wide. There's one more to the total, 94. And I said at one point, especially at the end of that 8th over, that, well, they'll love the 100, but at the moment they're probably going to struggle to get to the 90s. Well, I did not think that Kiani, the top bowler in terms of wicket takers in this series, 12 that he has, was going to go for 25, and the rest, what's the rest going to be in this ball? Well, it might be 6 more. It is. It's gone supersonic. 6 carreras más. Qué guay, qué grande, qué genial, qué fuerte esta hombre, Nord.
Well, Sharon Nord just looking at his more illustrious teammates with the bat, just saying, how easy is this game? What an incredible 9th over. Kiani bringing the ball back to the left-hander. That's the danger of him bowling when they're hitting with the wind over that side. And it has turned out to be an awful call from the skipper to bring him on for the 9th over. He's gone for 31. Malmahus 100 for 5, and they've still got 6 balls to play with.
Oh, that is just crazy. Well, remember yesterday, 64 in 14 balls. Well, this was what happened in the 8th over yesterday. That went for 30. And that was the bowling of the captain of Seaside. And this time, it's a catch that goes down. It's 1 run. And Nuaz, he can't believe it. It's all happening off his bowling. You see the misfield earlier from Kiani as well. You know, go back to Kiani's misfield. His misfield allowed Nord to be on strike for that last over.
Yep,
and
certainly.
Nord just went ballistic.
Absolutely.
So Kiani, well, he certainly had a nightmare of a match. Nord on strike and on fire at the moment. Can he go after Nawaz as well? Oh, he tries, but disappointment there from Nawaz once more, because not only does he get through the defences of Nord, the wicketkeeper lets him down. Harris Idris, it's a bye. This last sort of 18 deliveries, Evergreen do wish so much that they could have him again.
Yep, certainly do. As I said, I don't think it was the right call from the skipper. He had the left arm orthodox. He had the left-handed batter on strike, hitting with the wind over that side. It was the wrong call. Nawaz, he's got a job to do to try to keep this to 110.
Big swing and a miss, and you can see straight away, Umar Nawaz, he's just trying to bring some more respectability in this this fielding and bowling. He just bowls this one and just says straight away to Idris, look, just hold on to it. See, straight away says, right, I don't want you to do anything with it. Hold it there and just pass it back to me nice and calmly.
Yeah, nice ball too. It's such a hard length at the pace and bounce that Nawaz bowls with to do anything with that ball. Excellent bowling.
Malhotra moving around, gives himself some space and absolutely nails it. That is a big shot. That's a great shot. And I know that Rhino here next to me likes that one. He gets that step across the off stump, gets himself into position and nails it. That's big. That's 6.
Well, like that shot, Rico, I've been calling for Malhotra to step out outside off stump for the last couple of overs. That's where he has his power. He doesn't want to be playing cut shots to these right arm paces, bowling outside of his off stump. It's a great move. He's got to go there again. He's better off taking the risk. 2 balls to go.
Nawaz will probably know what Malhotra is going to try and do. And this time it's hit straight down the ground. I don't think he's quite got the power in the shot. They'll go for 2, and they will get there. So good running, good hustle.
Yeah, good running. Very good running. Sharon Nord, he's an excellent athlete between the wickets. If I was Malhotra here, I would preempt that Nawaz is going to give me a short one, probably at the body, try to step inside it. They've got fine leg inside the field, and the other deep fielder at square leg, try to target that backward square area.
And he's gone wide, and it's going to be called a wide. It has to be bowled again, so we've gone beyond the 110 now, 111. And I was saying, didn't I, at the halfway point, that if they could get to 110, it would be a very good score. But I'd said they have to go some to get there. Well, Nord, he did go some, taking 31 of Kiani's over. It all happens in the 9th. Remember that. It gets sliced up in the air, but I think this is going and heading towards the boundary. It does go towards the boundary. The fielder can do nothing about it, Naeem, and what a good finish this has been. 115 on the board, and these two, Malhotra, he's been on fire this series and continues to score runs, supported well there by Nord, and from nowhere, from a score that would look like it was going to be a struggle to get to around 85-90, they finished on 115 for 5.
Oh, Rico, the depth of the Malmahus team with the bat is extraordinary for ECS cricket. That is a phenomenal comeback in the last 2 overs. 32 and 15. There's emotions in the commentary box. There is emotion on the field, and we've seen the start of why this will be such a fantastic semi-finals day. Malmahus openers, they didn't look particularly settled, both Patanaik and Ankit Gupta playing and missing a lot. It was a disciplined line and length. Managed to find the boundary on a couple of occasions. Gupta, he's just all class, and he can play shots around the wicket. Ultimately, though, they hold out to the outfielders, and they were good with their hands today.
Yeah, they certainly were, and you see one man there was enjoying things at that moment in time. They were enjoying things all the way up until the end of the 8th over. As well, there was this shot that was nicely played, an up and over one, and went for 4 runs. But one thing I will say, Andrew, and I was saying this yesterday, I mean, Malhotra's helped them out as well. He again is a not-out batter, just like yesterday. Changing him from opening to coming down a bit lower, I don't know if that's the best call. I think the sort of form he's in, and they can't get him out. You want him to be out there facing as many deliveries as possible.
Yeah, he's in tremendous form, and he's adjusted to that middle order spot very, very well. And is batting with aplomb. Certainly hugely helped out by Nord today. There was good middle overs here at times for Malmahus as Kadir lost his line on a couple of occasions, and this was an ordinary little sequence of fielding for Evergreen. But this first over from Mohammed Kadir that went for 18, that was probably what actually gave the skipper the idea of bringing Kiani on for the 9th. Kadir ended up on his backside, but still gets the appeal in his favour. Great shot from there, and wasn't the Evergreen left armour pleased with that. But from that point on, just felt like the Kadir's over going for 18 just gave a little bit of momentum for Malmahus. And despite the efforts of Aftab Muhammad, who bowled another really good pair of overs, he went for 16 and picked up a couple of wickets, that they didn't wrap this innings up when they had the opportunity.
No, they didn't. And I think there was the captain. Sometimes you just got to back your main bowlers, and they just weren't able to do so. And I think Kadir, he was the one who probably should have. I think the captain needed to hold faith with him and come back and bowl that 9th. He went with Kiani. Look, you can't blame him. I mean, they have done that before with Kiani. With Kiani just bowled the 1. I think they did the same thing yesterday. It worked for them pretty well. But today was just not his day. And then that summed it up. That was when the 2 was given. And Nawaz couldn't believe it. He was frustrated. And though he did bowl pretty well. He did get the ball right up there, but we saw there was more, as that was Bahira that went, but there was more bad fielding. And then Kiani came on after some bad fielding, and he allowed Nord to get back on strike, and Nord thanked him for it in the most ballistic of ways. Just an awesome attack. 31 came off that over from Kiani. That was the 9th. And, the 10th could have started well with a catch, and it wasn't to be. And then Malhotra getting funky in his crease and sending the ball big. It was a good finish. Still though, and this is the thing, I don't think it's a massive score. I think if you were to say to the Evergreen captain, Ali, right, you're going to be chasing 116 to win this match, he'll be more than happy. But I don't think he'll be happy with the way that finishes. And the one thing that I think is a lot of things that happen in a match play on players' minds. How much will that over, those last 2 overs from Umar Nawaz, play in the mind of him? He's a big batter. If it messes with his mind, it might mess with his performance. We see the scorecard there, 19 from Gupta at the top. He gave him a pretty good start, but couldn't get the support from Patanaik Gortara. But it was all about the batting towards the end there of Diraj Malhotra once again in super form, 35 of 18. But what about Sharon Nord? Well, nobody expected the fireworks from the left-hander. 30 of 9 deliveries. The bowlers, they were pretty tidy, weren't they? You look at those bowling figures, they all look respectable until that you see that 1 over from Kiani that went for 31. And that's going to be the disappointing thing for Evergreen. But like, as I say, the captain, he would know, Amir Ali, that really this score is one that they should be able to get. I think he would have settled for it at the start of the match, but I have to say that their players went back into the dugout probably on a bit of a low because the innings did not finish well for them. Are they able to get their mindset right and go out there, especially, of course, the opening batter, Umar Nawaz? He's the man that's got to be on fire really for each team. So at the mid-inning summary, Malmahus, they do get to the 100, 115 in fact. They did really well. It was a fantastic recovery, led brilliantly, of course, by Malhotra and Nord. 116 required for victory in this first semi-final for Evergreen. Join me, Rico Full and Andrew Ryan, as we come back in 10 minutes' time. Hello and welcome back to the middle of the Landskrona cricket ground, where we're expecting to see quite an interesting chase. Evergreen, a team that are unbeaten so far in this series from Group A, are taking on Malmöhus. Malmöhus, after a average start, managed to get themselves to a decent score, and I think that's a good score in these conditions with this wind blowing around as well. And the outfield slightly slower than it was probably, you know, about 4 or 5 days ago. I think this 115 is sort of more like a 125, 130 score, in fairness. So Evergreen have to be at their best. I think also they needed to prepare themselves pretty quickly in that break after finish their innings on a bit of a low to come out there on a positive. And one man that they need to be in positive mind is their openers, and especially Umar Nawaz. And he's been in sensational form. It's going to be Adam Sarton to start. Rico Full here, and alongside me is Andrew Ryan. And the first ball, it's a short one outside the off, a little bit too much room, and that's been put away with ease.
Yeah, well played. Just sat on that ball, as you said, short of a length. Got up to a slightly uncomfortable position, but they've got third man inside the circle. The power that these guys go with, if Sarton's going to continue with that length, they've probably got to think about having either third man back or perhaps a backward point on the fence. As it is, they've got, I think it's Malhotra roaming out there at deep square. They are making that change now. Malidi's coming into the circle.
Ali is the striker. Umar Nawaz is the non-striker. Both these men have batted well for Evergreen. Amir Ali, he made a good contribution early on in the group stages. Scored a 47. He looked in good form, but then he kept on getting himself out in sort of the high teens and 20s. He'd be looking to do better, but he's not able to. He's disgusted with himself as he hits this one straight into the hands of Bahira. And the catch has been taken. They've got one of the big wickets early, and it's that of Ali. Ali goes short once more, and the captain, well, his batting woes continue.
Well, what a moment, Rico. Ali gives himself a little bit of room, could not hit it any straighter to Bahira, and he's got a very safe pair of hands. And this is the benefit of Adam Sarton in the power play. He's not particularly expressed, but that bounce that he gets from his giant frame just puts balls into difficult positions for batsmen. He hasn't managed to roll the wrists over the top or even get underneath it to take it over the top of the infield. Cracked it straight to Bahira, and he's taken a nice grab. Huge early wicket for Malmöhus. If they can expose the Evergreen middle order, they have not been tested often in this event.
Another ball that's outside the off stump, but it's the bounce that is extracted by Sarton, and it's almost like these batters that have been playing all the other bowlers, where they're playing sort of a ball which is coming up to the height or around about waist high. Now they're having to deal with one between sort of waist and shoulder.
Just gets it into a more uncomfortable position.
In the air, and this time gets enough on it. It's a nice looking shot actually from Aslam. He knows that the fielders are inside the circle. If you can get enough on this, it will go over the top, and he does. He gets himself in a pretty good position as well. You see, just rocking back, leaning back, and then the arms come through, hitting it on the up, 4 runs.
Yeah, I think the skipper Ankit Gupta has probably got the feel a little bit wrong here at the moment. I think he's got the deep square because of Sarton's in-swing, but the in-swing is not going to be prodigious today, given where the breeze is. That's a lovely ball. I think he should probably have the deep point and the third man, and just say to them, if they want to play a pull shot to Sarton, then good luck. That is a nice finish to the over from him. Evergreen Cricket Club 8 for 1, so run rate obviously not an issue for them at the moment, but 1 wicket back in the hatch already. That's a pretty positive start for Malmöhus.
It's very positive, and it's the wicket of the captain, Amir Ali. Ali, as I was saying, he's always looked a good bat. We have seen him score runs, but he gets himself starts and then gets out, and well, today he didn't even get himself a start. He played a nice shot to the boundary, and then he hits a sort of short, wide delivery straight to Bahira. Wasn't able to get, well, he could have done one of two things. Either you get right under it and keep it down, or you hit it on the up and over the top of the closed fielders. But he smashes it straight to Yul Brynner. Yul Brynner says, thank you very much. and takes the catch.
Interesting move here, Rico. Sharon Nord's coming on to bowl the second over. So talked about in the preview, expected that the Nasmati experiment with the leg spin was probably going to be shelved for today, which is how it's played out. But perhaps Gupta just thinks this is Nord's day, and this can happen in T10 competition, that you just get a player who gets a burst of confidence and it just is happening for them in a particular game. And I suspect he's looked at Nord and thinks, you were riding high with confidence after your batting. I'm going to give you a crack at the ball and see if you can keep the magic going.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about magic, plenty of magic happening in Malta as well in the Valletta Cup. We talked about an opening partnership between the Czech Republic batters the other day, which was the third highest in T20. Well, there was another one yesterday. Talk about that maybe after this delivery. Good start from Nord right up there, but you're absolutely right. If somebody's on a high, I think the batter needs to take the initiative, or the captain take the initiative and say, you know what, the way this guy is playing at the moment, maybe it's his day. I'm going to stick with him.
Yep, Nord looks like he's doing what his captain's asked him there. They've got the fielders at a very sort of straightish mid-wicket out in the boundary, almost cow corner, and also one out here at the wide, long off. He's been told to pitch it up as Nawaz swings hard across the line. Great shot. That wasn't actually that bad a ball from Nord.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Nawaz does. Nawaz, he gets himself off the mark with the boundary. He backs himself. Sometimes he's played some shots and they look ugly, and he just looks like a bit of a slogger. But there's other times when he pulls some top shots out of the bag, and that's a good way to get start for him. Yeah, going back to Malta, remember the Calpe Giants, we saw two players, and Amanesh Pai and also the young Lewis Bruce, who batted really well there. And those two batted well for Gibraltar yesterday in the Valletta Cup. Swing and a miss, and it was another record partnership. This time it was the fourth highest opening stand in men's T20s. 213 they put together, and the young man Lewis Bruce also brought up his century. So well done to Louis Bruce. He's a lovely young man and a lovely cricketer as well. I remember interviewing him at Khartoum. Congratulations to Gibraltar as well. They won that match. Up in the air. This is a huge moment. Bahira says, leave it to me. And he makes no mistakes. That is the big one. That could be the match. That could be the path into the finals for Malmahus.
Oh, Sharon Nord, isn't he having a day out in Landskrona? He's actually bowled a good over to probably the premier batsman in the competition to date. Pushed another one across his body, it swung out. And look at Behera, absolutely decisive in saying, this is my catch. Soft hands. He's taken 2 catches already in this innings. Massive, massive start for Malmahus, and the middle order of this evergreen side is going to be tested like they have not before in this ECS event, Rico. The pressure is right on.
Yeah, that is absolutely superb. But yeah, you're absolutely right. That is how to take control of the situation if you're the fielder. He said, okay guys, leave it to me, stay away, give me my space. What a great catch. Yeah. What an important catch.
Very important catch. And Sharon Nord, hasn't he responded to the captain giving him responsibility? He's bowled an excellent second over. They've come in with a definite plan to Nawaz. Wanted to get him swinging across the line to balls swinging away from him outside of stump. And Nord's bowling with some pace too. Gupta up to the stumps.
Oh, that's not a good one. Oh, that's terrible. That's absolute garbage there from Nord, who's had such a good day so far. He comes up with a real gundy ball. That's 5 runs.
Yeah, I've got to say, not sure about Gupta standing up to the stumps. He's an excellent wicket keeper, but there's just such a risk of a wayward ball going down to the boundary. It just like that on that particular ball. It was a terrible ball from Nord after he's just gotten the wicket of Nawaz. Don't need momentum turners like that. If you're Malmahus, you're right on top at the moment, but they still haven't got a massive amount of runs to play with. Gupta continuing to stand up to the stumps. Clearly got a plan to try to keep Ali in his crease.
Let's put a bat onto this, and they take the single. So these two for Evergreen. Aslam, who we know is a decent batter. We've seen him perform, and he looks like or has looked like to me, a classy stroke player, but can hit the ball pretty hard as well. And Arsenal and Ali, they need to really rebuild here for Evergreen. Oh, that's well bowled. I think this finds the outside of the edge. No run, it races through quickly to the man at third. And that is the end of the over. And we're at 18. 2 wickets down though. And that rate also just starting to creep up. It starts, of course, around 12. And now at the moment is about coming up to just 12 and a half.
And a lot of pressure falling on Aslam's shoulders, as Liam Days mentioned in the chat. He's been part of the Danish international setup before. He's a classy player. We've seen him already in this tournament unleash some beautiful shots through the offside, but he has got a big, big job to do. Crease with Aslan Ali. But Aslam, he's going to have to do the majority of the work here. Sarton coming in for his second over. We can feel this becomes a big over all of a sudden. First and foremost, Evergreen can't really afford to lose another wicket, but also it's the final over of the power play. So if they want to catch up the run rate a touch, here's the time to do it.
Nicely played shot. They do take the single. That one really does pop up. And it's not the best of throws. It's got to be a high wayward throw if he gets it over Sarton. But there is backing up.
Disappointing misfield for Malmahus. I think that was Naz Maddy back behind point. I would have liked to keep Ali on strike for a few balls.
So up in the air, risky but effective. Gets it over the infielders. It's 4 more. And that's what they've got to keep doing here. Got to keep believing, got to play this shot. He plays it nicely, he backs himself. He's confident that he's going to get this over those fielders.
Yeah, that's precisely why they needed to keep Ali on strike for a couple of balls. Aslan's a good enough player that if he takes a few calculated risks in this over, he can put a bit of a dent in the runs required. Final over of the power play.
Sarton will want to come back, and it's hit up in the air once more. This is a nice shot. A shot off a confident player and a man that's finding his touch and timing. Beautifully played, and he just backs himself to hit it powerfully enough and finds the gap. 4 more. Good shot.
Lovely shot. Sarton probably just not finding enough zip off the pitch in this particular over. Once again, just wonder whether or not they'd be better bringing in Malhotra in from deep square, and see they've at least put Malidi out on the point boundary, or probably more deep cover at the moment.
Up in the air, opportunity. 2 fielders combining together, but it's been left to the man that's out there. Catch taken. Another big wicket goes. Aslam goes. Sarton just pitching this one up slightly. He knows that the batter's likely to have a go at it, but he takes the chance, takes the opportunity. The ball goes up in the air, and another good catch taken.
Nice bit of bowling from Sarton. He's pushed it up a little bit fuller than he'd been in this over already. They just made that switch of getting Malidi out to the deep cover boundary, and despite Naz Maddy charging at him, he's shown a very safe pair of hands. 3 good catches from Malmahus in this innings. They are doing a good job in the field. As we turn around and have a look at what is happening in Malta, as Evergreen 3 wickets down for 27.
Yeah, we see there that Hungary versus the Czech Republic. Hungary 169 for 7 on the board. Probably a little bit low par from what's been being scored there. We've seen 200s coming up there at regular intervals. Czech Republic, well, they'll be hoping that they knock these off. They fell short against Romania yesterday. It's a swing and a miss, the new batter. So now really, I think you're in, or Evergreen are in a position where you've got batters out there who we haven't seen either one of these to perform. I mean, Idris has come back into the side, so he's probably going to be a little bit out of touch. But somebody's got to produce for them. Swing and a miss, and that's a good finish from Adam Sarton. We saw he got pumped for 2 boundaries, but he came back and got the wicket. He had to be brave, didn't he, to pitch that ball up, and I think it was the right move to make. He's thinking, okay, I bowled it what normally is my usual length, and I've been cut to the boundary. Well, I'm just going to put this one out there and see what happens. And you saw there was a miscue from the batter, and I think with that wicket of Aslam going now, that's all the recognised, all the 3 main recognised batters back. So Malmahus are really now in the driving seat.
Certainly is the case, Rico. I don't think Malmahus could have asked for a better power play than that. Evergreen, 27 runs on the board, but those 3 stars with the bat back in the pavilion. Gupta's gone back to Sharon Nord for the 4th over.
Yeah, proceeding starting in Malta as well. Certainly looks absolutely beautiful there, Malta. Clear blue skies. And, well, we've got our own blue here, Landskrona. It's a blue pitch, but at the moment it's serving Landskrona well, and it's certainly serving Malmahus well as they pick up another wicket. Rizwan Tara taking the catch. Evergreen are falling apart.
Absolutely, Rico. We mentioned in the preview the one big question mark over Evergreen was the fact that they'd waltzed through this tournament to date and their middle and lower order really hadn't been tested. We saw Malmahus have to go to the reaches of their lower order, and Sharon Nord stepped up to the plate this time. Now he's taken another wicket, his 2nd for the day. His outstanding game continues. Rizwan Tara, nice safe pair of hands, 4th catch for the Malmahus outfielders, and this is turning into an outstanding performance, Rico. And this is exactly the sort of situation that Evergreen would have feared, isn't it? They've relied on that top 3 throughout the tournament. Their middle order is being exposed for the first time.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I have my thoughts on it as Nord comes in. Just down the leg side, they'll take the leg boys here, but I still think, you know, I'm a firm believer, Andrew, that you don't change what's working for you. And Evergreen, they've batted first, they've batted teams out of the game, they've scored loads of runs batting first, and I think they let fear creep into their mind, and that was a fear of that run chase yesterday that Malmahus produced. As this one's played nicely, but it would just be the one. In comes the throw. He could be in trouble. I think he may be out here. He was slow going. I think this is going to be out. This is disastrous. Asif, I think, is going to be out. They're absolutely convinced, and I'm convinced that he doesn't get back. Gupta, he doesn't make any mistakes. He's waiting. It's a good throw. Have a look. He's going to be well short here. Oh, yeah, well short. That's another one. They are literally falling apart. And it's adios now to Asif as well. He gets run out. But, yeah, going back to what I was talking about, I just think they let that run chase yesterday that Malmahus pulled off affect them. And they just changed things they shouldn't have done. I think you go with what's worked for them. They have been unbeaten in 9 matches. I think you go out there, you bat first, you get the runs on the board, and then you try and restrict Malmahus. They didn't decide to do that, and I think, personally, they're paying the price for it.
That's a sage observation, Rico. Skittled in their thinking by what Malmahus did to Seaside yesterday, but this was a poor bit of running. Number 6 there, Muhammad Asif, just sitting back on his heels. They were more than entitled to try to squeeze the single, and frankly, given where their run rate is at the moment, they really don't have a choice but to push every opportunity they have. Nice bit of fielding, throw fired into Gupta, who's been exceptional with the gloves in this game and the previous couple of days. Malmahus right on top. Evergreen, 28 for 5. And Rico, it's easy to look at this score and think, Malmahus could have defended something so much lower. But ultimately, it was that batting from Nord and Malhotra in the last couple of overs which put a total on the board that changed the way that Evergreen had to approach this. And
absolutely. Absolutely. As Nord comes in. Swap hold, good work there from Ankit Gupta. Hasn't that also been a turning point, him going behind the stumps?
Certainly, certainly. Just a level of class with his keeping. The ability to keep up to the medium paces as well. Outstanding cricketer. But how good has this man been? Sharon Nord. We have not even referenced him in the preview this morning, Rico, because he's been a bit part player for Malmahus throughout this tournament. But showing the depth that they have, he has been outstanding. That ball's just pulled. It's a little bit short of a length, and after Muhammad takes it to the boundary, unfortunately spoils Nord's figures a touch, but nonetheless, he has been wonderful for them.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the end of the Malmahus innings, 47 came with the last 2 overs. They were 68 at the end of the 8. Now, you would say normally, even if you went at 25 off the last, that still gets you to that score. sort of 90 to 100. That's what they should have finished on. But it was that 1 over 31 from Kiani. As Nord comes in here. It's well bowled. Good Yorker length delivery. And I think what happens then is as the team is going back, so as Evergreen are going back, even though I think if before the start of the match you said to Amir Ali, right, you're going to be chasing 160 for victory, he would have thought, yeah, no problems, I'm happy with that. But the way that it was done, 47 coming to the last 2 overs, I think he would have been affected by that. I think the man doing the bowling at the time, the key batter, Umer Nawaz, would have been affected by it. And then short turnaround, they're taking that mindset into the field. That wasn't the way it was to be done. If that score was 116, but they batted that way all the way through the innings and you're expecting it, that's different. You go out there with a different mindset. I think it's the mindset they went out there with. That over that Nord took Kiani for 31 runs, that over I think really hurt them mentally as well, and they just weren't able to bring the best game in the best batting into this game, especially the opener, especially the captain.
Yep, couldn't agree more with you, Rico. T10, so much about momentum. As you say, if they had have finished well in that innings but still be chasing the same score, they might have hit the field with a bit of pep. As it was, those top order batsmen looking at thinking we're chasing about 25 more than we expected to about around 10 minutes ago. As Prasenjit Behera comes on, I like this bowling change. He's just solid.
Yeah, just wide of Sarton, who has taken a couple of catches in that area. His height certainly comes in handy inside the 30-yard circle as well.
There come times in games as a skipper that you've just got to read the situation, and they've got Naz ready, the leg spinner who he could have called on, but Behera's just going to get through his couple of overs, probably for no more than about 20, and he's going to take a wicket. That's great catch from Malhotra in the outfield. Behera just does the right thing. He's not trying to do anything special. Little outswingers, moving away from the off stump, and that's how to get wickets for this middle and later order.
Yeah.
Just keep on putting the pressure on, make them take the risks.
Yeah, nice catch there. Aftab goes 4 from 4 deliveries. Malhotra, what can you say about Malhotra at the moment? I know there's still a fair bit of cricket to play here today, and it looks like that Malmahus are going to be in the final later today. There's been some good top performance, but at the top of my head, Andrew, I cannot think of anybody else at the moment who's performed better than Malhotra. With the bat, with the ball, he's taken some key catches, and certainly I think his name, Rob Kemming will have his name right up there in his thought process for player off this tournament for the MVP, most valuable player, because he's been outstanding.
Ooh, big appeal. Behera doesn't bounce much. I think that's a pretty good call. That ball skidded through off what was slightly short of a length. It didn't swing. Looked like it was right on line. And the finger goes up from umpire Adnan. And I think that's Kiani, whose miserable day continues. It's unfortunate because he's been such a battler throughout this tournament. Little man on little man at the crease. And Gupta, his hands go up. And I think that's a pretty good shout.
Yeah, the only thing here for me was this ball going to carry on to go over the stumps? I don't think so. I think it skids through. Kiani is also pretty low down, and he has to go. It's not been a good day for Kiani. And he's having a little discussion there with the new batter, Sawa, that makes his way out. And he makes his way out to, well, a hat-trick. We have not seen a hat-trick so far in this series. We've seen plenty of bowlers that have taken 4 wickets. We've seen a century. Just looking at that again, yeah, height would have been the only thing. The umpire has a long think about it. Yeah, looking at it there, you see, that ball certainly wasn't on the up. And the wicketkeeper saying, come on, umpire, that certainly is hitting the stumps. And, well, the umpire obliges the men out there.
Hasn't he got a smile on his face underneath that grill? And
isn't he
Gupta
just
as well.
Hat-trick delivery, Sawa on strike. And Behera, Yulbrunner, he loads up the Winchester. Here he comes. Is he going to fire a hat-trick here? Oh, and he can't believe it. It's a good delivery. I think he thinks there's something on this. Is there a bit of bat on this? Is this a chance? Is this a hat-trick that goes down? Oh, well, the ball goes down. I think there may have been, I think there may have been an edge on that.
I reckon when they get back to the dressing room, Gupta will be saying, no, mate, didn't get the bat at all. Play and miss, play and miss. Lovely ball from Behera though. He's bowled a good over.
There's an inside edge on this one as it gets past Gupta, and we'll go for a single, and the rate keeps going up. Getting up to about 16 now. It will go past 16 after this over, but 7 wickets down. There is, you cannot see any way back. We've seen some incredible things in this series, but you cannot see any way back for Evergreen here. Looks like they're going to be making their way back into their dugout, and they're going to have to prepare themselves for another match. It won't be the one that they were expecting. It won't be the final. It will be the bronze final, the playoff for 3rd place, and they're going to be disappointed by that. But the thing is, they're going to have to try and, well, they've got a bit of time. They're going to have to try and get back together, get focused, and go out there blazing for that one. At least try and get something positive out of the day.
I think they'll be hugely disappointed though, Rico. We talked to them before the game and they were very focused on doing the business in this semi-final and executing well to give themselves the opportunity of taking this trophy. Poor Harris Idris has been there watching carnage from the other end. He's joined by Sarwar at the moment. 34 for 7. They still have 5 overs, so plenty of balls to deal with, but 7 wickets lost in the first 30 balls. It's been an incredible display from Malmahus.
He's been hit up in the air, just gets this over Nazmati. It gets patrolled, in comes the throw. It's a bit wayward. The batters do come and get 2. But there he is, the captain, Nick Gupta. Looks like he's leading his team into a final.
They've had to face adversity a number of times in this tournament, haven't they, Rick? I mean, they lost their first 3 games and then won 5 on the trot. They, for all intents and purposes, should have been eliminated by Seaside yesterday. That one swung high. It's going to be Behera coming out from a deep point.
Yeah.
And have managed to rip a ridiculous amount of runs off the last 3 overs of their quarter-final to somehow take victory against Seaside. And sometimes in these T10 tournaments, teams that have to go through pressure situations and become comfortable with the uncomfortable, they're the ones that are ultimately best positioned.
That's a very nice shot, actually. We've seen him play some nice shots out there, and Idris just rocks back and times this absolutely beautiful. What a lovely shot it is. And he's going to be annoyed because he's seeing all the wickets falling at one end. Nobody's been able to stay there with him. And that is a lovely shot. Goes all the way over for a maximum.
Come back to recognise, actually, the bowling selections of Ankit Gupta here. He's left Malidi to this back end. Malidi does have this tendency to be inconsistent in both his line and his length. And if you had this bowling up against the top order players, they might have actually been able to rip him for 15 or 20 off and over. As it is, against the lower order, it's a nice piece of fielding. But no chance of a run out for Malmahus. Against the lower order, might get hit for a 4, but not the end of the world. I think he's managed his bowlers really, really well in this game.
Yeah, he certainly has. And sometimes you got to make tough calls. Nazmati, we've seen Gupta open with him on a couple of occasions. It didn't work yesterday, not to the way you would have wanted. Too many runs came off that over, so he just held him back. He's realised that maybe to these batters, it's not worth the risk, and I don't think that's gonna bother Matty at all. He's a team player. He knows his role in the team and when he's going to be required and deployed. It wasn't to be in this match so far. Certainly not opening up.
Question for you, Rico, though. I think he could be an X factor in the final on the assumption that Malmahus go on to win this game. And specifically against the Sultan, Nusratullah Sultan, if Ariana, if the seedings stay consistent and they take Jönköping in the next game, if the Sultan comes out, particularly outside of the power play, wouldn't be surprising to see Gupta take a risk and say, I'm going to throw Matty the ball and see if we can buy the Sultan's wicket just by getting him to swing hard to the leg side against a leg spinner that does turn the ball a fair bit.
Yeah, look, I mean, if that is the case, if that is what we're going to see, the matchup we're going to see, of course, Malmahus have to finish the job here first, and we're relying on the likes of Ariana getting there. Remember back to when the teams met in the group stages. The first match, The Sultan went crazy against the sort of medium seam attack from Amahus. And in the second match, bravely, it was Anik Gupta that got that's Maddie to bowl the opening over. And the first ball disappeared for a huge 6. But then it was a dot, and a wicket. They did get him out. So, yeah, that is a really good call.
You have a very good memory, Rico Fall. That is an excellent point, and I'm sure Gupta's got that in the back of his mind, and I suspect Nuzul Sultan might even have that in the back of his mind. He's a clear-thinking cricketer, but has been the slower bowlers that have proved his kryptonite a touch. We saw it yesterday with Satish Kunjir, who didn't bowl the most accurate or the tightest over, but he did eventually get the Sultan trying to hit big over that leg side. And the advantage for Maddie bowling here is that the breeze is still coming in heavily to mid-wicket. So if the Sultan tries to pump him over his main hitting zone, ball's far more likely to sit up for the outfielders. Anyway, that's a long, long way ahead. We've still got a semi-final number 2 to go through, and Malmahus still have to close this game.
Down the ground, they'll take the single. It's a very good point that that's a good bit of fielding from Adam Sarton, and it certainly would have been close. You might see on the replay here that I think he's only just got himself in, Sawa. Yeah, I mean, the point you make about the breeze, I mean, you can see just there on the camera, that's nicely played. It's on his stumps, he chopped it away to third, take the single. He's blowing quite strongly, coming, if you like, if you were looking at the clock from 5 o'clock, blowing into the right-hander batter. So any shots down that way are really going to catch the wind. We've seen that here already today, and yet anything played on the offside by the right hand, as we saw moments ago by Harris Idris getting that 6, it just sails over. So you've got to take that into consideration. It's the ball flying around all over the place, and other things flying around all over the place as Bazat runs onto the field and picks up a bit of litter that's blown around. Probably some of the team sheets actually that the guys have over there.
So to take your point a little bit further, Rico, it also brings into play the importance of left-handed batters. And there's not a huge amount of them in this tournament, but Ariana had the advantage. That one's flying away down to the third-man boundary. Unlucky big effort from Sachin Kenau to take the catch, but unfortunately for him, flies away to the boundary. Helpful addition to the evergreen card. Kadir Sadat has thoroughly enjoyed hitting with the breeze as a left-handed opening bat. As the breeze has changed around the last couple of days, we saw what Sharon Nord could do. As it's been a no ball call. I haven't seen the reason for this. I don't know if it was too many fielders outside the circle or perhaps a front foot infraction.
No ball is called. I can only think it is probably to do more with the field, perhaps. Just not getting the field right. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Sadat. Don't forget there's also the captain. Also a left-handed batter, Bashir. So, yeah, if conditions stay like this, they certainly will favour themselves. No, I think I'm getting me names. No, Bashir is not. Who's the other batter that I'm thinking about? I know you're shaking your head at me there. It will come to me at the moment.
Sami Ibrahim Gill, I think will thoroughly enjoy hitting to that leg side for Yon Shopping.
Sami. Yes, Sami.
Who we may as well start calling Big Bash to take Bashir Ahmed's name.
Yeah, opportunity, and Nord, his day has been absolutely brilliant, but is a free hit, remember. So the batters, they do complete the run. There was 1 or 2 celebrating on the pitch, but not Nord. He knows, he just takes the catch and gets that throw in quickly and sharply.
His day can't get much better though, can it, Rico? Couple of wickets, taking a grab off a free hit. Just been an outstanding performance.
This is hit pretty well. This is coming our way, and just making sure it doesn't come into the ice cube. It's just about half a metre to our left there. Nice shot, lovely pickup. Gets it out of the middle of the bat, and over it goes. Boom! Shaka Lagya.
Well, Malmahus would know better than anyone that it doesn't take much for a batting team to regain some momentum. These two have been at the crease for a little while now. Behera just like to close this over.
This is hit pretty well, and that's the wind-assisted boundary. Getting to the zone where Diana Oroz is getting her lens set up to take some pictures. Nicely hit, firm shot. So just, I mean, look, keeping an eye on that rate. It is around 17, 18. Now, considering that today we saw 47 come off the last 2 overs, yesterday we saw 64 scored of 14, maybe you're going to see something spectacular in this match as well. Who knows? Barrera, with the ball to go, has gone for 20. He has picked up 2 wickets.
We've got 1 over left from Malidi, and then there's going to have to be 2 overs coming from a 5th bowler. It'll be interesting to see who Gupta turns to. I'm not sure he's going to want to risk the leg spinner. I suspect it's going to be Malhotra.
Makes this one well.
Oh, he's hit.
Through. He's gone. He knows he's gone, I think. And, well, that's great work from Adam Sarton. And I think as soon as he hits this, he wants it and he goes quickly. But Sarton, well, he's got his man. Here's the strike. He goes, says, yeah. And here comes a throw. Adios, amigo. You've got to go. And Bahira, he's delighted. And I think the batter there, Harris Idris, he thinks about throwing his bat for a moment. But I think he's wind blowing up. That was somebody from somewhere saying, don't do it, don't do it. And this is what we're looking at here. We're at the moment in the middle, or coming towards the end of that semi-final. With that wicket going there, Malmahus certainly now looking favourites in the driving seat. And then a second one, Ariana versus John Shopping, and we'll know which team or which 2 teams will be playing in the final and which 2 will be playing in the bronze final. Big name popping up there from John Shopping, somebody that they desperately missed yesterday. I think Riaz Khan coming into the side.
Yeah, certainly. He's a big inclusion for them. Will solidify that top order. He's been in very good form in this tournament, and as expected, back here live at the Landskrona Cricket Club, it is Diraj Malhotra who's been given the responsibility of taking the 8th and likely 10th overs as well. 8 wickets down now.
Up in the air. Where's this one going to land? Safely. And, well, safely, I thought. The fielder, well, I'm not sure what happens there. I think that is Prashant Bahira just after his bowling. Well, comes running in, and it's almost like he gets wiped out. He comes right through the middle, and down he goes, and he almost takes out Adam Sarden. Well, probably a good job he doesn't make contact with Adam Sarden. Sarden's a big man.
He's an energizer bunny, Prashant Bahira, isn't he? Let's watch this ball from Malhotra, and then we'll talk a little bit about Adam Sarton. Well, that gets heaved over to the leg side. Nice shot. The arms go up. Malhotra just dropping short on the leg side. Not a great ball at all. Skipper Gupta will be saying to him, just get it up in this block hole. But turning back to Adam Sarton after that run out, Rico, not often you have a 10-foot tall opening bowler who patrols the mid-wicket region, but he actually moves pretty well for a tall man, and he's actually very useful in the field. He's not just there as someone who's been dumped because they don't want him in the outfield. He's actually very productive.
And that's 4 more valuable runs. 6 and a 4, and he's hungry for more. Well, Sawa, he's the man yesterday that lost his shades, and he's saying, I don't need me shades. Just give me a bat. That's all I need. I'm going to try and get us this victory. It seems unlikely, but I'm not going to give up. I'm going to keep trying.
Close enough if they're good enough, Rico. 46 required, 16 balls. It's not tight yet, but another couple of boundaries in this over. We know what Malmahus did yesterday.
Oh, this has been hit pretty hard, but Bahira takes an absolute sensational catch. Oh, this is spicy, this is classy, this is top draw. What a catch that is from Bahira. Absolutely sensational. He's another man that has had a terrific semi-final. This is hit pretty well. Just watch this catch. This is class. Absolute class.
Yeah, top drawer indeed, Rico, and hasn't he been a game changer in the field? In fact, the Malmahus fielding has been outstanding for the most part in this game. Bahira with his 3rd catch, and that's probably the best of them. Great grab just when Evergreen was showing some shoots of life. They're now 9 wickets down, and probably the last man who could have saved them, Sawa. He puts in a brave innings, goes for 21. Coming to the crease now, away, Naeem. Not a man that we've seen a huge amount of. We know he can bat. One of the promising young players in this country. There's big raps on him. but he's got a huge job here to do, and suspect Iraj Malhotra will breathe a sigh of relief. That was a big swing from Sawa across the line. Looked like he got a decent piece of it. If the breeze had been with him on another day, it might have crept over the boundary, but as it is, Behera takes a good catch.
Nice looking shot down the ground, but we'll only get the one. Yeah, I mean, the other thing, I mean, you just have a look at the fielders that Malmahus have out there. Behera has just taken 3 great catches. They also have Sandeep Malidi, who is sensational in the field as well. You have Ankit Gupta, who certainly by far has been the best wicket keeper. And they just, all round, they're just a really good team. They've got key players in all departments, and we know that in we often focus a lot on the batting discipline of the short format and also the bowling, but the fielding, I mean, the fielding is so important as well, and we certainly have seen that in this match. Look, take nothing away from Evergreen. Evergreen themselves took some good catches, but this Malmahus side, they are sensational in the field.
Yep, they've converted every opportunity that's been created by their bowling lineup, and that bowling lineup has been very, very good today. Look at the card, and they've still got Malidi as an option to come on and bowl the 9th, though it looks like it's... is this Ashish Rajput who might be coming on? He was very good with the ball yesterday.
Yeah.
Came in at a time when Seaside were motoring along and actually held things together in the middle overs. And it's probably a good call from Gupta. I think he'd love to give Rajput an over here just to have him ready to go in the final. Still got 40 runs to score in these last 2 overs, so barring a miracle, and we have seen miracles across the course of this tournament, they should have this one in the bag. Muhammad Qadir, he's a strong hitter to the leg side though, and he'll enjoy hitting with this breeze.
This one, ooh, wow, I was certain this was going to be called a wide. Let's have a look where this ends up. Okay, the umpire is believing that just stays in, so no wide called. And look at that, you can see Ankit Gupta just waiting for that foot of Qadir just to lift up, and he's going to whip those bails off like a whippet.
He's a nice addition to the bowling attack though, Rajput, isn't he? Unlike the rest of the bowlers, he actually does have a nice change of pace, just gets the ball to drop on a good length, and his location's really good.
Swinging and missing, just planting that foot across down the leg side and swinging wildly, and I think he carries on like this. You get a good ball on the pegs, he could find himself in a bit of trouble, and that'll be it. That'll be the end of the innings. Malmahus are 1 wicket away. This one will be a wide, and Gupta makes the stop.
A lot of chat in the field from Malmahus. They haven't lost their energy across the course of this 8.3 overs to date.
This one has been struck towards a man at long on. Comes in, does the fielding. This one Tara.
Look at the score that Evergreen's creeping up now too, Rico. And once again, you cannot overstate how important that flashing last pair of overs were from Malmahus, just taking the target to one that was going to be an easy chase for a team with the class batters at the top, that is the case for Evergreen, into one in which they really had to press to begin with, and that's ultimately why they lost wickets in the opening stages.
Yeah, you're 100% right and spot on. And, Pat Mike making a nice stop there. This one goes straight through. End of the over. So we will go into the last, and certainly, well, we say it all happens in the 9th. Not too much happened in that 9th. It was very much tiki-taka, just 3 runs. Rajput gets a good first over for him. The score goes up to 79 for 9.
Rico, we talked at the start of this innings that it was going to have to be a time in which the Malmöhus bowling lineup stepped up and really won a game for Malmö. Certainly, obviously, Nord's big hitting along with Malhotra towards the end of their batting innings gave them enough to work with. But this has been the best performance from their bowling lineup against a very, very powerful and consistent evergreen top order. And they've bowled very well as a unit. I think Gupta's field placings and his bowling changes have been excellent for the most part. It's been a really impressive display, and I think this will give them a lot of confidence going into the final.
Malhotra is in the air. He can finish it all off here. He does. And there you have it. That is the wicket that sends Malmöhus into the final. And it's been a terrific performance from them. They've held their nerve with the bat. And they did everything right in the field. No mistakes at all, no blips. And it is 79 all out for Evergreen. And Malmöhus are there. They will be playing in the final later today. They've got plenty of time to prepare themselves for that final. Evergreen, they've got to prepare themselves for the third place playoff, the bronze final. And they are a very, very happy bunch of lads indeed.
Yeah, they certainly are. And look at them. They come together as a group, getting round for a special hug to Sharon Nord. He was instrumental in getting them through this semi-final. Just an outstanding individual effort from him, in particular with the bat, but also getting the key wicket of Nawaz earlier in the game. He can be incredibly satisfied with his performance, as can this entire Malmöhus side. There was plenty of chat on YouTube, plenty of chat around the ground. And people expected Evergreen would roll through this semi-final before hitting the grand final, but Malmöhus has shown there is plenty of substance to this team, and ultimately the depth of their batting lineup and the depth of their bowling and their quality fielding, it was just too much for Evergreen.
Yeah, it was too much. It started badly for Evergreen. 4 on the board from the captain, and then he smashes one to Bahira. Bahira took 3 catches, and you can see Anik Gupta, he is pumped to see the back of the captain. Well, if he was pumped to see the back of the captain, he knew he had to see the back of the big man, Umar Nawaz. He was the one that could do damage for you. This one goes up a long, long way in the air. Bahira takes his second catch, and that one was big. That one was massive, because that was the key man. And it was time for him to go. He's entertained us though. Umar Nawaz, 366 runs scored, 102. He's the only Centurion in this series. Only the third man on ECN to score 100 this year. But we will see no more of him. Somebody else is going to be the star with the bat. But the stars out there at the moment were Malmöhus, and it was all about their catching, and they did it so well. And that's another man, Sandeep Malidi, who is absolutely awesome out there in the field. And him and Bahira are out there, and Anik Gupta, their captain, wicket keeper, and the line the bowlers were bowling. Didn't try to do anything special, did the basics, but did it well.
Did it really well. Really good team performance from them in the field, as we've said a few times. Their catching was excellent. There was a run out. And just at a moment when, if that middle order had have managed to punch a few boundaries, it would have brought some hope to the Evergreen side. But poor running from Mohammad Asif. He was very good with the ball earlier today, but ultimately too much being asked of him with the bat. And despite a few boundaries in the lower order, they certainly kept fighting. They weren't going to give up this semi-final without a good crack. And ultimately, though, it was just too difficult a task, and the outfielding from Malmöhus, catching of Malhotra and Bahira in particular, it was an outstanding performance.
Yeah, it wasn't so outstanding from this man, the crazy frog. He was gone, Kiani, for a first baller. It was the day that he will want to forget pretty quickly, but he does get another chance. He gets an opportunity to perform in the bronze final, and they wait and see who that battle will be against. But everything going right there, and I like it when you call that one the battle of the little men.
Yeah, very true. Bahira versus Kiani. Been waiting for that contest for a couple of weeks, but it only lasted one ball, with Kiani being shot out with the LBW decision. There was a bat change later on, but unfortunately it didn't change the fortunes of Evergreen Cricket Club. Lower order thrashed about, got a few to the boundary, but ultimately it was just too much to ask, and even Adam Sarden from mid-wicket, got in on the fantasy fielding points with a run-out. Fantastic bit of work from him. And Malmahus can be very, very proud of how they've played in this semi-final. As we've said before, they have faced adversity. They have stared elimination in the face across this tournament on multiple occasions, and they keep on delivering when the pressure is on.
Yeah, they certainly do. Look, there was some big efforts there from Harris Idris. He was run out there, you saw brilliantly by Adam Sarton. Then also Sarwar there made a good contribution. But when your key top order batters, Ali and Nawaz and also Aslam, don't perform, you're always going to be up against it. They did pretty well, I think, under those circumstances to get to the 79. But they're not going to be in the final. They will be in the bronze final. Their name goes down in the bronze final. But the name of Malmahus, a team that have been on fire, well, their reassurance continues. They are in that final later on today.
Outstanding performance from them. And for a team that lost their first 3 games of this tournament, they have gone on some winning run now. Wonderful work. And this will be a cracker. A very different game coming up here, Rico. These two teams are somewhat more rogue in their approach to T10. They've got batters who like to thrash around. They've both got some pace in their bowling attack, and they've both got some unpredictable characters in their teams. This is going to be a cracking clash. Ariana, the #1 qualifier from Group B it was, wasn't it? Just trying to remember back. There's just been so much cricket played during the last 2 weeks. And Jönköping, who we welcomed back from Group A, they were the #2 qualifier and took down Lomma yesterday with a very comprehensive and professional display. I think they'll be in particular very happy with how Zabiullah Zadran bowled, and if he can shoot out a couple of the top order from the Ariana Cricket Club, then watch out. They may rampage through this game. Rico, have a look at the batting card for Evergreen. It's a sorry one for a team that's been so good in this event.
Yeah, and as I said, so just to repeat again, Ali, the captain, not performing. Nawaz, he also went for 4. Aslam played some nice shots, but then he hoiked out, and a good catch taken by Sandeep Malidi, and then really only contributions from Idris and late on there from Sarwar, but nobody really able to contribute. It's a sad-looking scorecard for a team that we know are so powerful with the bat. I'm pretty sure, though, that we haven't seen the last of some of those big hitters. I'm sure that they'll be wanting to end with a flurry when they play in that bronze final. The bowling here, though, I mean, what can you say? It was all splendid. And interesting enough, we didn't see Kadir. It was an option that the captain, Gupta, had, but decided not to. Went with the seamers. They all produced 2 wickets for Sarton, Nord and Bahira. They all bowl really well. And Dhiraj Malhotra, he was expensive in his first over, but he still finishes up with 2 wickets.
Yeah, and once again, the man of the moment, Sharon Nord. He hit 30 off 9 balls, the back end of the Malmahus innings, and then took 2 for 14. Wonderful, almost certain man of the match performance from him as Malmahus take down Evergreen in the first semi-final by 36 runs. So we will be back with the second semi-final from here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. The ECS Landskrona brought to you by FanCode in approximately 10 minutes time. It's the big clash between Ariana Cricket Club up against Jönköping. There will be plenty of big hits, plenty of fireworks, plenty of pace bowling. Please come back and join myself, Andrew Ryan, and Rico Fall on the European Cricket Network for all of the action.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the European Cricket Network. It is time for the second semi-final here for ECS Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode. It is the #1 qualifier from Group B, Ariana Cricket Club up against Jönköping, who have been the powerhouses from Group A. We'll hand over to Sir Rob Kemming for the toss with the captains.
Head. Heads is called. It is heads. We will bat first. Okay.
So Jönköping have won the toss and they've elected to bat as we see conditions start to improve slightly here at the Landskrona ground. So probably an easier time for the batters than it might have been for the first game. Jönköping, they are starting to look really, really good. They took on the dangerous Lomma side with Najun Hack at the top of the order yesterday, and they managed to take wickets against that top order consistently enough to close out a really, really solid win. Zabiullah Zadran, the paceman, he looked like he was back to his fiery best yesterday, and they've also been helped by the inclusion of Riaz Khan, who will be likely opening for them today, and he'll be ably supported in the middle order by Nasir Bacha, who has shown some real class with the bat in this tournament. As far as things go for Ariana Cricket Club, they squeezed through yesterday by the barest of margins by beating the Helsingborg Stars with only 1 wicket left in the hatch, despite chasing a meagre total. That will have knocked their confidence somewhat, and they need their senior players like Bashir Ahmed and Nusratullah Sultan to really regather the troops and get them firing for today. In fact, it's going to be that man Sultan with the bat. If he fires and can be there for 4 or 5 overs, then Jönköping is going to have a very, very difficult time of it. He's been ably supported by the likes of Kadir Sadat at the top of the order, but at the end of the day, if Sultan fires, then Ariana Cricket Club will have the level of confidence that they can take this game. Huge, huge second clash coming up to find out who our other finalist is. I'll hand back to Rico Full in the central commentary position.
Thank you very much to Andrew Ryan there, giving us a good in-depth, some good information about the two teams there. And it's certainly going to be a very good clash as we roll back in to the magnificent blue pitch here at Landskrona. What a lovely setting it is. Certainly we'll miss this. But, remind you that after finals day here today, we will be back on Monday in Stockholm. And Vinny Sandu will join me back there, and I'll be sadly saying, well, goodbye for a while to Rhino, but we will no doubt be together again somewhere pretty soon as we have a look at the fantasy dashboard for these two teams, Ariana. And are we going to see the best of Sultan here this time? Also, they will be hoping that one or two of the other batters perform well. Could this be the day for the left-hander to go big because of the conditions? And with Jönköping, well, it's all about Ibrahim Kul. Can he find his touch? Zadran is another one. He bowled beautifully yesterday. Can he go big with the bat as well? And it's nice to see there Baba Patel as well with the ball. And Riaz Khan, I think he is the big inclusion. Hasn't played many of their matches, but he's still right up there as one of the top run scorers, 158 he has scored. And, he is a very classy player. And then Nasir Bacha as well. He's one that can go big. This is what we're expecting. So the bat versus ball wall is expecting this to be another low scoring match. And 81 to 88 in favour of Ariana. Ariana average runs for them at the moment 104 as opposed to Jönköping 107. The runs against 68 Ariana. Remember, that is all to do with the way that they've been in their bowling the last 2 occasions, bowling out teams cheaply. Saw that even yesterday, where they were able to bowl or contain the Stars to 62 for 8, but their batting wasn't at their best the day before. Ariana, they skittled out United for 69 and 22. So that's why you see a big difference in the runs against column. Jönköping, as we heard from Rhino, they're going to be doing the batting first and looking to pile on the runs and put the pressure on some of the big hitters off the Ariana side. Some names missing in that Ariana side. That will be a concern, I think, for the captain, Bashir Ahmed. 1 or 2 well, one man has been pretty key for them, Latif Mohammed, with bat and with ball. He's not available for this match, so I think that just puts extra pressure on Nurullah Sultan. I think not only will he have to score well with the bat, but also he's probably going to have to do a fair bit of bowling. You'll see fielders moving around in the field as we get ready for proceedings to begin in semi-final number 2. And the umpires for this one, Rafi Ahmed, he is at the bowler's end, and Sagar Hanif at square leg as we get ready to go. The first ball will be bowled by Hamid Arabzai, and it's a good one. It's right up there in the block hole, and the batter sent back as the throw comes flying into Kadir Sadat. And he's been a man that's got better and better in the Haryana squad. Certainly has made some very exciting knocks. Talk about knocks. I think this one rolls and knocks the batter on the head while he's lying down. No, it's an early morning wake-up call. Riaz Khan gets this one wide off the outstretched bowler. This time is the bowler's turn to be flat out on his front. Arabzai. Single. So they're off the mark. Up and running. Now, left-hander. Sami Ibrahim Kure, he's a big hit of the ball. Conditions at the moment, with the way the wind is blowing, you heard us talk about this in the first match, certainly will suit the left-hander. If he starts to time the ball well, it will sail over that leg side boundary. And this one, it's good delivery. It's right up in the block. They'll take the single. Here comes the throw. Sort of goes in the 45 area off the field down to the fine leg. Nice start so far from Arabzai. Oh, that's a gunny ball. And it's a full toss. That was right at the head of the batter. And Riaz Khan has to take massive evasive action here. And this one was lethal. And not only does it, well, fortunately evades the batter, the keeper, Kadir Sadat, could do nothing about it. Goes all the way to the boundary. So free hit coming up. That one, well, unfortunately for the wicketkeeper, will go down as 1 no ball and 4 byes. Free hit, it goes up in the air. The wicket won't count. The batters, they run 1 and keep it to 1. And somebody forgets that it is a free hit. There were some celebrations. I don't know who the guilty person was, but at least the fielder that takes the catch, he realises that it's a free hit. Just a single will go onto the board. And Arabzai gets away with it. Sami hits this well, and it will be 4 runs. This is a good shot from Ibrahim Kure, and plays it beautifully out on the offside, and it goes all the way to the boundary. Salarisa, 4 runs. Shaba just trying to encourage Arabzai to finish this over well. It started well, and then got that no ball that came out of nowhere. Got lucky with the free hit, and that followed that nasty full toss. But that one goes to the boundary. Gets a fair bit of bat onto this. They'll take 1. Sultan does the fielding. End of the over. So considering that it had a few extras in it, I suppose it doesn't end up so bad. 13 on the board as we have a look at these two teams, and the comparisons are very, very similar. And that's why I think when we saw the bat versus ball wall, it had them very close to each other. Just a few runs in it. The highs of 24 compared to 21. Ariana on top there, but in terms of the average run scored in the first over, Jönköping are on top 13-10, which is quite surprising because both teams have top batters early on. And we see this one is, well, right on cue, 13, so they've equalled that. Rico Full here on finals day for the European Cricket Network here in Landskrona. And coming into the Ice Cube is my good friend and, well, the smooth operator, as I like to call him, and looking very smooth today as well, may I say, Andrew Ryan.
Thank you very much, Rico Full. Coming in hard and fast to the commentary box, just like this man, Abs Khan, who's taking the second over. Good ball just outside off stump. Ibrahim Kill dabs the bat down. Lucky to not get an inside edge. It's a pretty good start for Jönköping. They didn't have to do a huge amount with the bat in that over. Largely helped along by the no ball that went for the boundary as well. Awful ball in the middle over from Arab's eyes. Otherwise a quite reasonable set of deliveries. But Abs Khan and Zabiul Zadran, the two pacemen from these two teams, feel like they're starting to really get in their stride and get some pace down the wicket as we see Khan just drop a little bit short, but over the top of Riaz Khan's bat. Keep in mind, he hasn't had a hit on this ground for a week, was in very, very good form in Group A. Didn't play yesterday in the quarterfinal. Steps away, swings it to the leg side, but Sultan strolling around from his position at mid-on. Just keeps it to a 1. Interesting early stages here, Rico.
Yeah, it is, and clever bowling I noticed there from Khan. He's seen that, you see that Riaz Khan, the batter, is trying to give himself some room, and he's just following him, keeping the ball sort of into his body, not giving him the space to play the shots.
Short ball, smartly played by Ibrahim Kill. Opens the face of the bat, nibbles it down, wide of third man. That's a boundary, and tell you what, that's some clever play, which we haven't seen him roll that shot out during the course of the tournament so far, generally trying to swing hard to mid-wicket or the covers. That's exceptional batting.
That's a delightful shot, really. A man that is known for his power. He shows us the delicate side of his batting as well. Just beautifully guided. An excellent effort from the fielder to try and stop it. But the pace on that ball, it just raced away.
This is a huge battle, this one. If Abs Khan can extract the wicket of Ibrahim Kill early on, that would be a big, big win for Ariana, one of the main power hitters. Jönköping gone. Bad length ball and good discipline from Ibrahim Kill. Feels like maybe the skipper's had a word to him and just said, you're too important to be getting out in the first 2 overs.
Yeah, he just allows this one to go, doesn't even offer a shot. You can see Ibrahim Kill is, as that goes by, he's talking to himself in his head and just saying, okay, this is what I need to do.
It's intelligent stuff for him. I suspect he's also looking at this Ariana team who don't have Atif Muhammad in their squad today, so they're down one of their usual bowlers and thinking there's easier targets to go after than Abs Khan. In saying that, swings hard and that flies over the offside. The umpire's arms go up. He uses the pace of Abs Khan, and what was a pretty good over ends up going for 12 in the end. Good batting from Sami Ibrahim Kill, picking his spots, and Jönköping, they're 25 for none after 2.
Yeah, well, wind or no wind blowing from that direction, this was hit firmly and hit hard. And that man, he loves to give those signals, doesn't he? Our umpire, Sagar Hanif, says that's 6. And, well, this is the schedule. And it's going to be a sad day today. We're going to have to say goodbye to this lovely picturesque setting in Landskrona and say thank you to all the lovely friends that we've made here. But we stay in Sweden as we have 2 weeks in Stockholm.
Yeah, that'll be something to look forward to, Rico. It's a beautiful part of the world up there, the Swedish capital further north. We're down here in the south of the country this week. The windy surrounds of Landskrona and Helsingborg where the team's staying, but Stockholm still probably a little bit chilly at this time of the year, but they'll be starting to think about summer holidays up in that part of the world. It's a glorious, glorious city
Yeah.
There should be some very good cricket coming from there next week.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, the next two places we go to, Czech Republic and Hungary, well, those two are doing battle at the moment in Malta in that Valletta Cup. And I can give you a quick update. In Hungary, they made 169 for 7. The Czech Republic, at around the halfway mark, was 79 for 2. So that's going to be an interesting conclusion. And of course, you saw Vienna is on there as well. This one is a dot ball. And then we got that long summer, the Italian summer. And that's going to come to a conclusion with the Super Series, where we know which team from Italy will be joining us when we go to Cardiff again for the European Cricket League later on in the year.
Zaman Zazai taking up the attack. Comes in wide of the crease, likes to spear it into the right-handers. Khan, as he's done pretty consistently throughout this tournament, just giving himself as much room as possible outside the leg stump. Doesn't it have a clue where that's ended up, but Ibrahim Kill quick on the button to take the single. Sadat showing his flexibility.
His flexibility and his frustration as well, that nobody's backing up on the bowling side, and he sort of bangs the ball back into the ground to bounce it back up to the bowler.
It's a really interesting battle, this one today, Rico. If anything, I feel like Jönköping's probably got the greater depth in their batting lineup. If these two openers can get through the first 4 or so, have them on a score of 45 or thereabouts, they've got plenty of hitting to come to take advantage of the final 6 overs. Ariana Cricket Club would be really desperate to see the back, particularly of Ibrahim Kill. No, the longer that he's there, the quicker he will score. And he's hitting with the wind on that leg side. Good ball from Zazai, but Ibrahim Kill is in the zone today, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is. I think you're absolutely right. He seems, it's almost like he's somebody's sort of been in his ear and been talking to him hard about the way he needs to approach his game and approach his semi-final. Certainly seems to be more focused. He's not just swinging aimlessly. He's showing us some of the talent that he has.
Good ball again. Can't consistently getting these feet outside the leg stump. Zazai is doing precisely what he should to a batter taking his weight to leg side. He's spearing it in and just landing it between the leg stump and the batter. It's good bowling from the young man. An up and down day yesterday in the quarterfinal. Ariana just squeaking through against the Helsingborg Stars. Short ball, Khan finally gets out of the way of a ball on the leg side. One hand on the bat, doesn't matter, takes it through for a boundary.
Yeah, not a good delivery this at all. And I think it's because he sees Khan coming down the wicket, he's tempted to try the shorter delivery, but it's ill-directed. It's down the leg side, and Khan with one hand off the bat, just taking it to the boundary. That'll give him a bit of confidence. Picks up a boundary now, and that's 7 to him off 10 deliveries that he's faced.
Wide, Khan fillets outside off stump, misses. It's pretty good over though. At the end of it, Zazai only 5 runs off it, defending the final over at the power play. Jönköping 31 for none. Probably honours even at the moment in the power play. That's a little bit down on Jönköping's average power play, but certainly the fact that they haven't lost a wicket will be helpful, and it'll be a little bit easier bowling to come in the middle overs. Rico, this one's evenly poised at the moment.
Very much so. And I think what we've seen already from the statistics, and the after 1 over and the power play, I think you're expecting it to be, I think the key one to look at there is the average scores, 39 to 37 in the power play. So both these teams are going to be neck and neck, I think, all the way through here. It's probably a match that could be decided by a moment of brilliance, perhaps in the field, or a sort of a performance like Nord put in, perhaps for Mamahus, an all-round performance with bat, ball, and in the field. That could make the difference between these two teams. Who that person will be, we'll have to wait and see. The man with the bat at the moment, the left-hander, Sami Ibrahim Kul, could be him.
Big deck off the pitch from Yusuf Sahak. He's been introduced to the bowling attack much earlier than he has been throughout this tournament. Generally been seen as a late overs specialist, but the skipper, Bashir Ahmed, has turned to him early. He knows his location is good. He's not going to give Brahimkil, 3 hits over to mid-wicket.
Sahak, wasn't he key for Ariana yesterday? I mean, he bowled pretty well, but it was his confidence when he went out there with the bat. I mean, he were 9 wickets down when he went out. Gets hit in the air, gets mistimed, and get the single. But he backed himself, didn't he? He stayed cool, and he was able to get the winning runs for his team in what was a crazy quarter-final one yesterday.
Yeah, completely. It was an extraordinary game, Rico. Ariano qualified first from Group B, taking on the 4th qualifier from Group A, the Helsingborg Stars. They skittled them with the ball, but somehow managed to struggle with the chase, and it ended up coming down to the final wicket. And Sahak was the hero, driving a straight ball past Sachin Shetty for the winning runs. That one is straight, and that one is launched over mid-wicket. Riaz Khan finally cracks the middle of the bat for a much-needed Maximo. Lovely strike.
Yeah, this is quite an astonishing shot, because once again the ball is angled into his body. That seems to maybe be the approach that Ariana are taking, but somehow he gets himself into position here, and he almost, well, there's hardly any bat swing at all. It's pure timing. What a delightful shot that was.
Yeah, hitting against the wind too. It's a nice stroke, although the wind's just died down a bit compared to game 1. Sahak puts it outside off stump. Big appeal. The umpire's finger goes up. I didn't hear anything, although it's difficult from our position in the commentary box, but Riaz Khan on his way. Certainly it was a confident appeal coming from both Sahak and the wicket keeper. See this one on replay. Big swing across the line. If it was a touch, it would have been an absolute feather, but it is. Riaz Khan is on his way back to the pavilion. Jönköping lose their first wicket, 38 for 1 after 3.4 overs.
Yeah, well, it's unlucky 13 for Riaz Khan. We just saw him play an absolute superb shot for 6, but that'll be his lot. He goes for 13 off his 13th delivery as well, and disappointment for him just when he starts to get going, and caught behind. Good catch by Sadat, and it must have been the faintest of touches, certainly not something that we heard. Riaz Khan, he waited, but once the decision was given, he was off.
Ultimately, it's been a good call to bring Sahak into the attack for the 4th over. Nasir Butcher on strike. Just drifts onto leg stump, and Butcher gets himself away with a single shot. The stumps, he was pedestrian coming through. They might have a look at this. I think he was clearly in. But we'll see it on replay. Butcher just taking his time with the run. Probably wasn't expecting a throw to come in. Panicked at the last moment. Just gets his bat down. Can't be casual when you've got fielders of the quality of the Ariana group in that infield, and they are not afraid to have a crack at the stumps. Sahak with 1 ball to go in this over. It's been a pretty good one. 8 off it so far. Final ball, Ibrahimkil. Hasn't had a huge amount of strike in recent times. For 1. Jönköping need to get moving. Probably targeting a score of maybe 110 or 115. Drops on the leg side. Ibrahimkil tries to swing it to his favoured mid-wicket area. Gets nothing but a top edge, but it's a good result in the scorebook. A 4 to finish the over. A bit unlucky for Sahak. He goes for 12, and Jönköping 43 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, he gets a bit lucky with that one. And one thing we've noticed, I mean, we've seen that the last ball off a spell has always resulted in a boundary. That's one thing that would be disappointing for the captain, Bashir Ahmed, to see. They do well, the bowlers, and then you see that boundary come about. Having a look at what's happening there at Sunny Malta in the Czech Republic. They look like they're on course to chase this target down. 29 runs needed in 24 deliveries. And Ashokam is out there at the moment. It was nice to see that my good friend, Ramesh Srinivasan, batted well yesterday. He scored some runs for the Czech Republic. Also, Taranjeet Singh. You know, that's the other thing that I was thinking about yesterday. So many players that we've seen on our travels, going to Romania, going to Bulgaria, and we're seeing them out there playing international T20 20Is. I know it's 20 overs, not T10, and scoring runs. And certainly yesterday was a good example of that. I mean, as I mentioned, Taranjeet, as this one is played nicely off the hips. It's been called a no ball as well because of height. So this is a great start to the over for Jönköping. Not a good delivery. It's too high. It's called early. I mean, it does come a long way down the track. But looking at that again, well, I think that's a tough call. You've got to make those calls based on the batter inside the crease. I think he may have got a bit lucky here. It's going to be a free hit, though, nonetheless.
I'll tell you who's unlucky, Nurullah Mohammed. First stint at the bowling crease in the tournament. He gets a full ball outside off stump as Butcher tries to give himself room, but first ball, a full toss, getting dispatched to the boundary. He's got two informed batters at the crease. Butcher played very nicely yesterday, shown himself as a class striker of the ball throughout this event, and Ibrahim killed going nicely, 23 off 11. Drops onto off stump in the hitting zone, but just swung across. Butcher probing for the second. A little bit untidy in the field so far today, Ariana. A throw coming in from Ariane Saweri out on the square leg boundary.
Yeah, just to finish on what I was saying. So, yeah, good to see the players that we've seen playing T10 cricket. The likes of Louis Bruce yesterday, Avinash Pai, and also Taranjeet Singh, Ramesh Srinivasan, all performing well for their countries as well, playing T20I cricket. So well done to you guys.
Short, wide. Ibrahim Kill doesn't take advantage. Certainly is the case, Rico. There's been some great discoveries of talent through the ECS, and I think those players playing the T10 format of the game has helped them immensely in terms of scoring rates and defensive bowling for the T20 format as well. So Mohammed, after that tough start, been a good last couple of balls. Wide, Ibrahim Kill. Can't make contact.
Yeah, I mean, this is a call I'm going to make. I'm looking at the bowling of Nurullah Mohammed. We haven't seen him for a couple of matches. He is a wicket taker. Wicket keeper, I don't know why he's standing back there. You can see the batters are trying to come down the pitch to him. They're coming out the crease. He's got to be standing up for me. Kadir Sadat. Up in the air, opportunity. The Sultan makes no mistakes whatsoever. He gets the wicket, and it's been a welcome return for Nurullah Mohammed. Well, Zadran says to the Sultan, hey, my legs are getting tired. You've taken the catch. Take me back to the celebrations, will you? And the Sultan obliges, goes with a big shot, doesn't get it. Is this a win, keeping this ball in? I don't know. Does it clearly? The Sultan, no mistakes from him. And, well, here we go. He says, just take me where I want to go, will you? Well, Sultan, not only is he a cricketer, he's a pretty good Uber call as well. And a wicket goes down. That's the wicket they needed. They needed that breakthrough and they get it. Ibrahim Kill, he's been patient, it has to be said. He's had a bit of luck, but it ends there. 23 of 12 deliveries.
He'd be disappointed, Ibrahim Kill. Full toss, which he hasn't dispatched. Probably wanted to go square. It just caught it a little bit straight. Nice grab from the Sultan, who carries this side both spiritually, metaphorically, and literally physically now, given that Zadran's getting the horsey ride back into the celebrations, but they're a big set of shoulders. Not a bad one to put your team onto. And speaking of a big set of shoulders, I think this is Zabiul Zadran, who's come to maybe Sadek. We'll see. We'll wait for the team to put the data up. But Nurullah, almost a return catch. Hard to see how well that ball came off the bat, but wasn't brilliantly struck and only just crept over his head.
Oh, this is agonising for Nurullah Mohammed. It just slips there as well, but he does recover enough. And that's a nice shot there. You see the bowler jumping up and the wicketkeeper, Kadir Sadat, also just trying to help him get even higher. Another dot ball.
I'll tell you what, Rico, after an awful start to that over of bowling a full toss no ball and then getting smacked to the boundary, Nurullah Mohammed's ended up with an over of 1 for 8. Jönköping, 51 for 2. Felt like they were getting some momentum after the first ball of that over, but Narula's come back very well. Nasser Bacha, he's there 6 off 5. We know he can accelerate late in his innings. We also know there's plenty of batting left to come in this Jönköping team. Tanvir, Zadran, guys who can hit the ball very hard. So they've set themselves a reasonable platform, but may have just expected to be closer to 60 odd at the moment, given the start they had.
Yeah, I mean, if they carry on at this rate, they'll get to the 100. They've still got plenty of wickets in hand. And you mentioned some key players there that are big hitters off the ball. So they'll be hoping that maybe the next sort of 18 balls or so just keep going at the rate they are and then have enough wickets in hand to have a big push towards the end and maybe get to that again, sort of similar score to that first match, sort of around the 115, 120.
Ball from Ayubi, just pin Sark to the back of the crease, just one. He plays gently out to the offside. Delicately poised contest.
Yeah, I tell you what, delicately poised. It's also a day for you because I know that you've got a bit of a sweet tooth. National Buttermilk Biscuit Day.
Have you, what's that one?
No, I haven't got any. But look, yeah,
why raise that,
what
Rico?
could be better than this lovely flaky buttermilk biscuit, which is normally served with jam, honey and maple syrup? Oh, wouldn't that be absolutely lovely now?
Why raise that if you're not going to come through with the biscuits?
Well, I tell you
themselves?
what, okay, you know, I can't come through with the biscuit, but I can come through with this. It is also National Dance Like a Chicken Day, so I'll do that one for you. Come on, we'll do Dance Like a Chicken.
Wait, did you see the way the elbows have touched there? See the way the elbows have touched there, Rico?
The elbows touched. Well, there you go. Dance like a chicken. So, well, I've done the old dance like a chicken now and again, but I can't. I can help you with that, but not with the buttermilk biscuits, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a shame. Good to see you've executed with the chicken dance, though. As men who should be dancing after the start of this over. Players Ayubi, it's been a good one so far. Keeps things tight in the middle overs. He's a really industrious cricketer. Good ball outside off stump. You could hear the chat from Ariana. Someone calling out excellent ball as soon as that one went past the stumps. It's been a cracking over from Baz Ayubi. Sark stepping aside, almost throws himself off balance. Outside off stump, cracked over the offside. Sark finally gets one off the middle of the bat. Much needed boundary from Jönköping at the end of an excellent over from Baz Ayubi. They reach 57 for 2, 6 overs in.
Yeah, he's a big man, isn't he? And if he hits it, it stays hit. Once again, a boundary at the end of the over, and that's a frustrating thing probably for the captain. Bashir Ahmed, but let's talk a little bit about Bashir Ahmed as we have a quick look at that win probability. It's pretty even Stevens, really. I mean, Jönköping earlier on at the power play stage were well on top, but now that win probability has evened itself out. Yeah, I mean, Bashir Ahmed leads his team so well. He's always talking to his bowlers, to his fielders. He's always encouraging. I think he's certainly one of the better captains that I've seen in these European cricket series. He's always in there. He's always motivating his players, and they respect him, and that's really important. They play as a team.
Josiah coming off for his second, spears it in. The stumps nicely struck, beautifully timed, in fact. That is a wonderful stroke. Great effort from Ayubi and the Sultan out there on the leg side, but lovely timing to what was a pretty good ball, but Butcher's just leant on it and found the gap. Great batting. I'll tell you what, Rico, you talk about Bashir Ahmed's captaincy. They have been using quite a bit of time in between these overs. Slight concern about the time for this innings to date. They won't want to be wasting time with wides and no balls in the coming overs.
No, they certainly won't, and unless they pick up some quick wickets as well, that will go against them. Sometimes you pick up, once you get to the 5 wicket mark, you get some time added on. But yeah, they have been a little bit slow.
Outside off stump, flying blade, should have been a catch from Nurullah Muhammad. He can't complete it. Recovers okay, gets a throw fired in, but geez, I would have loved to see the back of Butcher.
Yeah, this was a good opportunity to get out a aggressive batter, and he gets both hands to it, tries to do it crocodile style, but Crocodile Dundee lets him down. It will be just a couple of runs.
A little bit shorter, Sark. He's trying to swing hard, but hasn't seen much time at the batting crease in this tournament. I just feel like he's really up against it. Right-hander hitting into the mid-wicket area. The breeze is pushing in. Got to make contact, otherwise they might be better. Getting him to sacrifice himself. Getting in Zadran or Tanvir.
Yeah.
Another big swing across the line. Excellent line from Zazai. Comes in wide of the crease and mixes it up between spearing leg stump Yorkers and those ones that kick off the pitch from outside off.
Yeah, he's the one who sort of does skid the ball through. He comes very wide as well. Gets the ball in the right areas.
Bad ball though down the leg side. Just lost his action a touch. Siddharth shakes his head. He's not pleased with that bowling. Zazai just had the chance to tighten the screws here. It's been a good over from him, but he's second wide of the over. Just keeping the door open here for Jönköping. Another short ball. Very high off the bat, but it's safely taken down there at fine leg. Yusuf Sahak, he's having a good game so far. And the third wicket goes down for Jönköping. Sark back to the pavilion. Rico, I don't think that's a bad result for Jönköping.
No, it's a good catch taken there by Sark. I think this is okay. I mean, they've got options. You can go with Zadran to come in here, or even Tanvir. Both can hit the ball pretty well, and that's a good catch. Good bit of bowling as well. He knows that the batter's looking to hit the ball straight. He wants something that he can drive, and just bangs it in. Now, this is a surprise. This is not who I thought would come in here. They've gone for Faisal Azim. And certainly, I think when you look at who else is in that team, maybe Zebabullah Zadran or perhaps even Tanvir could have been an option. Both have hit the ball big, but they're going for the experience of this man. And, well, I know he's going to play a big part with the ball, Faisal Azim. Now he's got a part to play with the bat.
Yeah, but very accomplished cricketer, Faisal Azim. As you say, he'll be an important part of the bowling attack. His left arm swingers up the top, but he's got a job to do with the willow now. 3 wickets down. Last ball of Zazai's over. It's been a pretty good one so far. Oh, he swings hard. Doesn't time it. Hits it straight down the ground, and the Sultan will come and clean up. Jönköping 65 for 3 after 7 overs, and last 3 single-figure overs, Rico. That's not good enough at this stage of the game.
No, it's not, and better also from the bowlers, not giving away any boundaries there towards the end. And this is the schedule so far. We've had semi-final 1, and we know that Mamahus are going to be in the final. Evergreen, unfortunately, came second best in that one. They wait to see who they play in the bronze final. So, well, it's a case of one of these two teams will either make it into the final if they can win this match, or they will be playing Evergreen in the bronze final. I know where they'd rather be. Evenly poised at the moment. It's sort of at that point where it could end up being 95 to 100, or with some good lusty blows, it could be a 120, 130 up in the air. Sultan shortly will take an absolute fantastic catch. That is awesome. Absolutely brilliant. And, well, Nusratullah Sultan takes a great catch, and this time he's not offering any rides back to the bowler. What a good catch it is.
Super fielding. It's a gigantic set of hands he has. So it's into the hitting zone of Faisal. He actually struck it nicely down the ground, probably just hindered by the breeze coming back in, and Sultan has read it brilliantly. Look at Zadran giving him as much space as possible. There's a big crater where that huge frame has ended up in the Landskrona turf. An excellent grab, and it's been a fantastic last 3 overs for the Ariana club. Mahaba went for 8, Ayubi for 6, Azai for 8, and now they've picked up another wicket. Jönköping 4 down, and finally we see Zadran come to the crease. I think it probably should have been a couple of overs earlier, but good news for Jönköping. They've still got Batcher there. We know that he's very capable of accelerating in the later overs. So long as he's there, they should still be aiming for a total around 95 for 100, but they've got to get him on strike.
Yeah, they need to get him on strike. But the good thing is these two also will run very well. Zadran is very quick, as is Butcher. So opportunity to get the acceleration in.
Zadran doesn't waste any time. Hits with the wind over that offside. He is reinvigorated, this man. What a strike first ball.
Yeah, lovely hit. Look, he's going for the right part of the ground. We saw one from the unfortunate Faisal Azim get caught up in the wind, hitting this part of the ground. Over there is going to accelerate, and that is a Bizaway Super 6. What a start from Zadran.
Throwing the gauntlet down to Baz Ayubi. Decided to charge at him, mix up his length. Ayubi's responded with the short one. Gets pumped. Pressure back on the bowler. Wicket first ball, 6 second ball. It's a nice delivery from Ayubi, but he's cracked that to the cover boundary for a second 4. Whatever Zadran had for breakfast this morning, give me some of that. He's absolutely obliterated this cut shot.
Oh, that's a great shot. And that was the old classic front foot forward, bring it back just to sort of play that game with the bowler and then crush it through the offside. Fantastic shot. And he just stands there and says, come on, give me another. And I'll tell you, we're going to put this one. Well, he's having a good look around where he wants to put it. I think he quite likes the offside at the moment. He's getting value for his shots.
Didn't think it was a bad bit of bowling from Ayubi. Ayubi goes length. Good reply from him. It's been a pretty good over for one that's been cracked for a 6 and a 4 off the last couple of balls. But you're right, Rico. Zadran does like accessing that offside. He's not a big slogger over mid-wicket like a lot of the middle order players in this tournament. Maybe Ayubi should be spearing in the leg stump Yorker. That's what he goes for. Well bowled and slight inside edge, and they'll scamper through for the single. 1 ball left in this over for Butcher to try to create a boundary.
Yeah, that's a good ball from Ayubi. He does well, doesn't he? He's just been hit for 10 off 2 balls. Was Zadran, who's come in magnificent form, and then just gets the inside of his bat there and take a single. And Butcher will be hoping if he can get a boundary here and then finish on 80. And then have 12 balls to really pump up the volume, if you like. Here we go. Here comes Ayubi.
Beautiful strike down the ground, but he's found the Sultan again, and that's his second magnificent catch of this over. Comes striding in off the long on boundary. Butcher struck it well, but it's held up again in the wind, and that's a fantastic bit of fielding for Nusratullah Sultan. He gets Ayubi 2 wickets, the off-speed pill. Fantastic stuff from the inspirational big man.
Wow, that is absolutely brilliant. And the Sultan is saying, Bahira, who's Bahira? Well, if he can take 3 catches, I can take 3 as well. And the last 2 have been absolutely brilliant. So many times do we see us saying to talking about fielders and say, well, we think that was a catch. You've got to make it. You've got to go forward. You've got to get the dive in. And Sultan has done that on 2 occasions. Really good catch. Again, taking it low on the ground, but getting those big hands on that kookaroo ball before it goes to ground. Excellent bit of fielding. And what a difference it makes when you take your catches.
Certainly does, Rico. We saw in the first game between Melmahus and Evergreen the fact that Melmahus's outfielders took every opportunity that came to them. It seems to be largely the case for Ariana again today. A couple of big guns back in the hatch thanks to some excellent fielding, and none more so than that man, Nusratullah Sultan.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to say this, and may regret it, but I was talking about Evergreen and the way their innings ended, and I said that will affect them with the batting when they were in the field, and especially when it was Umar Nawaz who was the bowler and things were going wrong in that 8th and the 9th over. Fielding wasn't good, catches were going down, etc. And with 31 coming off that 9th over, that had them in the wrong frame of mind going out the bat. Well, the Sultan has just taken 3 catches. 2 have been brilliant. He's on a high. He's feeling good. I think he's going to be in a good mood when he goes out there to bat.
Yeah, he certainly will be. Abzar Khan coming on to bowl this over. It's 9th of the innings. speared in. Great delivery, and I think his line is going to trouble Zadran because he too comes in wide of the crease, bowls a little bit short of a length, but he has the ability to spear it in to the batsman's waistline. Zadran, he wants room to hit over the offside.
Good test, good challenge, good competition between these two.
Zadran somehow plays it out to the offside despite it being speared into his waist. That's a cracking cricket shot. And just while we've got the opportunity, Rico, just turn to the YouTube chat. Thank you to everyone who has joined us for Final Saturday here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. We've got Helix in there. We've got Ricky Adams. We had Liam Day earlier. Great to have you all on board, and thank you for spending your Saturday with us. European Cricket Network, good over from Khan so far. One off the first 3 balls. Tanvir, he tends to deal in Maximos. Big swinger.
Yeah, Tanvir. I mean, Tanvir, you mentioned how Hamza Khan will make it difficult for Zadran. He'll make it difficult for Tanvir as well with that line. Tanvir likes to get right under the ball and hit hard and straight.
Great knot. That's a seed.
He's
Zadran's charged.
going to be run out here, surely. Yeah, he is. Zadran charges to the other end. And that's unfortunate for Tanvir. He's on the back foot. Of course he's on the back foot because this was a beauty of a ball. Had him on the back foot. And Zadran is charging his way, and for him to get to the other end, well, he's never going to do it, was he?
Well, I don't mind the play of Zadran trying to get the other end, but he's just decided out of the blue. His partner had no idea what was happening, and Tanvir's a good batter in his own right. They can't really afford to lose him with still over and a half to go in this innings. Not a great play from Zadran. Brings Shagul to the crease. Khan, great over from him. Short ball. Zadran pops it out to cover. It's just going to be a single. This has been superb stuff from the fiery paceman.
Yeah, so far it's been very different to what we saw in the first semi-final. It was at this point that Mamahos went ballistic, and it was a similar sort of score, similar sort of thing could have happened at the end of the 7th, but it's not to be. It's been tidy, it's been good from Khan.
Ball down the leg side.
Down. There was an opportunity there where perhaps it was more likely to take that single. Yeah, Zadran was very, very disappointed. He wanted to get to the other end, of course, but Tanvir had only faced just the one delivery. He didn't even give him a chance to get going. It runs him out. Tanvir is going to be absolutely gutted. Run out with just 2 balls he got to his name.
Nice ball, cut wide. Fielder's stationed down there at very, very wide third man on the boundary. Zadran looking for the second because Shahzad's kept the strike for the start of the last over. Jönköping now up to 80 for 6. And Rico, we look at the over by over analysis.
Yeah.
At the end of Yusuf Sahak's over in the 4th, Jönköping were 43 for 1. So in the last 5 overs, they haven't even doubled that total.
No, let's go back to what I was saying. The difference between the end of this innings to the end of that one for Mamahos, because up until now, or up until that last over, it was very much the same, but then the acceleration came in, and it just hadn't happened here, and there was no magical or supersonic 9th over. They certainly would have loved that, but they still have 6 deliveries, and the thing is, it's Shahzad who is on strike. I think Zadran will do whatever he can to get to the other end.
Hopefully he's communicated it to his partner this time. Yusuf Sahak, death bowling specialist, spears it into the legs. Zadran does push through. Sahak will have a crack.
Ooh.
There's no run actually, but it's worked out in a way okay for Jönköping, for Ariana, because they've actually brought Zadran back off strike. I'm not sure they should have pushed for that second. They need boundaries.
Yeah, that'll work in their favour. I think Sahak, whether he's planned this or not, did very well. I mean, if he hits, he's got a wicket. If he doesn't, he'll get the right result because he'll get Shahzad back on strike.
Good heads-up play in terms of taking the second run, but they need Zadran on strike. Shahzad steps away. He's going to get cleaned up. Superb Yorker from Yusuf Sahak. He gives the batter a pat on the back, but the man who deserves congratulations is the paceman. He's absolutely gunned in an in-swinging Yorker. Superb bowling, and he's such a good competitor at this time of the innings.
Yeah, boom, Jaka there, Watte, and he's absolutely delighted with himself, Sahak. He knocks him over, and Shazad does have to go, so the taking the 2 doesn't work in their favour, and you can see the disappointment of Zadran, and well, there's no point giving him any advice now. He's on his way back, he can't change what's happened, and Zadran is frustrated because he is going to stay on the non-striker's end. There's a new batter, makes his way out there, Ismail. Really good bowling though, that from Sahak. He sees the movement from Shazad, but he just doesn't get flustered. A lot of bowlers would have banged it in short. He just went for the full Yorker. Really well done.
He probably bowls the Yorker better than any other player in this part of the world, Yusuf Sahak. He's so good in these later stages. 4 balls to go. Ismail swings it around to the leg. Come in for the 1. Zadran looking for the 2. He's going to end up finally facing a ball in this last over. Yonsha being 83 for 7. Has not been a good back end of the innings for them. Only 1 double figure over in there. It was the 8th for Baz Ubi. Drive down the ground from Zadran. Sultan comes in. Oh, there's been a mix-up. We'll have to look who's dismissed. The batters changed their mind about 6 times whether they wanted to push back for the second. It was cool, calm, collected fielding for Nusratullah Sultan. Zadran probably should have been looking to get himself back on strike. He hesitated, and I suspect he might actually be the one to go. As it is, it's been decided that it's Ishmael who's heading back to the pavilion, and so Zadran at least gets himself back on strike. See that replay again. The moment the stumps were taken, got to say, I thought Zadran was the one who is out, and they've actually changed that decision. It is Zadran who's being sent back, and Ishmael returning to the crease. Good decision there from the 3rd umpire, and this has turned into a really, really poor back end for Yonshopping. 4 off Absa Khan in the 9th, and now only 3 runs, including 2 wickets off Yusuf Sahak in the 10th.
Yeah, it's fizzled away, hasn't it, this innings? And 65 for 3 it was at the end of the 7th, and at that point you're thinking, well, okay, they should get into a score around about 95 to 100. But there's been some indecisive running, I think, some bad calling, not some good plays, and that's left him in a tricky situation.
Oh, great Yorker again from Sahak. He's been brilliant. Wonderful death bowling. His 2nd clean bowled this over, the 3rd wicket of the over, and it is all going downhill for Yonshopping. Ismail trying to charge down the track. Sahak loves it, as do his teammates. This has been a big performance in the last 12 balls from them.
Well, Sahak, he's the man for the big moment. He was the one that kept his cool, kept his nerve, kept his calm, and got his team the victory in that cliffhanger of a match yesterday. Helsingborg Stars 62 for 8, Ariana 63 for 9, winning by 1 wicket right towards the end, and it was Sahak who kept his cool in the quarterfinal, and it's Sahak who's doing the damage here in the semi-final. A ball to go, and he's been top quality. 2 for 14, 3 for 14 I should say, looking for the 4th.
Oh, Bavic, he comes out to face the final ball, swings hard. Partner doing the right thing, coming through for the 2nd. They'll get the run out at the striker's end. Had to be done, so Yonshopping end up all out, remarkably, for 85 in their 10 overs, Rico. And after being 43 for 1 after 4 overs, that is a sensational back end of the innings by the Ariana club.
Yeah, Ariana have done their job well. They have been, I have to say, they have been absolutely fantastic in the field in their last 3 or 4 matches. That's where their strength has been, which has been strange because everybody expects it to be with their batting. The batting has let them down, and that's the one thing that Your Shopping will be hoping, they'll be hoping that Ariana are still in that mode where the batting is collapsing. If it is that case, it may be enough runs, we'll never know. But as you said, it started well, even with the batter there being hit on the head with the ball coming off the keeper. But this one, fortunately, doesn't hit anybody. It goes all the way. It's a free hit. There were some nice shots being played early on by Ibrahim Kil. He certainly played intelligently. He played classy shots and he played big shots. Speaking of big shots, this was huge from Riaz Khan, but after playing that, he then got himself out.
Yeah, unlucky Riaz Khan, big swing across the line. Sahak introduced to the bowling lineup early today. He bowled a cracking over in the 4th and got rid of the dangerous Khan. Sami Ibrahimkil was still there though, and we know Jönköping have a deep batting lineup. This man, Nasir Bacha, he's been so dangerous throughout the tournament, and he got an absolute gift to get off the mark for Nurullah Muhammad. But in the end, the wicket of Sami Ibrahimkil, it was a big one, wasn't it, Rico?
It was a big one, and it was a catch taken by the big man Sultan, and he says, I'm so big, I can carry you all on my back. Well, he was not just carrying him on his back, he ended up on his front a few times as well, because he took some excellent catches. Well, it is the day of the national day of the funky chicken dance, so it had to be done. And, well, one thing that also had to be done was boundaries and runs being scored. They were coming, and this one was one where Sultan almost flattened Azubi. It wasn't to be, it was all smiles, and it was all smiles later on as well. As even though that one went down, it doesn't go to the boundary, but the Sultan was in the action again pretty soon. Those ones are coming up. But first, there was this one from Sahak. What a good day he's had. Picked up 3 wickets, and he was involved in the catching as well. And talking about catching, they don't come any better than this.
No, Nusratullah Sultan coming up with 2 excellent grabs, backing up the good bowling from Baz Ayubi. That in particular was an impressive one. It brought Zabiullah Zadran to the crease, who frankly should have been out there earlier, and he made his frustration known with a flashing 6 and 4 to get off the mark. Baz Ayubi was being taken to the cleaners those middle stages, but he managed to take another wicket and continued his excellent bowling in the middle overs. Nusratullah Sultan with another cracking grab. He moved so well for a big man, and those bucket Sultan hands, nothing is escaping from them. And that was a massive wicket, wasn't it, Rico? Because Nasir Bacha had been so good in the later overs when he's had the opportunity for Jönköping. If he was still there, then they would have passed 3 figures with ease.
For sure, and that was a crazy one because Tanvir didn't even get the opportunity while he was run out of just his second delivery. Zadran was the man who was left stranded out there trying to get himself on strike, but Sahak, he was absolute class, getting the ball in the right areas, getting himself in the right areas. He is involved in everything, the catching, the bowling, and there certainly is a man of the moment. And Zadran there thought he was going to be the cheeky one to end up on strike. He wasn't to be. Well spotted by the match officials, and just could not get anything going here at the end at all. And the bowling from Sahak was sensational, and that's what you call good bowling at the death. The ball right on the money, the Yorker length deliveries, the batters can't get hold of him, and then at the end there was this run out, the batters trying to get 2 off the last ball of the innings, weren't able to. They were all out of the last ball of the innings with a score of 85 on the board.
Yeah, they capitulated in that final over, Rico. 4 wickets going down, and across the final 2 overs, only 9 runs scored. Excellent bowling from Absar Khan and Yusuf Sahak. Quick look at that Jönköping batting card. It all started so brightly from them. Riaz Khan was back in the team today. Didn't quite get flowing, but did enough to keep the score moving. And Sami Ibrahimkil, his flashing blade sent a few balls flying to the boundary. That man, Nasser Bachi, still feels to me like he was absolutely the key wicket. If he had been there for the final 3 overs, then he certainly would have done some damage. But full congratulations for an excellent bowling performance from Ariana Cricket Club. They had to come back with a statement after just scratching their way through the quarterfinals yesterday, and they have certainly done that. In particular, Yusuf Sahak, he was momentous with the ball, responded to the call from his captain Bashir to take an early over, and then did the business in the 10th, as he always does. Bazayubi pretty good as well. And Zamin Zazai, at a time in which Jönköping really looked to press ahead, Rico, he actually bowled a couple of good overs in the middle.
Yeah, Zamin Zazai, you know I like him. I think he's a very good bowler. He's very tight. He's very neat. He may not always get wickets, but he will always keep the runs down, and 1 for 13 for him. But yeah, as you said, Yusuf Sahak once again the star, this time in the field. With the batting, well, can they put the issues that they've had in the last 3 innings, Ariana, and go out there and perform in the sort of manner that we know that they can? Jönköping, they started this match the favourites, and that win probability had them in favour all the way up until even the halfway point. But that's changed quite dramatically here now, as it's saying that 75% to Ariana to get the win. But look, what I will say is that it is a semi-final. It's a very important match, and Jönköping have got the runs on the board. It may not seem a lot, but I will say this, and I said this in the first match, 85 on here. I think at the moment, with these conditions, with this wind blowing and the outfield slightly slower than it's been as it was earlier in this series, I still think that 85 is more 95 to 100.
Yeah, I'd probably tend to agree with that, Rico. Jönköping's got a good bowling attack too. If Zabiola Zadran can spear out a couple of the early top-order wickets, then this will be a real contest. We'll be back on the European Cricket Network for the second innings. This is the second semi-final from Landskrona Cricket Club. It is ECS Landskrona 2022. I am Andrew Ryan here with Rico Full on finals day. Please come and join us back in a couple of minutes. European cricket fans, welcome back here to the Landskrona Cricket Club. We have the second innings about to start for the second semi-final here of ECS Landskrona 2022, and Jönköping have set Ariana Cricket Club a target of 86 to not only win this game but to progress through to the grand final later this afternoon. The winner of this game will meet Melmehus Cricket Club, who upset the fancied Evergreen boys this morning in a wonderful performance in the first semi-final. Ariana Cricket Club probably sitting as favourites in this game at the moment. Jönköping had a bright start, but the middle and later overs were not as profitable as they would have liked, and an excellent job from Ariana, both at the ball and in the field. They took a number of 50-50 chances with some good catching and bowled a disciplined line and length. They've got some good variety in that bowling attack. And as is always the case, a lot of their batting will revolve around this man, Nusratullah Sultan, who is standing at the striker's end. He's joined there by Kadir Sadat, the left-handed wicketkeeper, who's been very, very good with the bat and the early stages in this tournament to date. Big advantage for the left-hander today is there is still a strong breeze blowing out towards the leg side for the lefty, which is exactly where Sadat likes to aim. Zabiola Zadran with the ball to get us started. Nice ball, just drifts into the Sultan's pads and works it around for a single out to square leg. Bit of a change for Jönköping. They went with the left arm pace. Faisal Azim in the game yesterday. He copped a fair bit of punishment from Najum Haak and Ibrahim Ahmed, 2 power hitters from Loma. So gone with Zadran, the right-hander on this occasion. Probably provide an awkward length for Sadat. He likes to get down low and swing full balls over to long on or mid-wicket. Zadran gets a fair bit of jump off this pitch. Nice ball. Sadat opens the face. Finds the gap, but behind point. Lovely bit of cricket. And Ariana are on their way. Wasn't a bad ball from Zadran at all, particularly given where Sadat likes to hit, but he's opened the bat face. Found it what is quite a sizable gap in that part of the field. It's good batting, and ball continuing to move quickly across this Landskrona outfield. Been a fair bit of rain over the last couple of days, but ground's dried out well, and it's still giving plenty of value for shots. Zadran spears wide of off stump. Sadat's popped it up. It's going to be a wicket. Good bowling from him. He's persisted with the off stump line. Sadat has tried to swing hard, only gets the bottom end of the bat, and it goes up for an easy catch in the covers. Huge wicket for Jönköping. They know they've got an under par score here of 86 to defend as a target. They needed an early wicket, and Sadat's probably just picked the wrong ball to have a crack at, and Zadran sends him packing. 3rd ball of the innings. The safe hands of Nasir Bacha. It's not a man you want to be hitting catches to. That is a big start. And Baze Ubi promoted up the order. Gets the fatherly pat on the back from Nusratullah. This is a huge, huge wicket. So that, aside from the Sultan, has probably been their biggest source of runs throughout this tournament. Sultan probably would have been very disappointed to see him try to thrash that ball off the premier bowler from Jönköping. Ariana 5 for 1. Must still be some nerves from this Ariana side, struggling to chase such a low score yesterday. Zadran sends it down the leg side. Disappointing response after the wicket the previous ball. He's running in hard, and he's certainly generating a lot more pace than he was when we saw him in the Group A games last week. Just getting back into his stride. They'd love a second wicket from him here. He's being helped by that breeze. His natural delivery is the outswinger. Pushing across to probably more cover at the moment for the right-hander. So he'll get some assistance. Down the leg side again. Perhaps bowling for that outswinger, wanting to take out the off stump of Ayubi. Swung 2 down the leg. Bilal Munir's the man with the wicket-keeping gloves. Just snatched at that ball, but no issues in terms of allowing a run through. Downside of bowling a couple of wides to a new batter is also they just get their eye in without actually having to face a legitimate ball. Speaking of getting one's eye in, happy to be joined back in the commentary box by superstar Rico Fall as we see Zadran spear in much better ball, and Ayubi plays well on the side. Sami Ibrahim Kill, who's got a rocket arm, was coming in, and he would have had a shy, no doubt about it.
Yeah, thank you very much for the welcome. Superstar, I'm not sure about the superstar, but I tell you what, that was an opportunity. If Sammy could have picked this one up, he was struggling, wasn't he, to get himself home. He does. Sultan back on strike.
Given the strength of Sammy's arm, stumps might have actually shaken themselves free in fear. He's got an absolute rocket. Decent ball, he's taken out the Sultan. What a seed for Zadran to come up with. The big paceman has knocked over the superstar bat from Ariana Cricket Club. What a time to come up with such a wonderful delivery. Rico Full, that is a huge moment in this game.
Oh, this is exceptional bowling. Boom. Jagade Hotte getting the top of the off stump. You can see the joy from Jönköping because they know that that wicket could be the one that they needed. That could be the one that sends them into the final. It's a long, long way still to go in this match, but they've got one man that could single-handedly perhaps have taken this game away from them. Somebody else now has to perform, and the man who walks out there is Zamin Zazai. Is he going to be the hero for Ariana? Ariana, they've done it the hard way the last 3 matches, and it looks like they're going to have to do it the hard way here again. That was exceptional from Zadran. What a great bit of bowling.
Magnificent ball, Rico. He'd been looking for that outswinger. Didn't swing wildly that one, but just pitched on a good length and took out the tip of off stump. Superb stuff from Zadran. Ariana, they're under immense pressure. 8 for 2. Good ball again. Presses Zadran to the back foot. Might have been an opportunity at the striker's end if they had been able to gather it quickly, and this was an affliction that they suffered with yesterday. Ariana run out chances all over the place. 8 for 2 after the end of the first, and look at the first over stats there. Only a tickle under their average first over score, but having their 2 most important run scorers in the side today back in the pavilion after 1 over, Rico, suddenly those odds have gone wildly in favour of Jönköping.
Wildly in favour indeed. Just again, just keeping an eye on those average score starts of the first over. It's very similar, and you'll see that the power play similar as well. But Ariana, the problem that they've had is that 24 was happening a long time ago. It's been less than average from them on a number of occasions. They need to just get things going here. I'm a little surprised. I mean, look, Zazie, I know he's batted well and can bat well, but I would have thought this match situation, the way it was, that maybe the captain would have come in and just to try and steady things down a little bit. They don't need big runs. I mean, you see that rate. It was always going to be, I mean, you're starting with it at 8.5. It's gone up very slightly, so you don't have to get the big shots in. Would you have in this match, bearing in mind how the last few innings have gone for them, would you have maybe just held Sultan back 1 or 2 and said, look, go out there when the ball is not so new?
I think it's a reasonable call, Rico. That is the danger of sending your main man out to essentially face the main man for the opposition. I think it was a good call from the Jönköping skipper, Mohamed Ismail, to give Zadran the new ball. Also, I think it's a good move bringing on the left-arm swing bowler now too. Faisal Azim, it's going to be a tough task for these 2 batters with his left-arm swing, although it's a garbage ball down the top. Somehow, Ayubi's almost managed to pot it into the hands of Bhavya Patel. He was standing it backwards square and has dropped the catch. Gee, 3 wickets down. That could have been curtains.
Yeah, look, he started with a delivery like this yesterday, the first time we saw him. Well, he's picked a tall man, and he is a tall man, Bhav Patel, but he's not able to hold on to a catch. Well, it was a ball that deserved to go to the boundary. It was almost one. That brings him a wicket. They do get 2 runs from it.
Much better ball from Azim. Draws the outside edge. Fired at the stumps, Riaz Khan, but can't take them down. Much better length ball from Azim.
This would have been out. If this hits, look, he's not even close. Well, that's another man that he may be having a problem with his protector there because something was sliding down. Ended up being a knee protector. He needs to slide that back up again. Good ball, that one, though, from Faisal Azim. That's where the left-hander needs to be bowling. That's where the problem comes in. Across the batter.
That's wide. The issue for Faisal Azim, I think, today is that he likes to bring the ball back into the right-handers. With this particular breeze, strength that it is at the moment, it's going to be a difficult job for him to do that. So he's really got to focus more so on his location, just getting the ball on off stump and drawing it across the batter. One's down the leg side. Hasn't missed leg stump by much, but very rightly called wide. A few freebies being given away by Jönköping. They don't have that many runs to defend that they can afford to be too charitable.
Yeah. Just reflecting back before I came into the box, I saw the wicket of Sadat. That would have been really disappointing, especially for him to be caught on that side of the boundary. He wasn't smart batting from him.
Battle length ball from Azim, just fended away. So comes in, keeps it to 1. Probably important for these two to just settle things down a touch. They don't need to worry about the run rate too much at the moment, but certainly if they go 3 or 4 wickets down in the power play, that Ariana middle and lower order will really have a tough task. Swing across the line from Ayubi. Down the fielder, shy at the stumps again. For a quick man, he was a little bit sluggish.
Yeah,
getting through the crease there.
He's been a couple of times. He's been quite. Look, he's concentrating on ball watching, and then look where he starts running it, and how he ends up. I mean, if he was short there, it was his own doing. You've got to run straight.
Great length ball, fended off by Zazai. Keeper had an opportunity. Azim's got his back turned.
They've got to get 2 here. This one has gone through. Oh, wow. Wow. They're going to, no way. Never. It's still going, you know. They might even take 4. They're taking 3 here. Well, first, have a look at this. Andrew Ryan. First of all, the throw when it should have been the game for the shy. 2 men were backing it up. Both of them miss it. Could have been a catch to start off with. Here's the throw. Look, 2 backing up. The bowler's not even looking. He's got his back to the ball, which is absolutely terrible. He's still not interested as the ball goes the other way. It hits the back of the batter. Clunks Zazi on the back. And they think, well, we'll take a 3rd. And then, well, another poor effort there. And amongst all of this, fielders falling all over the place. The bowler just stood there doing nothing.
Well, the bowler might be standing there with his hands on his hips even more now. So if that ball has flown off the outside edge of Ayubi's bat, but in between 2 fielders and runs down to the boundary, that's an ordinary finish to the over for the Jönköping team. And frankly, they've got no one to blame but themselves for that previous ball, but somewhat unlucky on that occasion. Rico, plenty happening here today, but plenty happening later in the year at the ECC.
Yeah, there certainly is. Well, that was crazy bit of finish to the over. Yeah, the European Cricket Championship, this is something that we look forward to. This is the Euros of cricket starting on the 12th of September with Group A. 4 groups first, so we've got 4 weeks of group matches, and then the final week, that's where we'll see England. England, of course, are the reigning champions, so they automatically qualify for Champions Week, and there are some very tasty matches coming up there. Some of those teams have been in action in T20Is, and some of them in action at the moment in Malta as well, and I think the cricket is getting better, the players are getting better, and the coverage is getting better as well, and this series in Landskrona, it's finals day. Well, can it get better? Can anything get better than what we saw yesterday? No, I'm pretty sure it can. I'm sure there's going to be a few twists and some more drama here in this FanCode European Cricket Series in Landskrona, Sweden. It's finals day, and we've already had a look at the trophy, what these teams are playing for. Evenly poised, this one.
Certainly is. Nasir Butcher coming on for his first over. Just good line and length. Ayubi, conservative so far. Plenty of good judges around the place. Not the 2 men with the microphone here. Rico said it was a dead set certainty that we would have Ariana playing Evergreen, the 2 #1 qualifiers from their groups going into the final. At the moment, the way this game is poised, a Melmhus Jönköping contest looks far more likely. Ariana will keep on fighting, no doubt. Throw goes into the bowler's end. Ayubi once again taking a circuitous route to get to the other end of the pitch. This might be a bit closer than it should have been.
Yeah, watch the running, watch the ball watching, and look where he ends up. And he's probably just got there. There's not a lot in it. They'll probably look at it again.
I think he's safe, Rico, but as I said earlier, much closer than he should have been on that occasion. Ayubi, he's quick, but he's got to run straight.
He's got to run straight, and he's got to stop looking at the ball. You just got to put your head down and say, I'm going to get to the other end as fast as I can. When you're looking round I mean, you try it at home. Try running in a straight line and then look round the corner and see where you end up. You end up running at an angle. Good ball. Well bowled and well played as well.
Yeah, Nasir Bachi, such an important part of this lineup. Maybe not as explosive as some other players with bat and ball in this tournament, but he's very consistent. He's a high-quality cricketer. Great man to have coming in to try to finish off this power play. Ariana have just made no impact in this power play up until that point. Swung across to the offside. We'll see whether that's called a 4 or 6. They'll go to the video, but Zaman Zazai, he could be the key to this chase, Rico. He's a powerful striker. We haven't seen him play a long innings, but he probably is the man that needs to carry them.
Yeah, and that is a super shot. It's similar to the one that we saw Zidane play. I think that one probably just falls short of the boundary when we see that again on the replay. But what a shot. And it's nice to see those shots being played out in that part of the ground, because that's where the wind is. The wind is going to help them well now. They've gone for manos arriba. 6 carreras. And cracking shot there from Zazai.
Nice ball, fended away, taking a single shy at the stumps. Ayubi once again not through as quickly as he should have been. There's been plenty of efforts at the stumps, and that's the end of the over. A hugely eventful power play. Ariana Cricket Club 31 for 2 in pursuit of a target of 86. Have a look at the win probability. Sitting in Ariana's favour at the moment. I think it's probably overestimating the depth that they've got in their batting lineup today.
Yeah, I would think so. I think Ariana know that, okay, having looking at their sheet, you've got the likes of the captain, who can still come in there as well, and maybe 1 or 2 others that can put a bit of a partnership together. Maybe somebody like Yusuf Sahak might come in slightly higher up the order, but they're not clean big hitters. So this is the sort of chase that they'd like with this batting, because it's not big. If they just keep stroking the ball around and taking the singles and look for the one boundary ever so often, they'll stay with it all the way along. They do not want that rate to get to the 9 or 10 mark. I can tell you that, because that's when they feel that they're in trouble. These two at the moment are understanding the reason to take the singles, to eliminate the dot balls, though it has to be said, Ayubi is, well, he's certainly taking the odd chance or two.
Yeah, it certainly is. Partnership's up to 24 now, but they're actually batting reasonably sensibly, and I think Ariana will just try to take this game as deep as possible. They've got a few guys, Absa Khan, Omar Zadran, who can swing the bat hard if they need to, as Shazad sends a ball down the leg side. Jönköping can't afford to give away these extras. Already been a few wides in the opening overs. Never mind, they started pretty well, Jönköping. They were 31 for none, but they didn't capitalise on that platform. Ayubi and Zazai can just take it through to the 5th over, be on 45 or thereabouts. They'll have climbed back into this game. Turn it on the leg side, just a single.
It's nicely played by Ayubi. Gets well in line with that and just guides the ball into that onside area to take the single.
Really do need to keep the wickets flowing if they can, Jönköping. They need to put pressure on this lower order of Ariana. Nice ball. Outside edge goes flying down to third man. Riaz Khan is there. I wouldn't be surprised. Sorry, that's Sark out there. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Riaz Khan at the bowling crease in the not too distant future. He is a wicket taker. He does spear in the Yorker pretty well.
It's an interesting shot played there by Zazai, I don't think he needed to be charging at this.
Off-speed ball, just turns it for a single again. This is good, calm batting. He'll be mixing it up, taking the occasional risk, but ensuring the singles keep ticking. And the Jönköping infielders sitting back on their heels on occasion. They're not really stopping the one at all.
Yeah, we're getting the batters there getting good support from their teammates, applauding the singles and giving them encouragement. And they know that this is a very important partnership, and clips it up in the air and just short off the fielder. This could have gone anywhere.
A little bit up-ish. Bhavya Patel, he's been in the action in the field. Imagine if he had have taken that catch at the earlier in the innings when they could have had them 3 down for not much. The first ball of Faisal seems over in the second. Pretty reasonable over from Shazad so far. Hasn't looked hugely threatening, but no boundaries. No one's turned away into the leg side. Shot the stumps, he's hit.
Got to be gone here. This is a direct hit, and this could be the key moment. It's an excellent throw, and though the batter is diving to get himself in here, let's keep an eye on this. Yeah, and we'll have to just slow it down. The bat was also probably out of the ground. Let's see if we can slow this down slightly. And oh, it's so hard to tell. Does he have contact with the bat at the time he dived in? I think he does.
I suspect the bat is in the air and hasn't crossed yet when the contact's made, Rico.
Yeah, it's a tough one here. Yeah, I think the bat hits the ground before the line and stays in the air before it comes back down again. That is what I'm seeing from that. Be interesting to see what the umpires see. Well, the umpires, helped by the third umpire, have decided that that is out. So Adnan Gill is the third umpire, and he's been given. They didn't need to do that. I was saying they were dicing with fire with some of this running, and in the end, the man who has to depart is, I think that's Zazai has to go, and he's going to be very disappointed.
Nice little innings from him, 15 off 10. Really threw himself in to try to make his ground on that occasion. Great bit of fielding from Bhavya Patel. It was only the ball before. We'd spoken about how involved he'd already been in this game. Ball floating just out of reach on that occasion, but comes up with a magnificent piece of fielding, a direct hit. It's probably not going to be the biggest turning point in this game, but Jönköping being able to keep rotating the batsmen in and out from Ariana. I'd love to have a new player at the crease. Absa Khan, who been called on to do some work with the bat in the last couple of games. He is out there now. He's a good striker of the ball, and Rico waving to the fans as always. The many, many fans that he has across all sections of the world, across our FanCode and YouTube coverage. But Rico, you've spoken about this being delicately poised a couple of times.
Yeah.
Just get the feeling that a bad over either way for one team is going to decide this.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and you said that it may not be the decisive point, but I think bearing in mind the issues that Ariana have had with the batting, that partnership was developing into quite a key one. And I think the man that gets run out there, Zazai, I think that is pretty key. I'm still surprised at who the captain, Bashir, is sending out here. He's keeping himself back, which I don't quite understand. Well, this is a lovely shot, beautifully timed, hitting it along the deck, through the covers, 4 runs. What a classy shot that is. Well, it's not a bad way to get off the mark, and maybe the captain, Bashir Ahmed, says, yeah, I know which guys I can rely on, and he's feeling that Absa Khan maybe can be the one that produces a little cameo here to get them to the target.
Ibrahim Kill, he's a 5th bowler. No one's wide of off stump. Probably could have been left as a wide. Part of me that just thinks this is almost an unnecessary risk from Jönköping. They've just taken a wicket the last ball of the previous over with the run out. They've got Riaz Khan out there who just bowl really, really steady, medium pace, spearing it in. Ibrahim Kill just feels so much more likely to come up with a loose ball or two. Ayubi once again doing a little U-shaped run. Gets himself in contortions. Look at this, Rico, just veering off at the end. It's almost like he's trying to exit the highway.
Yeah, it's don't you feel like just like sort of saying, stop, hang on a minute, and just saying to your UB, say, come here. Gonna have a chat with you about your running.
What is the fastest point from A to B, Baz? Ibrahim Kill continues. Absakan strikes strongly. He's actually got a pretty good batting technique, Absakan. Excellent fast bowler. Bowled pretty well earlier in this game. Great over in the 9th.
A lot of shabas at the moment from the Ariana boys to the batters out there.
Nice ball from Ibrahim Kill, just defended. Ayubi knows the run rate is still reasonably under control. And they can always catch up if they need to in the last over or two. Just important that these two stick it out for a few overs. Good finish from Ibrahim Kill. Got a couple of Yorkers in after starting with a wide full toss. Ariana Cricket Club 43 for 3 after 5. And Rico, they've given us a couple of thrillers the last 2 days, Ariana. When we looked at them earlier in the week, their batting lineup just looks so long and powerful.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it feels very brittle, but it's creating some cracking T10 drama.
It certainly is, and I'm already focusing on whether this one could be something similar to the quarterfinal they played in yesterday. And I mean, I know what they're chasing, it's slightly higher. It's not in the 60s, it's in the 80s. But they need, what they're looking for here is one batter just to get hold of a bowler in 1 over. And maybe get 18 or 20 runs from that over. And then they'll feel a lot more comfortable. The way it's going at the moment, I mean, that rate has now climbed up to over 8. And it's just starting to get a little bit uncomfortable, especially when you know the key batters are not there. Extras will help, and there's been too many of them. In a low-scoring match, you've got to try and avoid those extras. And that's another wide, that's 6 wide. So basically, that's an over already. So instead of a T10, it's already become a T11, and all those 6 balls have had to be bowled again.
Speared in to leg stump. Khan trying to give himself a little bit of space. Outside leg. Once again, a few testing moments just in terms of the time being taken here by Jönköping. They want to be aware of that clock. The amount of runs that they've got to play with. You can't really afford a penalty here at any stage. So that comes in, spears it in against a Khan. Throw comes in, makes his ground safely. It's good bowling though from Shazad. He's actually been pretty good so far in this game. Bowled a good line, just bumping the ball into leg stump, not giving the batsman room to thrash through the offside.
Yeah, excellent work there once more from our production partner, Spring Productions. And Andis, Karina and Richards are doing a fantastic job here at the venue.
Change of pace, swung around by Ayubi. It's just going to be the one.
Well, we say going to be the one. Does this hit the batter?
Oh, he's gone. He's absolutely gone, Rico. Well, the cricket gods, after they took the second, after the ball deflected off the bat, they are not smiling on Ariana Cricket Club. Direct hit from the player backing up. Was that Zadran coming in?
It certainly
Rico?
was. It was. Zadran gets the throw in. I mean, look at the throw, the pick up and throw, all in one action, all in one movement. This is class. He's not even in the picture. And I'm not sure what they're waiting for here. He's just been told to just wait before he comes off.
Well, Zadran, that's a wonderful bit of fielding, isn't it, Rico?
Superb.
Just throwing to the offside, the body weight not really helping him. Decided to push the single. I'm sure that deflected off the batter. He's had to go wide, and Zadran cracks it from side on. That's magnificent stuff.
It's great stuff. Look, I think as the captain, Basher comes out there, I don't think that's a bad one because, all right, it's a wicket, but Absa Khan, I mean, he goes for 2 or 4 balls. He didn't look particularly comfortable out there. A lot of the balls that he faced, he was always backing away to leg stump. I don't think he was going to give them too much in terms of quick runs or any runs really. I think he may have just used up or utilised a few deliveries. Key thing for me here is now with Basha and Baz out there is the way they run, because they've been, especially Baz out there, he's been pretty risky with some of them, and he's only just got himself in. We've seen there's been a couple of run-outs. Not sure what the communication is here between the umpires and the third umpire, and having a little conversation about something. I'm not sure what it is. But, just having a look at, maybe having a look at this again. And well, there's
Looks like
no
a clean
issues
run
with
out,
that.
doesn't it?
Yeah, that was a direct hit. I don't see any issues with that at all.
Well, ball's been thrown back to Shazad, so we're going to continue. And good to know that we now have the Baz and Bash show out at the centre wicket for Ariana. Sounds more like a comedy routine, but there is nothing funny about the precarious position they find themselves in at the moment. 46 for 4, chasing a target of 86. We're in the closing stages of this 6th over. Shazad bowled a nice set here today. Went for 6 off his first over, only 3 runs off this second. 2 balls to complete it. Wide of off stump, another wide from him. That is where he's let himself down. That's his 3rd wide.
Yeah, wides have been an issue. Big swing there from Ayubi. And certainly Bashar Ahmed is probably talking to him all the time, saying, right, okay, look, you're the set batter here now. 18 of 16. It's not the best of strike rates, but it doesn't really matter. It's all about staying there, because don't forget, they've still got Zadran to bowl. He's 2nd over. He was on fire. Bache is still there, got an over in him. So it's not going to get easier for Ariana. And if that rate keeps climbing, it just makes it harder. Be interesting to see how the captain goes about things here. He likes to normally get himself in before he starts to play any real shots.
Shazad coming in for his final delivery. Short ball down the leg side, another wide. Well, just letting himself down with a couple of extras. He's been very accurate aside from that. Still hasn't gone for a boundary in his 2 over spell, but pressing the ball down leg side again. It's the angle that he's coming in from. It's a better ball. Big Bash plays it to mid wicket. No chance of a run out, and that's the end of the over. And Rico, they are just creeping up. 6 overs gone. Ariana 50 on the board for 4 wickets down. It is incredibly tight. They've now got the skipper Bashir Ahmed out there with Bazubi. It looks like Nasser Butcher's coming on to bowl another over. As you say, they've still got Zadran to bowl his 2nd.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a quick look. I mean, we were saying here that 9 runs are required per over. Just have a look how the last few overs have gone. Started with 8 off the first. 14 was Azim's over. Then it's gone 9, 6, 6, 7. So they haven't got that 9 up until now. The big hitters are not there. The question is how they're going to get the 9 runs and over that they need. They are taking the singles, taking the 2s are important. These 2 will run and run hard, even though, well, we know that the UB is a little bit suspect with his running. But where are the boundaries that they need? The odd boundary and over, where they're going to come from? Where is that one good over going to come from, which goes for about 16 or 18, which will help them seal this match?
Butcher short of the length.
Oh, he falls down. It's going to be trouble. It will be trouble. He's gone. Oh, this is absolutely crazy.
This is
absolute
insanity.
Mayhem.
Rico, I actually think they could have done this largely in singles and just popping 2 or 3 boundaries at some point while Ayubi and Big Bash were there. I think Ariana was still favourites to take this game. Big Bash slips as he plays the cut shot. Ayubi really pressing ahead, but had to be aware of his partner off balance, and he's done at the top end. good, calm fielding from the Jönköping side. And those couple of run-outs, they are probably going to be crucial in the final stages of this game. Losing their 5th wicket, 52 on the board, 34 runs still needed.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big moment. The other thing here is, I know he's your captain. You're the set batter. He goes down. You know you're not going to get back. I think he's just got to make sure he says to Skip, I'm sorry, but look, I'm the one who's set. You're the one who's got to go. That's not what they decide to do. And now, well, I think the captain has to play a captain's innings here. If they're going to win this match, it's all down to that man, the captain. I can't see anybody else that's going to get these runs for him.
Well, Saweri, he's come out to join Ahmed at the crease. Turning the YouTube chat, Helix saying pressure, pressure, pressure is getting to them. Their running between the wickets has been poor these last 2 games when they have been put under pressure. Decent over from Butcher so far. Short of a length, Saweri plays it behind point. No run in particular going to that man, Zadran. You would not be taking on his arm.
No, he certainly wouldn't. I mean, it's been a tremendous bowling performance, you have to say. They certainly, Ariana, have not helped themselves. It started badly with Sadat giving his wicket away with what was a poor shot really for him. Sultan was done by a beauty, an absolute beauty from Zadran. And then the running in between the wickets has not been good. And the man was lucky for a big part of it. The UB also goes back, and that one, you see that shot there from the batter, did not look anything that's going to inspire any confidence into his captain, who's at the other end.
Holding proceedings, Batcher's final ball of his spell. Where he comes down the track, swings it around to the leg side. I'll take the single. I don't think Jönköping's going to be too disappointed about that. Keeps Ahmed at the non-striker's end. That's the end of the 7th over. Ariana Cricket Club 54 for 5. Just having a look to the games this afternoon. 2 huge clashes coming up at 17:30 Indian Standard Time and 2000 hours Indian Standard Times. The bronze final, we already know Evergreen is in that game. The loser of this match will proceed to play that bronze final, and then the winner of this clash will be taking on the boys in orange and blue from Melmehus. That is going to be a huge clash. 4:30 p.m. CEST. Rico, this has got some drama left today, and I think we'll have some drama in these last 3 overs. Sami Ibrahimkil being given a second. A lot could come down to this over. Bowled a good first one, but he's also probably got the greatest propensity of this bowling lineup to send down a few loose ones. Can Saweri take advantage when the opportunity presents? Drops it slightly short, tries to pull, no run.
This is the over for me that majority of these runs have to come from. Zadran is going to come back with his Yorkers. It's going to be very hard to get runs from him. This is the one they've got to go for.
Spears it in. Good bowling for Ibrahimkil. He's a cracking young athlete. And a couple of dots from Saweri. He's 1 off 5 so far.
Lovely to see that. I mean, Sammy, when we spoke to him earlier on in the group stages and we saw him bowl, and we were saying they need a slow bowler from somewhere. Sammy was the one they went to, and they've stuck with him.
Spears around, Saweri lifts it to the leg side. It's holding up in the breeze. He's taken a great catch. I think that's Nasser Butcher out there. He did the right thing. He went back to the boundary rope. Saweri struck it nicely, but this heavy breeze blowing in from mid-wicket just held the ball up. That's outstanding fielding from Butcher, who continues to have a magnificent tournament. And that might have been the game there, Rico. A 6 from Saweri would have put Ariana in a box seat, but Jönköping, another wicket back in the hatch, the 6th wicket down, 54 on the board.
Well, those of you that are watching and saying, well, Rico and Andrew, why do you keep talking about the wind? What is it about the wind? Well, that is the example. That has been absolutely crashed, and on another day, this would have been 6 runs easy. The wind has brought this in such a long way, and you can see, look at the reaction from the bowler, the fielder. That tells you all about it. He thinks there he goes. He says that ball was going backward and forward. What a catch!
Omer Zadran swings around to the leg side, well fielded. He's hesitated getting to the line once again. Opportunity for a run out. It was nicely fielded. Zadran gets off strike first ball. At least he gets Ahmed back.
Oh, this is a big moment here now. I mean, there's a couple of deliveries to go. Can he get a boundary?
Inside edge, no run there. Ibrahim Kills bowled a great couple of overs here, Rico.
He's starting to impress, isn't he, with his bowling. Remember when we spoke to him and he said, it's all down to my captain. I know I can bowl and maybe I should, but it's down to the captain. Well, the captain has seen enough of him. And, well, he's liking what he does. But this one's a little bit of a disappointment. It will be a wide. And that's 2 runs as Zadran gets to the other end. That's not the worst case scenario. Zadran is a new batter, hasn't got bat on the ball so far.
Tell you what, Bilal, the keeper, actually did a really good job there. At the pace that Ibrahim Kill sends it through, if that escaped through his gloves, it was going to the boundary. Another one onto leg side. Zadran swings around, can't make contact. The other Zadran comes flying in. Has a crack at the stumps as he always does. It's not a bad result for Jönköping. It means Omer Zadran's back on strike for the first ball of the next over. Bashir Ahmed, he's only faced 5 balls since he's been out there. Ariana, 57 for 6. And now, Rico, this is looking tough. 29 needed.
Yeah.
Sorry, 28 needed off 2 overs.
Yeah, and you've got to go with Zadran to bowl this one for sure, to leave it as many as possible in the last. It looks like that is what they're doing. So Zadran, he'll be steaming in. You see there, he's picked up 2 wickets in his first over. Just went for 8 runs, so they're really up against it. I mean, the only thing maybe he can hope for here is maybe get the edge, an inside edge that flies to the boundary. They need some sort of luck. They need bat onto ball. In comes Zadran steaming in.
Well, wild delivery, just trying to bowl a little bit too quick, drags it across the face. Terrible ball, but it's only going to cost them 1 in the end. Zadran just needs to find the line outside of off stump and use his pace and bounce to try to beat his namesake Zadran a couple of times.
Yeah, Basha just went up to the batter Zadran, gave him some advice. Probably was to try and stay still.
It's a much better ball. Swung out to the leg side. He's found the boundary. What a turn up for the books. He's taken the advice of his skipper. He's swung hard. Zabiullah Zadran has just put one on a decent length, and Omar smokes him for 4.
Good shot, and it's been a long time since we've seen a boundary. That certainly would give Zadran, well, a bit of belief, a bit of confidence.
If anything, I think he's more comfortable in this situation in which he's got the freedom to swing than he was yesterday. Zadran comes in, spears one outside off stump, outer edge of the bat, 2 fielders around it. They go up in unison, but Sami Ibrahim Kill takes precedence. And that is a very, very good catch in the circumstances. Omer Zadran, he had to swing hard. Unfortunately for him, the ball's just popped up off the outside edge of his bat. And that is the 7th wicket down, 63 on the board.
7th down, good catch from Sami in these windy conditions. It's the worst case scenario for Ariana because Sahak, who does come out, will have to go to the striker's end, even though the batters did cross. These new regs that come in is that the new batter will have to always go on strike. And, well, he did get the boundary. And then he goes the very next ball, caught. And it's a dot ball, gold dust. We will be going into the last, but how many will be required? At the moment, the scenario is 23 required of 10 deliveries. Zadran has to get the line right to the left-hander. He could spray this down the leg side, which 5 wides would be great right now.
Goes across, but it's a no ball call.
Oh dear.
Zadran, he's bowled a wide earlier in the over, and he's been done for what I suspect is a front foot no ball. He has an interesting front foot position where it's almost completely sideways, makes him susceptible to that call. Arm goes out straight away. Free hit, they're just keeping the door open for Ariana.
Got to get bat on the ball here. Swing hard, bat on ball, hope for a boundary.
Spears it down the leg side. No call. I don't know whether the umpire suspects it's come off the thigh, brushed the thigh, or that it's actually gone over leg stump, but that's a fortunate break for Zadran.
Well, for me, that's a wide ball. It doesn't catch anything. It just goes past that leg stick. And
Outside edge taken by the keeper, and Yusuf Sahak walks. Well, his opportunity was that previous ball, a short, wide one on leg stump. Fortunately, couldn't get any bat on it. And the next ball, Zadran gets his location right. Feather edge through to the keeper, and Jönköping might have sealed it with that ball.
Jönköping are looking ever increasingly likely to be the team that go into the final. Yeah, that one, look, if that's called a wide, then it's another run. It maybe could change things, could have changed the mentality of the bowler. But as it is, it's the 4th wicket for Zadran. And you know what? I think with a couple of deliveries to go here, I'm fancying him to pick up a 5 here. I really am.
Be a fitting way for him to finish off this game. It's been a mixed bag for him this over. The wide, the no ball, probably one that should have been called a wide, but also 4 and 2 wickets. Spears it into leg stump, and Narula, who had his issues with the bowling today, but also came back strongly at one stage. He drives it out to mid-wicket. Bashir Ahmed, he's only faced 5 balls in this innings, and it feels like an eternity that he came to the batting crease. Final ball for Zadran. Wide ball, cracked. Oh, it's a great grab. Shazad elevates it, cover. Big Bash took the long handle. If that went to the boundary, you'd suggest that Ariana still had some hope. But a sensational catch. Zabiullah Zadran, he ends up with a 5-wicket haul. 5 for 15 in the semi-final. And that has probably sealed it for his Jönköping Cricket Club.
Yeah, the 5 wicket, the magnificent 5, is going to bring up the high fives. And Jönköping seeing the back of the captain, and they know with those gleaming smiles on their faces that really they've done enough here to be in the final. Surely they have. It's 21 required of 6 deliveries, and nothing short of a miracle can help them now. 9 wickets down, Ariana, and once more their batting just has not clicked. What a performance this has been from Jönköping, and congratulations, a huge congratulations to Zadran. I mean, he has bowled absolutely brilliantly. What a performer, what a star. Zabihullah Zadran, 5 wickets he has picked up, and for 15 runs, and his name will go into that ECN Hall of Fame.
So coming off the final over, that's all he needs to do, push it outside off start. What a way to bring up a 5-wicket haul too, Rico. We've had some excellent outfielding today. That might be the best catch we've seen, not only today, but possibly all tournament. Shazad elevated and took a great grab. Big swing, outside edge. It's going down to the boundary, but third-man fielder manages to secure it, and that brings Arabzai. I think if you had have asked poor Hamed Arabzai how many times he thought he would bat across this final series. I don't think 2 times would have been his response. He hasn't been seen at the batting crease before this, but yesterday when he was there in the final stages and Sahak took them to victory, and now today coming in the 9th over, it's not his specialist skill set by any stretch, and certainly reflective of the fact that Ariana's middle order just haven't performed.
Yeah, and just a point to make is, I mean, after this game, as well, Sakani trying to pick up some rubbish which doesn't want to go to him. Is yeah, once this match is over, it's going to be lovely to see some of the kids out in the middle with the ECN Cricket's cool package.
Ball swinging across the line. Keeper just looking and wondering how that hasn't taken out the stumps, but it's good bowling from Azim.
Yeah, he's wondering what's going on here. How come the bail hasn't come off?
Nice bit of bowling. Azim just doing what's necessary at this stage. Got 2 tail-enders at the crease. Good ball, inside edge. That's going to fly down to the boundary. Arabzai, he can hold his head up high. He's got a strike rate of 200 at the moment. He maybe needed a few more of those from the top order. Salazar just cannot believe that the number 11's managed to get away with an inside edge like that.
Yeah, and they're probably wondering, where was this luck when we needed it earlier? But, maybe one or 2 of our other batters that are out there, that middle order you're talking about, Andrew, that didn't click. This is what they needed then. It's all happening too late.
Good ball, it swung out to the leg side. That's a gigantic strike from Arabzai, swinging lustily across the line to the left-hander. He's got a massive piece of it, and that is a huge hit.
Well, that is sensational. Arabzai, the number 11 batter, he has hit this huge. Shaba. Can he produce another one?
He goes again!
Oh, my word!
Where is it going? It's over the boundary for a Maximo! A huge...
Oh, hang on a minute. Wait, what's coming up here? What's coming up here? I'm having a quick look at what's going on here. Well, this has been smashed for a big 6. Oh, well, what's happening with the scores here? Because I get the feeling I'm getting something in my ear coming through about some penalty points as well. Well,
we'll try to get confirmation from the umpires. Jönköping is celebrating, so there's certainly no indication out there at the moment. Both of these innings have taken an eternity to get through. Arabzai has smashed 2 sixes off the last 2 balls to get Ariana Cricket Club within 3 runs of this target. What an incredible finish, Rico.
What a finish indeed. It's amazing. And, well, there's 1 or 2 people saying, surely, well, I'm not going to get fooled by people on the out there saying, surely there's penalty points. I think that's 1 or 2 of the Ariana boys and their supporters hoping for runs from somewhere. Well, what a finish. And you got to turn around and say, well, if that guy came out there earlier, anything could have happened.
Wow, it's incredible, Rico. Arabzai, who I don't think has made contact with a ball in any of the other times we've seen it at the crease, has slapped 2 mighty sixes off the left-hander, Faisal, and gotten his team so close in the end. We'll have a look at the highlights. What drama we've had here. Landskrona, fantastic start by Zadran. He opened up with a great over and not only sent Sadat back to the pavilion, but most importantly, knocked over the off stump of Nusratullah Sultan with one of the balls of the tournament. And what a time to deliver, and he delivered in spades today with 5 wickets.
Oh, fabulous bit of bowling from Zadran. Just like the way that, as you said, he just got better and better through the group stages. His pace got quicker. He got the ball in the right areas. And, well, this one was this was crazy. I mean, it was a bit of ping pong happening. They were running all over the place. And they managed to get 3 from nowhere. That one strikes the back of the leg of Zazai. And then the next ball went all the way to the boundary. And we thought, well, this could be the over they needed. But it weren't to be, because then happened this crazy run out. It was all happening out there. This was a magical shot. Hits it well. It was called a 6. And at that point, you thought, well, any moment there's going to be a couple of array of boundaries and everything would change. But it came too late. We kept on saying, who is going to provide a couple of big shots that changes everything? It never happened until right at the end. And when you think about it, they end up being how many runs short? 3 runs short.
Yep, absolutely incredible. That middle part of the innings, there were just far too many wickets lost, including a couple of run-outs. Wasn't this an incredible piece of fielding from Zadran, hitting the stumps from side on after Absar Khan tried to sneak the second. Absolutely brilliant. And look at the big Zadran shoulders on display. This was a comical run out. Bashir lost his footing. Poor Bazubi had already committed to the single, and that just contributed to the downhill slide of the Ariana Cricket Club. And this is an excellent catch from Batcher just when Sarawari had finally gotten hold of one.
Yeah, I mean, Sarawari would think he's unlucky. He's hit this, and he sees the ball disappearing for 6. And then he sees it being blown back in, and then worst case for him, he sees the catch taken as well from Batcher. It just never happened for Ariana. And Young Shopping once again showed that they're a team that play well as a team. And they haven't always done it in style. They haven't always made it look easy. But the fact is, they're still there. They keep going. And thanks to, well, particularly that man there, Zadran, who's been absolutely brilliant, picking up 5 wickets. Also sensational in the field. Thanks to him, they have booked their place in the final. And what a way to pick up your 5 wickets as well. What a superb thunderbolt of a catch that was from the fielder up there. It's everything going their way. Great catch there from Sahar Shahzad.
Yeah, certainly was. And in the end, wasn't it an important grab? If Med had cracked that for a 4, who knows what happened in the last over. What did happen in the last over is that Ahmed Arabzai, the number 11, went ballistic. Inside edge for 4, followed by a mighty blowout to square leg. One of the few players that's carried the boundary at long on today. An incredible whirlwind finish from him. And amazingly, Ariana Cricket Club only for 4 runs short of the 86-run target. Incredible finish here at Landskrona Cricket Club. But we now turn our attentions to, in particular, the final coming up today at 4:30 Central European Summertime and 8 p.m. Indian Summertime. That will be Malmahus up against Jönköping. Jönköping, a cracking performance, in particular with the ball after they stuttered with the bat in this game, in which they've taken down Ariana Cricket Club, the number 1 qualifier from Group B. But with first up, Rico, we've got the bronze final and 2 teams which a lot of people expected to be in the big one.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Nobody thought that Evergreen were going to have a blip. They were going so well. And likewise, Ariana were a team that people thought, well, this time around they will go all the way. It's not to be for them. But Malmahus, after another super performance from them. And Jönköping, it was a tight one. Ariana once again made it a tight match. Couldn't get their batting to click, just like the last few times that we've seen them. But they weren't able to get to the finishing line this time around, despite a heroic effort there from Absar Khan. Well, they tried 1 or 2 others up the order. Well, maybe if he had come up the order a bit more. And Arabzai particularly, I mean, Arabzai 16 of just 4 deliveries. That was a crazy 1 4 and 2 6s, which got them within 3 runs. And just having a look at that scorecard there, and Ayubi 18 run out. And just wonder if he had be able to look at that again, whether if it was quick thinking between him and Bashir Ahmed that he would have just gone to the safe end and it would have been Bashir run out. Would that have made a difference? He was a set batter at the time. So many things could have happened. Zamin Zazia, he was run out by that direct hit from Patel. What a key moment that was as well. But of course, the main thing there, 5 wickets. You don't see this often in T10. 5 wickets taken for 15 runs, and when you only got 12 deliveries, if you're picking up 5 wickets in them, that is something sensational. So well bowled to Zidane, and also, of course, his fielding was magnificent. It was a low-scoring one, but it was certainly exciting, and it went all the way down to the last over. So many things could have made this a different story here, but Jönköping, they kept their cool. They stuck to their task. They had a plan and they executed it perfectly. They are the team that will make it through into the final. And, well, congratulations to them, and also congratulations to Malmö Host. They're the two teams that we will see later. But the teams that we'll see next coming up in, well, just to give you an update on that, probably, in an hour's time, when we have the bronze final, and it will be Evergreen, a team a lot of people thought would be in the final, along with Ariana. They will be battling out to see who finishes third here. In the meantime, we've got some activity for you, and we will be having the kids from various schools from around the Landskrona area going out there in the middle and showing us what talents that they have, and kids from different ages. It's all part of the European Cricket Network Cricket Cool program. So that's crickets and then cool, cricket's cool. And it's going to be absolutely fantastic to have them out there as part of the partnership between the ECN and the Federation, just to get kids playing cricket and get kids involved. And I know here in Landskrona that the likes of Sagar Hanif, who is the president of the cricket club, and also Adnan Gil, have worked hard with the schools here, and encourages the kids to come out and go out there and play, and that's always lovely to see. So yeah, keep an eye on your screens, you'll see that there, and maybe while the kids are out there, myself and one or two fellow guests will come on and give you a bit more of an insight of the cricket there. But for the time being, Rico Full here and Andrew Ryan, we're going to just take a short break and gather our breath and maybe just compose ourselves after we've had 2 thrilling semi-finals, and get ready for the bronze final and the final coming up later today. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for all your lovely comments wherever you're tuning in from, and we appreciate it very much. And join us in about 10-15 minutes time when we come back and talk to you over some of the activities happening there, and also with interest watch some of the stars of the future out there in the middle. Hello and welcome back, and nice to see the kids out there. And well, that's a man that we know very well. Well, those of you certainly that were watching the ECL will know Azim Khalil. He's an outstanding cricketer himself, and he's somebody that plays a huge part with the kids here in Sweden. He's from Al-Mazami. He's one of the key players for them. And remember when Al-Mazami were playing in that ECL, that we were getting some video footage of some of the kids that were really watching and supporting them when they pulled out some sensational victories. But it's nice to see him here in Landskrona. We're going to see him, of course, playing the cricket himself in Stockholm. And nice to see at the moment the kids gathering around to take part in maybe say some six-a-side quick cricket and make the use of this opportunity to be out there playing on this magnificent blue pitch. I think quite a few of them, when they were coming up to the ground, were already excited, saying it's blue, it's blue. Yes, it is blue, and it's cool. And interesting enough, this is cricket's cool as well. It's all about the European Cricket Network getting involved with the federations in its Cricket's Cool project. And well, I hope to maybe have a chat with Azim as well a bit later on to talk about some of the junior cricket and the junior cricket scene here in Sweden, and perhaps one or two other guests that will come along and just have a talk to them in general about perhaps junior cricket in other parts of Europe as well. So, well, I'm going to leave Azim out there to just get the kids sorted out, and when the cricket starts, well, it'll be lovely to come back and talk through some of the action and maybe have one or two guests come on as well. So do keep your eyes glued onto the Stars of the Future, and I hope to join you back later with one or two guests to talk through some of the coverage. Hello and welcome back to the Cricket School program. It's lovely to see the youngsters out there with Azim, who's just got them split into two groups there at the moment and playing a little bit of quick cricket. And oh, it's always nice to see the juniors playing, and it's nice to have David Willman with me as well. I know David is the coach of the team that we'll be seeing in the final. That, of course, is Malmahus. David, welcome.
Thank you, Rico. Thank you for the opportunity to have a little chat around youth cricket here in Sweden.
No, it's look, I mean, with this cricket school program, I know that you were in Cardamom as well, and you saw quite a lot of the juniors coming to the Cardamom Oval, and the juniors of all types of ages coming down and watching some of the cricket. I mean, what's the setup here? I mean, maybe perhaps you could tell us about the setup with your own club for Malmahus and the junior setup.
Yeah, well, we have an under-15s squad, but that could be players from 9, 10 through to 15, and an under-19s group as well, which we have a sort of a collaboration with Lund Cricket Club. Oh. So yeah, so just saying that we have an under-15s group with the club and an under-19s group, which we collaborate with Lund Cricket Club. So the guys train sort of twice a week, but I think what's critical, Rico, is that we have an academy in Malmö, so through the winter the young people can play, and I think previously before that you'd see them in sort of September and then you wouldn't see them again till May, and obviously we're competing with all sorts of different sports in Sweden, so I think that's made a bit of a difference as well. So yeah, it's a nice setup, and the under 15s and under 19 age groups here in Sweden are growing rapidly. And clubs are really being pushed hard by the federation to invest in their youth. So yeah, it's nice to see the guys out there today.
Yeah, what's the because the difficulty, I suppose, in a lot of the European countries, the countries that are sort of the federations that ECM work with, is trying to get cricket into the schools, because I think what you're up against, and I just speaking of from my own experiences perhaps in Spain, is that cricket is a sport that's not a popular sport in a lot of areas. I mean, in the likes of Barcelona, I think cricket is very well known. There's a huge community that play cricket there, but other parts of Spain it isn't. So it's quite difficult to go into a school and explain the sport, where a school is probably dominated by playing football, handball, basketball, and that's the hardest part, I think, is to go into schools and say this is cricket, this is the sport. Because I think once they understand the sport and realise that it's a team sport, I think they're all for it. But it's making that initial approach.
100%. I mean, whenever I go into a school where cricket is not familiar, I make it very simple. It's a throwing, catching and hitting sport.
Yeah.
And if you like any of those 3 disciplines, you're going to enjoy cricket. And I think we probably need to look at the French model where they've got it on the school curriculum. And do some work with our education programs and getting teachers engaged to show them some basic skills around cricket. It's definitely an option here, definitely. And I think my own personal view is I think we can grow the girls' cricket hugely, because I think with the girls in particular, you can almost not play any cricket, and then within sort of 3 or 4 months you can play at a standard that makes you competitive, and it's more difficult, I think, in the men's game to achieve that if you're a completely new starter.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I like, I think, at the moment, and this is, I think, a big change, certainly when I was learning cricket, and the same with yourselves as well. I think now cricket, as you see it grow across Europe, it's not a sport that is specifically designed for boys, is it?
No.
I mean, it's boys and girls that play it, they play it well together, and it's seeing out there as well. We've got a mixture of boys and girls. So girls cricket, or women's cricket, as I say, is certainly on the up, and that's certainly the case here in Sweden as well.
100%, yeah. I mean, just to reiterate the point you've made there, for me, cricket is very much a tactical and technical sport. Of course, we have T10, there is a power element to it as well, but broadly it's a technical and tactical game. And the women can play it, as well as the men. There's a big fair break tournament going on, which you're probably aware of, with the women's cricket there, and we've got one of our young women who's playing over there, Gunjan Shukla. But in terms of Malmö, I think the last 3 years we've really invested heavily in the ladies team. We have 22 paid members now within our women's group, and they bring something else to the club, Rico. I mean, and I think we're seeing that now. They bring an organisation. They're very social. They're very pleased for each other's success, and they're a real pleasure to coach. They're quite different way to coach, but they really enjoy playing. So yeah, the Malmö's ladies are going really, really strong at the moment. So they've actually tomorrow, must get it out there on the air.
Yeah.
We've got a friendly game against the Danish development team, who are bringing a group of ladies over.
Oh, that's absolutely fantastic.
And then
That's here,
yes,
is it?
that's in Malmö,
in
Lindhamsfelt. And then at the end of the month, there are 5 one-day internationals where they're playing Denmark and Norway.
That's absolutely fantastic. I know that back in Spain, in Cardiff, I think there was Swedish representation as well. There was like a softball stroke hardball.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not going to call it a competition, because I think the right word for it was a festival of cricket,
yes.
where we had players of all different levels, and that was run, I know, by Andy Howes at the Cardiff Oval, which of course, as you know, is the home of European cricket lately, with the ECL and the European Cricket Championship as well. I mean, were you involved with that at all?
No, if I'm thinking of the same competition, I think we may have had a joint club team attend.
Yeah.
There. So I wasn't actually aware of it, to be honest with you. But again, I think it's great that the girls have managed to get together and go and attend a tournament like that away. And for me, the big element of cricket, of course, it's playing on the field. It's also the social element as well off the field. And the touring and for me, that's a really big part of cricket, and the chatting to the guys at the end of the game and learning from other people. So
I think it's a big change. For me personally, just staying with women's cricket, is that there was a time, of course, I remember back when, cricket, it was just at the ground, if you like, with the players. You didn't really have too much of a family feel about it. There was a lot of, the guys played the cricket and had to get back home for whatever reason. But now it's more of a family game, isn't it? And that's how it's changing. You go to a cricket ground, and it's not just basically dominated by men playing. Women players are there as well at the ground, and women that are there coaching or netting at the same time as the men's are playing, and vice versa. And I think that's important. That will help not just the sport to grow as you get men and women playing and more junior cricket, but I think it also builds the cricket community as well.
100%, and I think that's a real key development here. We're now seeing families coming to games, bringing a picnic.
Yeah.
And the wife is, if she's not playing, she's there supporting with the children, and the children are playing on the boundaries and learning the skills. I think that's what we need to develop. But the biggest issue we have here in Sweden is facilities, like I'm sure it is in most European countries, where there are hardly anywhere that has a changing room or a toilet.
Yeah.
And we have to work really, really hard, I think, as a federation to work and actually put pressure perhaps on our local communes to say, no, we deserve better.
Yeah. I mean, like it says there, I mean, it's fantastic to see the kids out there, and what we're talking about there is, of course, boys and girls mixing together and playing together. Well, I'll tell you what, that left-hander has certainly got a good hook shot and a pull shot. Hitting the ball big and running between the wickets is not so good.
Get back,
go on, get back in there. Go on, under, Iwa. But as the banner says at the back there, I mean, we grow together, and all of the things that you're talking about are things that now they're starting to happen here, all across Europe. Now that we're getting juniors involved, kids involved, you're taking cricket into the schools as well. I know here in Landskrona, I was told that there's 4 or maybe 5 schools involved in cricket, and the kids are coming together. That's great to see, and it will get better and bigger all the time.
100%, mate. Yeah, 100%. Now, we're very excited with the progress we're making. Lots to do, but we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, and you do. The other thing is, as we look at Azim there out there, just helping out some of the younger members how to hold the bat and hitting the ball. It's key to have cricketers giving up their time to do this as well, because of course that's the important thing. I know we all like to play cricket, especially the younger players, but I think you need to give something back, and what better than to give it back to the juniors.
Yeah, and I think one of the key things, and I've talked about this many times, is that where I'm from in the UK, you get to my age, and maybe you can't play, but you may still coach, or you may flip burgers on the barbecue, or you may do the accounts. And I think what we've got to be better at is keeping those players who are sort of leaving the game because they're not quite physically able to, but we've got to keep them in the club. We've got to keep them, putting something back, whether that's coaching or administration or whatever. And we find that a lot of those players just leave us.
Yeah.
And we've got to find a way to bring them back in. So we're also working, my friend Rajan Sharma is doing some work with the old boys. So we have an old boys team at our cricket club Malmöhus, where we go over and play Danish cricket. So you've then got people of the age 50 sort of still part of the club and enjoying a bit of social cricket and a beer and a hot dog, but they're part of the club.
Yeah. Very important indeed, as we see some more. Yeah, nice to see.
Yes.
The bowler, he says, no, I don't want to bowl underarm.
Azam's changing the field by looks of it.
Yeah,
He wants
Azim
third man
saying, get back. This one could be coming your way. Well, here we go.
There we go.
Yeah, nicely played. Look, it's lovely to see. Look, thank you very much for
You're
your
very
time.
welcome, mate.
I know that you got some preparations to do for the final coming up. Feeling confident?
Yeah. The boys are going well. We've kind of built really slowly throughout the week, as you know. We lost our first 3, but I think we're on a 7-game winning streak. So, and I think this last performance we were good in the field, and I think our strength is our batting. I think we've got players down to 8 or 9 who can all play. Bat, but our bowling and fielding in the last match, I was really pleased with. So, and that will be the key in the final if we can get the ball in the right place. So
I think you got some. I mean, I was saying to Andrew that when you got the likes of Bahira and Malidi out there, I mean, their catching is sensational. I don't think they put one down. And with Ankit Gupta, the captain, behind the stumps, I mean, it's a very strong fielding and bowling lineup, and the batting, as you say, is pretty decent as well. So I think got a very good chance. But Jon Shopping, I mean, they can cause a few issues.
I'm impressed with Jon Shopping. There's a couple of boys that I've kind of worked with in the past actually. Sadil Gul.
Yeah.
You've opened the bowling or first change and bowls booming in swingers. He's got a lot of talent, and Ibrahim at the top of the order as well. So they've got some decent boys there. So that's all we can hope for is a cracking game of cricket.
Yeah.
And hopefully we sneak over at the end. So yeah. But thank you very much for ECM for what you're doing in terms of promoting cricket around Europe. I mean, it's terrific. So our thanks to you, Rico.
No, and I shall relay that on to the ECN crew. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and all the best in the final.
Thanks, buddy.
Lovely to have a chat with some of the local members here, and that was David. He's the coach for the Malmöhus side that have made it through into the final. And as we see, Azam now just changing the teams over. 2 teams out there being split into 2, and a mixture of young players that haven't played the game before. Always nice to see. And I think nothing gives us older members certainly more pleasure than to see youngsters out there playing the game and having fun playing the game as well. And like I say, that's the only way that we're going to grow the game, to see the youngsters out there, the stars of the future. So leave you to enjoy some more of the moments there. Maybe I can get another guest on to have a talk about junior cricket if in Sweden and other parts of Europe.
Best team de Madi, orgulho rochada, bonito. Best team de Madi, orgulho rochada, bonito.
European cricket fans, it's time for Game 3 here at ECS Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode. It is time for the bronze final, and we've got two surprising combatants in this game. It's the two #1 qualifiers from the group stages, Evergreen and Ariana, who have been defeated in the semi-finals. They'll now take on each other for the right to call themselves the bronze medalists from this tournament. We'll hand over to a man who flips frequently, fairly and phenomenally. It's Mr. Rob Kemming.
Heads. Heads is called. It is heads. We're going to bat.
So Ariana Cricket Club have won the toss for this bronze final, and they are going to bat first. Certainly tough for both teams to come back out after they've had disappointing losses in their semi-finals. Both had the position in their favour at one stage throughout the game, but couldn't capitalise on opportunities, and ultimately they were beaten by Malmöhus and Jönköping respectively, who we'll see in the grand final later on today. But first and foremost, these teams had the opportunity to take third place in this tournament. For the opening stages, I will send you back to Rico Full in the central commentary position.
Thank you very much to Andrew Ryan there, this move operator, and well, two more matches to come from this beautiful scenic location, the southern part of Sweden. This is the Landskrona cricket ground. Just having a look at the players' areas there and the match officials, and also the tower where the cameras are posted, where we've seen the likes of Karina and Richards do some excellent work in sometimes very tough conditions. And talk about tough, both these teams had it tough in the earlier matches today in those semi-finals. Both the losing semi-finalists. That means they come together for, well, they still have something to play for. Third place is at stake. This is the bronze final. And you see there, Ariana winning the toss and electing to bat first. Are we going to see them go out with a bang, Ariana? And we know that they're a strong team. They've got good, strong batters in their lineup. They just haven't clicked in this one, and they'll be hoping that they can and show what strength and ability that they have in their team. And the likes of Evergreen, they've got big batting up there as well. Amir Ali, he's very strong, and he'll be hoping to finish the captain on form. And as would one man that we've seen a lot of, and that's the man that made the century here, Umar Nawaz. He's by far the leading run scorer, 96 to 86 in favour of Evergreen at the moment. So everything to play for as we join the umpires who make their way out to the middle. The umpires for this match is Sagar Hanif, and also our very own Barry Eaton. It's nice to see Bazza out there as well, the multi-skilled Bazza. The team's average runs for 113 to 101 in favour of Evergreen, and against 70 for Ariana and 88 for Evergreen. And the key thing there, the one thing that really hurts Evergreen right at the bottom left, that one game lost in all the matches that they've had, and it was the semi-final, which is the reason why we're not going to see them in the final. Big news coming through from Ariana is that in this match we're not going to see the Sultan. So he is absent from their lineup. And that means that these two have got all the work to do. I've got to say that Baz Ayubi, he did bat pretty well. I still go back to that moment, that run out, and he and his well, it was all down to the captain. Basha just got stranded in the crease, and Ayubi decided that he would be the one who was going to make the sacrifice and try and get back, even though he was a set batter. I think if they thought about that quicker, maybe he could have been the batter who stayed there, who should have stayed there, and could have gone on to get the victory for his side. It wasn't to be. Man on strike is the left-hander, who's had a good series himself. Kadir Sadat hits this firmly out onto the offside. Gets a single to his name. Off the mark straight away. Just to remind you, there's also plenty of cricket happening in Malta as well. I'm sure that you've been switching backwards and forwards. Gibraltar, the match against Romania that's happening now. They were 141 all out with the ball to go in their 20. Romania doing very well indeed, 92 without loss at the moment. Only 6 overs gone. It's gone down the leg side. Yeah, hello to our team out there. Maxi is there along with John Grimmer doing a bit of scoring, and also Charlie Hunt, who's done a superb job in Malta at the Marseille International Ground. And the commentary. As if this has gone a long way up in the air, and talking about you need to keep your balance if you're to score good runs. Well, Sadat completely losing his balance here. Goes for the big shot. He's all over the place and falls over himself. Look, just trying to get the big shot in, and you can see he goes down and his wicket goes down as well. Caught and bowled, and it's Mohammed Asif who gets the breakthrough. Sadat, he goes early. Just the 1 run to him with his 2 deliveries. So the form that he saw earlier in this series for him, it's not quite happening. That's the new batter welcomed into the firing line with a smile, and that's Ariane Sawari coming out now. Always difficult, these matches, I think, and 2 teams have had about an hour to sort of get over the disappointment. Well, certainly Ariana have, Evergreen have had a bit longer. They were in the first semi-final. Very difficult to try and pick yourself up from that. Of course, both teams, a lot of people expected them to go all the way into the final, and sort of playing maybe for a bit of pride to say that they finished 3rd in this series. And this is well struck, and that's going to be 4 runs. Muy bien, chico, 4 carreras. And it's our man, Azam. Let's just say a big hello to Azam and thank you to Azam, who's out there with the kids. Wasn't that fantastic? And seeing that the kids out there hitting the ball around, getting a bit of coaching from a very talented Swedish cricketer as well, Azam from Albazami. It was nice to have a little chat with him as well during the interval. And, you can catch up with that on the social media. That's a really good delivery. It's really well bowled, and the finger goes up. I have to say, I'm not 100% sure what this takes. I thought this was pad. Yeah, that's a poor decision for me. That hits the pad, unless this is being given out LBW, I suppose. But even that one, it's a tough one. And finger's being given. He can't believe it. It certainly hits the pad, so it's not caught behind, which I think, I'm not sure what. I think the wicketkeeper was going for the caught behind, and that cuts back. Whether that's going to go on and hit the stumps or not, I don't know. And I'll be interested to see if this is given LBW or caught behind. LBW appears on the sheet, so that's what it will be. The umpire decided that's nipped back and was going to hit the stumps. Close call. And I think the umpire there, Sagar Hanif, is in the best place. And certainly a look of complete shock on part of the batter. Another wicket goes. This is played out into the off, a big shot. And if this hits, it could have seen another wicket. Wickets falling early. You saw Kadir Sadat, who's been in good form with the bat. The left-hander, he goes early. Lost his shape, lost his balance. It's been a productive over. Just 8 runs on the board. Asif has picked up 2 wickets though. Good bit of shape on this, and they run hard. There's the throw. Backed up again. Certainly Evergreen be happy with the start that made 2 wickets in the over, 9 runs from it. Mohammed Asif will be more than satisfied with the start. Little breezy at the moment. The cloud cover has got a bit thicker. Seeing to my left there, some of the Malmahus players enjoying, just having a bit of a relaxing time at the moment. Watching the cricket, pretty sure that pretty soon they want to start getting some warm-ups, etc. done. This one has gone all the way over and goes for 4 more. And it's a big swing, a big swipe from Ayubi. And Ayubi gets lucky. Ayubi says, "You beauty," as that flies over. And nothing anybody can do about that. It's 4 more runs. Abza Khan has joined him out there. Good comeback from Saran Aslam. Saran Aslam is a player that's impressed. Look at the movement away there. We saw him play the first couple of matches for Evergreen, and then he was unavailable for a few. He's come back from yesterday. A talented player, good bat. This is going up in the air, not so lucky this time. The wicketkeeper thinks about going for it, but the fielder says, "Nah, you leave it all to me." And it has been left all to the man who started things off in this match, Mohammed Asif. And after picking up a couple of wickets in his own over, he gets this catch. And it was a big shot from Ayubi, but no luck this time round. It's easily caught. And, that means that the captain, Bashar Ahmed, makes his way out there. I'd like to see Bashar come out a bit earlier. I think maybe he could have come up probably a tad earlier in the last match as well. He elected to send some of the other batters out. It's not a good shot once again. Similarly to Qadir Sadat, just completely losing his shape. The head goes up in the air, and it's a nice, easy take for Asif. Asif was not going to make any mistakes there. So he finds his name back in the book one more time. Just losing the wickets far too early here, trying to be aggressive, but only succeeding in getting themselves out. They're 3 wickets down, and not a lot of runs on the board. Sort of being the pattern of the day. It's not been high scoring. I think the wind was certainly going to play a part in that, and slower outfield. It's a good ball, nicely bowled. Saran Aslam, big smile on his face as Baza signals 2 to come in the over. Nicely taken there by the keeper as well. Amir Ali behind the stumps, the captain. Played out by the captain, Bashar, and gets the single. And, be nice, I think, if somebody like Bashar is such a nice guy, such a good leader out there. Things haven't always gone his way. It'd be nice if he can finish on a high. Rico Full here, and nice to welcome back into the commentary cube Andrew Ryan. Welcome back, sir.
Lovely to be here, Rico. Looking to finish off with a bang ourselves. The commentary box, as it's nicely driven by Abza Khan. They don't take the single, well, certainly not until after Mohammed has copped it in a sensitive spot on the leg. Scoot through for 1. That's the end of the over for Ariana there. 15 for 3 after 2 overs. Not a great start, Rico.
No, not a good start. They're just looking to attack, but not getting to the pitch of the ball. We're seeing here the bronze final being played between Evergreen and Ariana. Unfortunately, 2 teams that were not successful in the semi-finals earlier today, and then the big final. This is what everybody's waiting for. I think it's going to be a very good match. Malmahus versus Young Copping to the the best teams in the series coming together. This has been lofted up in the air. How far does this go? And, well, no mistakes from that man. We know all about him. He takes a good catch, Nawaz. That's his spot. That's his zone. And he takes his catch. It was one of those which was hit pretty well from Abzar Khan. Look, he gets the pose in as well. But then he says to Diana, don't quite take me picture yet. I don't think I've hit it well enough. And he had it, and the catch is taken. Safe hands. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, it certainly is safe hands. You're going to hit an outfield catch. He's about the last man you want to see under the ball if you're the batsman. Hasn't dropped too many this week and has taken a couple of spectacular grabs as it is. This is an awful, awful start for the Ariana Cricket Club. 4 wickets down and not even out of the power play yet. Evergreen look like they're pretty determined to win this third place playoff. Can say from personal experience, Rico, this is a hard game to get yourself out for, particularly if you've had a tough semi-final loss. But ultimately, winning this third place playoff makes you go home feeling a lot happier than if you're the loser of this game. Zai taking up strike.
Oh, for this one, it's an awkward one for the wicketkeeper. I think that's bounced up and caught him on the. Looks like it caught him on the side of the head. He's done very well. Takes a nasty bounce. See there that part of the ground where the wicketkeepers have been toing and froing. It's quite muddy and dusty. Hits the deck and catches it. It's okay. In the air, but through the gap. 4 runs. Nicely played. Nice shot. And that's what they need to do. Got to be positive. Play the shots well.
Looking forward to, I guess, the latter part of this Swedish season, and certainly when it comes to the T10 qualifiers for the ECL tournament next year, Rico. Zazai feels like one of those players that will become even more important for Ariana, and one that's got plenty of development potential. He hits the ball hard. He's got nice natural timing. They could just get a little bit more consistency out of him with the bat. He could become a really important player for them in the next couple of months.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we both have liked his play. We've liked him as a player, Zai. And I think, as you say, he will develop into a good player. That's a pretty decent delivery, but it's been well played as well.
It certainly was. Didn't go hard at it. Make sure he dropped the hands. I wouldn't say it was deliberately guided between the wicket keeper and first slip, or standing probably a little bit closer to second slip at the moment.
Good delivery. Gets this one angled in and then moving away, and one or two of the fielders was pretty sure this one was going to take the stumps, or at least take the edge of the bat. Beautiful shape on that ball.
Yeah, lovely ball. He does get consistent outswing, helped by the breeze today, obviously, Mohamed Asif, but he does bowl a very consistent line and length. Always probes full, which I like. He's giving the ball a chance to swing and cannons into the pads of Ahmed. Squeezes out, no run.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, look, there's I suppose a double disappointment for these sides as well. I mean, of course, it's disappointing that you're not making it through into the final, and because you've got an opportunity to win what has been a fantastic series here. But of course, the other disappointment is that they don't get the chance for the ECL, because this delivery here, it's hit pretty well. Fielder just out of his reach, and just as well, really, because Umar Nawaz, if he gets anywhere near it, they tend to stick into his hands. It's a confident-looking shot played from Bashar Ahmed, the captain. He'd be hoping to play a few more of those. He's slightly different circumstances this time round. Just have a look at the power play there. It looks pretty good, but it's not that fantastic actually. 4 wickets down. Score only reached up to 25.
Not a bad last over from them though. Mohamed Asif going for 10. 3 wickets for him though, 3 for 19 in the end. Irrespective of the runs that he's leaked, those 3 top order wickets, and he's done his job at the top of the order. Arslan coming on for his second.
It's nicely played away. It's got a good bit of timing on it. Oh, and it's not a good one from the fielder. And that's one that gets away. Disappointment there for Mohammad Qadir. It's a nice bit of timing though. Just leans back, pushes it away. And Qadir perhaps showing some of the signs that this has been quite a long couple of weeks for some of these players. Just being flicked away, and this one is also racing away to the boundary, and it gets there. So back-to-back boundaries. Nicely played first, the little double to the third man, and then this, a little tickle down to the fine leg boundary.
Showing there's a lot more to him than just a hard-hitting middle-order batsman, Zazai. Bit of creativity with the willow, just stays stable and tucks that ball down to fine leg. Nicely played by the young man. Ariana's batting total looking a bit better as he reverts to more typical Zazai. Big swipe across the line. Ball's called wide.
Yeah, the wind is playing a part out there as well. I don't think they've noticed the bails have come off. Yeah, they have now, as Sagar Hanif trots up to do his duties and get those bails back on. Well done to the umpires once more in this series. They've been absolutely brilliant. You see Sagar there with Barry. Barry's been he's multi-skilling this week. So well bowled, gets that one right up there, sneaks it through, and led very well by our tournament referee as well, Sir Rob Kemin.
4 boundaries off the 3rd over and the 4th so far, so Ariana's starting to get this total looking a little bit more positive than it was at one stage.
So we're going to miss. Just a bit more acceleration than the last couple of overs. The 3rd over went for 10 runs, and this one's been a better one as well. Looks like Zai and Ahmed are just starting to settle in. So is the wind. That's really coming through pretty strong. On the off and single taken.
That was quite a gust, Rico. I was wondering whether the cube was going to stay affixed to the ground. We've got it hammered in pretty hard into this Landskrona turf, so we're hoping it will stay stable, but it's just the occasional large gust. It's probably not making it any easier for the batters out there as well. And we've seen some not particularly high totals across the last 2 days.
That's nicely finished off by the bowler. Aslam, he picks up 1 for 16. And Rico Full here, along with Andrew Ryan, along with the magnificent bit of silverware that is up for grabs. What a trophy that is. Certainly looks the part, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Lovely trophy. Guys at Loco Lifestyle do an excellent job with the design and manufacture of these. And haven't the 2 captains of Melmahus and Yon Shopping been eyeing this bad boy off over the last hour? They know they're one step closer to their dream of European Cricket Series glory.
Yeah. And
they're both pretty desperate to get their hands on this piece of silverware.
I can't blame them. I mean, it looks pretty. It is an unbelievable trophy, and the medals as well. I'm going to try and see if I can sneak out one of the medals without. Well, Baz is out there at the moment. He won't notice, will he? Now's my opportunity to get a medal.
Not much gets through Baz, does it? The DJ superstar from Valencia has Qadir. Big appeal. It's going down the leg side.
Qadir into the attack.
He's a man of many talents, Barry Eaton, isn't he? I mean, we've heard a little bit about his DJing skills out in Spain. You know, he's a qualified umpire. It's a big swing from his eye. He's found the gap out there, and that's going to skip off the turf. Go for a boundary. Let's see the umpiring skills of Barry Eaton next over. from the top end. But he's also quite a shuffleboard player. Based on our experience from last night, we went out to the local World of Activities bar here in Helsingborg, not too far from the Landskrona, and he was pretty nifty on the old shuffleboard. Baz?
Yeah, Baz. Nifty Baz. It doesn't surprise me at all.
Very wristy player with the shuffleboard. I don't know if that matched up his game on the cricket field out in Spain.
Well, how's that? Maybe he's a bit of a dabber, you know, when he's out there. Certainly a very good wicketkeeper as well. I don't think played too many games against Levante when I was playing. Played 1 or 2.
They just in one of the lower the divisions than Rico, going around dominating the elite end of Spanish cricket. Just one of those teams we'd play out of pity once a year.
Hey, look, talk about playing. Isn't it lovely to see the kids out there? Yeah, cricket's cool.
I think we need to have a bit more of a chat about the Cricket School program.
Yeah. Hassan was out there doing his part. Well, that's a lovely looking shot. But we haven't seen too many of these, so why not save them for the finals day? This is nicely played. I'm liking this. Well, a bit of showtime here at the Landskrona Cricket Ground. Beautifully executed. Well done from the Big Bash.
Big tickle with that shot. In fact, I think the reason you don't see that shot around Europe that much is it's not that often you get to play on a ground where just tickling a spinner around the corner is going to bring you a boundary. But the beautiful outfield here at Landskrona means you're getting full value for that shot.
Yeah, it looked like he was shaping up to play it again and then decided, well, the ball's not quite there for it. I'll try something else. You see here, he was shaping for it. And he thought, well, maybe I'll just try and tickle this the other side. Ends up being a dot. That's also the end of the over. And it's 46 for 4. So these two are starting to put a bit of a recovery together. And see the top order once again just failing. And of course, without the Sultan there, they're always going to find it difficult.
Well, I think the biggest question for me is, when is Hamid Arabzai going to get injected into this game? Almost single-handedly won the semi-final for Ariana Cricket Club, smoking 16 runs. The latter stage of the 10th over, it was brutal hitting from a man who is certainly not renowned with the bat, but boy, did he hit the ball a long way.
This has been hit pretty well as well, and good foot movement, gets himself into a good position and hits it hard through those two fielders. And there's 4 more runs. He carves this away to the boundary.
Yeah, nice shot from Zazai. It's the 7th boundary of this partnership, certainly since he's come into the game. He's managed to find the boundary fairly easily, 25 off 12. It's a nice innings for him to finish off his tournament.
Well, I think if you've got a bowler that's going to bowl with shades on, you've got to punish him. And so his first ball goes for 4. And where's this one going? Ball! This one goes all the way. Well, yesterday he couldn't find his glasses. They fell off his head. But today he's got them on his head. But, well, he's getting the punishment. Kala and ka dikhi piyan si. ਜਦੋਂ ਫੀਲਡਿੰਗ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ ਅੱਜ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਐਨਕਾਂ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਨਾ ਆਪਣੀ ਬੋਲਿੰਗ ਕਰਨੀ ਆ ਬੋਲਿੰਗ ਅੱਛੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਛੱਕੇ ਲੱਗਦੇ I wonder if he's going to take those glasses off. There he is, there's Baza. He's giving it the big 6. It almost looks like when you've got Adnan out there and Sagar, who are quite tall. See where this one goes first. It's been whipped away, and it certainly will be a couple. I don't think it will go to the boundary. Yeah, almost like Baza needs a little step ladder to stand up and give those 6 signals, doesn't he? He doesn't quite shape up well. Not the quite height he needs given those 6s.
Well, I think he's a more appropriate umpire to have standing at the top end when you've got Behera bowling to Kiani rather than these two.
There you go. Sawa once more. And this one's been dragged out to long-on area. It's well fielded. And the throw comes in.
Nice over of leg spin though from Sawar. To be honest, he's been a little bit unlucky. I think he actually beat Zazai in flight on that ball that Zazai smoked over the long-on boundary. So he's landed his leg spinners quite nicely.
Well, this one's been pumped hard, but straight to the fielder. A nice bit of work there from Imran Kiani.
I think Kiani will be asking for an over today after things not quite going his way in the semi-final, it's safe to say.
Yeah, it didn't go well at all for Kiani. This one's hit pretty hard, and well, this one could have gone nastily for the captain. Bashar Ahmed, well, Ahmed, he sees this one. Oh, look, he doesn't want this one to hit him. Can you imagine? That would have been very, very... It does actually strike him, but it... He's got a big smile on his face because he's saying, "Yaar, main bach gaya. Eh, the bante de lagni si." Well, it doesn't. He gets lucky. That was heading for the danger zone.
I don't think he would have been smiling if that ball was 2 inches to its left, but 50-50 cause as far as the win probability goes here. It's been a helpful last couple of overs for Ariana Cricket Club. 61 for 4. At the end of the day, it's not actually a bad score in these conditions, and these two can bat a little bit longer. They might be able to push up towards the 100 mark and set Evergreen a pretty decent total.
Yeah, it certainly could. I mean, it's what we always say. It's all about partnerships. You remember in the match that day, they fell short, and we kept on saying partnership, get a partnership together. They did start getting partnerships together, but then the running let themselves down. Oh, that's a good ball. That's beautifully done. And, well, when you need things to happen, Umar Nawaz is the man to call upon.
Certainly is. You could argue that actually the skipper left him a little bit late in that last game. If Nawaz had to come on and bowl maybe the 6th and the 8th over, might have fired off a few more wickets. They like using him at the tail end. That's a glorious ball that takes his eyes. Zai changed his mind a couple of times as to how he wanted to play it. In the end, he just looks back, and his ECS stumps have been dismantled. Lovely stuff from Nawaz, who has continued to impress in this tournament. Rico, I know you've been looking at some of the batting and bowling figures, and he has to be one of the major contenders for the tournament MVP.
Yeah, I mean, look, he'll be disappointed that he's not going to be taking part in the final. I think he'll be disappointed that he was out pretty cheaply, wasn't he, in that semi-final? But yeah, he's been there or thereabout. Doesn't call upon him to bowl early on in the series, but when he did come on to bowl, and every time he does come on to bowl, he creates problems. And the reason he creates problems is because he attacks the stumps. He gets the ball right up there. You'll see, I'm pretty sure in this spell that he'll get those Yorkers up there as well. At the moment, he's just concentrating and getting his field right. So yeah, I mean, he's been a key player, isn't he? I mean, only scored the 4 runs today, but 366 runs in the series. And now he's picking up a few wickets for himself as well.
He's a victim of the Sharon Nord show earlier today, wasn't he, Rico?
Yeah.
Man who had an immense game. Left-hander coming out, slapping a quick 30 at the tail end, and then taking the major wicket of Nawaz. Big day for him.
Big swing here from Yusuf Sahak, who comes in. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know, you know. I mean, Arab Zai, he's probably thinking, what do I need to do to get myself up the batting order? I mean, he came out there when nobody else could hit the ball. He creamed 4 and 2 sixes from nowhere.
Beautifully played inside edge for 4 it was too.
This one's up in the air. Sahak, oh, it's taken. Well,
it's not just taken,
it's not
Rico.
just taken. Oh, yaar, kitna Rico full dekh la main apni aan ka paiyan. But catch bhi phal liya. Well, he has. He's proving me wrong. He's saying, look, I've still got me shades on. I'm not taking them off today. Not for anybody. And he takes his catch. This is a sensational catch. He sort of gets his hand there, knocks it up in the air, and then takes it close. Well, look at that. He keeps it to one hand. He doesn't need to use his left hand. That's all.
Who needs 2 hands when you've got that sort of skill? Shahid Sawar. Saw him at the crease bowling not long ago. That's a sensational catch. And Rico, there is, in and amongst some struggles that a few of the teams have had in the field, we've seen some awesome catching, and particularly in the last couple of days across quarterfinal and finals day.
Oh, well, Nawaz is the bowler that keeps doing the magic, and the fielder there does extremely well. And what can you say about that? I don't know. Great catch. But yeah, we have seen some sensational catches, and that one from Sawa, well, it was as good as some of the others we've seen in many a different way. It's up in the air. It could be another. And, oh, it could have been another one-hander. And, well, that right hand lets him down. It lets him down trying to pull this one in as well. It would have been a good one. And it's Saran Aslam there. Oh, well, it could have been the third wicket. It hasn't come out in the middle of the bat. It's certainly gone a fair way. He adjusts himself, but look, the key point here to note is how far away he is from the boundary there. So he's guilty of coming in too far and then trying to get back and not able to do so.
Hasn't cost them though. Zadran, 4 off the first ball thanks to the misfield by Aslam. But a nice catch there taken as he skies his second. That's the third wicket of this over after a very useful partnership between Zazai and Ahmed. Poor Bashir Ahmed, the skipper, stuck at the non-strikers end, just watching his batters walk back and forth to the pavilion. Zadran holds the bat up, happy with his short stay at the crease. And this brings Wahidullah Sharifi to the crease. I mean, where, oh where is Arabzai?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here.
Crowd is calling for the number 11 to have a promotion. Skipper Bashir Ahmed just feels like he's not allowing him to blossom at the batting crease.
Well, I think maybe Sarwar and the skipper, they've had an issue as we just see a replay of that catch comfortably taken for another wicket to Nawaz. And this is just a gentle away swinger. That's the end of the over. 65 for 7. As once again we have a look at the schedule and we wrap up things here, sadly, tonight at Landskrona. But we're not going too far. And get on the old express train tomorrow. Make our way to Stockholm where we do it all over again. And Vinny Sandu will be joining us back from his holidays. So it'll be interesting to hear his stories. And then we go on to, after 2 weeks in Stockholm, Prague, in the Czech Republic, Budapest, in Hungary, and Vienna in Austria before we get ready for the 5 weeks of the Italian summer. Yep, I think that's going to be a bel colpo of a series. That will be completed with the Super Series there. As we turn our attentions back to this one. Evergreen with that wicket there as this wind really rocks up now. 80% to 20 to go on to win this one. Asking the question, I'm pretty sure from here I can see the batter clearly standing inside the crease. The umpire is not very happy that he's going to have to go to the other end and get the wicket and the stumps picked up.
It's dead set the worst appeal we've seen this week, Rico. Fine to throw the stumps down, but it's a tragic request for support from the umpire. Poor Bashir Ahmed, story of his last 2 games, he just hasn't been able to get on the strike for the most part.
Yeah.
This man's been impressive since he's come into the side though. Aftab Mohammed, very consistent outswing bowler, just it comes in beautifully there. Question on the YouTube chat, Rico, from Graham Holmes, who we haven't seen earlier today, or certainly on the previous games. But great to have you with us, Graham. You've been one of our great supporters over this week. He's said, Andrew, when do you return to comms? Because he's very much enjoyed the Rico and Rhino show. Well, thank you very much, Graham. It's always lovely to have compliments like that, and it's been an absolute pleasure to share the commentary box with the out-and-out superstar of ECN commentary, Rico Fall. Probably a little way away before my next stint on comms. Unfortunately, my primary job is going to have to take precedence over the next couple of months.
You have a more primary job than this?
It's hard to believe.
How can it be?
Hard to believe. There's
the airfielder coming across is Kiani, so no worries there with Basha.
Is that a subtle sledge of Kiani? He's
not at all.
Very good
I was
fielder.
talking about where the ball was going to land. Come on. The crazy frog. Yep. That's him. He's out there. He's not had a good day, Kiani, but the day is not over. And I'm pretty sure he may get an over in. We'll wait and see. Will he be bowling the next one or not? Yeah, so you have a more primary job than this? I find that hard to believe.
It's a scary thought, but does happen. So unfortunately, that's going to take a little bit of precedence over the coming months. But love to make a return to the commentary box later this year. But very much appreciate the support and the good words and the exchanges we've had with everyone on the YouTube chat over the last couple of weeks. It's been a real pleasure, and I think it adds to the complexity and the enjoyment of the job, doesn't it, Rico? When you know there's so many people out there who share our passion for European cricket.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said that better. It's nicely played. Basha will take the single. And can I just say that, look, I know a lot of people have been saying this as well. I've had an amazing 2 weeks here. I know that we first worked together beginning of last year in Portugal, which was a fantastic series in its own right, the night series. The very first night series that the ECN did, and we were there. As we leave you to have a look at the bowling figures, it's successful as if 3 wickets, and also successful Nawaz. It wouldn't surprise me Nawaz is going to bowl this one. Maybe he's looking for 5 wickets himself. They're keeping Kiani out at the attack, 68 for 7. But look, we came together in Portugal. We had a fantastic spell there with and it's good that Marzi was there as well, and Marzi's here with us. And then we got sort of reunited again at the in Cardamom, the Cardamom Oval. But I've had a fantastic time. I love standing here and watching the game with you. I think we appreciate the same things. We have the same sort of sense of humour, and I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. I thank you very much for your time. And yeah, I'm saddened that we're not going to meet for, well, it may be a while.
Maybe a couple of months it might be, but you'll be in my thoughts always, Rico, and very much ditto to myself. It's been an absolute pleasure to be beside you, and it's you're a very, very generous man on air, both on air and obviously behind the scenes as well, and a big part of what makes the ECN coverage so enjoyable and probably keeps everyone on the chat and also me during the work week enjoying listening to the coverage. It's one of the most remarkable sports properties in the world. I was actually discussing this with a few friends in the industry the other day, that there's not many sports properties where people will tune in for the overall product itself, as opposed to because they're following a particular team and a particular league, for instance. But I think it's a full credit to you and Mr. Maximo himself in particular, and obviously the crew at Spring Productions and the whole team at the ECN, of just how they've created such an incredibly enjoyable, fun, but still very, very cricket-oriented product for people to watch. And we're really pleased that there's so many folks out there that enjoy it on a week-to-week basis, and we certainly enjoy bringing it to you just as much.
Played through, no wide there. Basha just having a little look at the umpire. Yeah, look, you know, as we say, that it's not just about the teamwork from the teams out there. It's the officials as well. It's the production crew, the ECN crew, you know, us guys as well, making that team with Spring Productions and, you know, Andis Richards and Karina here. And that's what it's all about. And this teamwork makes everything work. And this is, well, some more teamwork. There we go. It's another wicket for Nawaz. He picked up his 4th, and these figures at the moment are looking pretty decent. 4 from 4. Basha going for the big one, trying to hit this one out of the ground. But as we know, that's been an issue, this part of the ground here today. Not too many have gone all the way over, mainly down to the wind that's blowing from behind us. And the big bash, no, he may be the big bash, but not even he can hit the ball over the boundary on that part. He departs for 12 of 18 and gives another player an opportunity to go out. And it's still not the man that we want to see. It's Nurullah Mohammed who goes out now.
I think we might be denied an encore performance by Arabzai unless Nurullah Mohammed, his batting partner, cooperate and are dismissed the next couple of balls. Crowd still demanding Arabzai come to even the umpire there stuck the hand out, just asking the question of the skipper of Ariana, where is Arabzai? Do not make him come out at number 11 again.
Big swing and a miss. This one goes.
Arabzai wouldn't have done that. No, he would have smoked that to the boundary for 6. Ariana 68 for 8. Still their most important batter. Left in the sheds is number 11. It's Not going to be an easy defence of this total, but conditions are not easy for batting here, as we've said a couple of times. Big cross breeze at the moment, but this Evergreen bowling lineup, I know this is probably a less intense game than they've played over the last couple of days, but you can see why they're such a difficult team to beat in this format of the game. They just keep asking question after question with these right arm outswing bowlers.
Yeah. They certainly do. Only that Kadir just bowled the 1 over. It wasn't a bad over. 9 runs came from it. But, keeping him away from the attack, keeping with the swing, and the batters, well, they're sticking to the swing as well. This time as well as Sharifi. I can't get anything on this.
Probably time to acknowledge that Nawaz ended up with figures of 4 for 4 over his 2 overs. Not a shabby return. He's making a desperate last bid to get Rob Kemming's vote for the tournament MVP.
Another big swing. Not getting bat on the ball here at the moment. I mean, they halfway point 46 for 4. And they've lost a further 4 wickets since then, but haven't managed to keep up the same sort of run rate. Back onto this one, but no run.
Tried to gift them a single, but they don't take it. I mean, 3 balls into this 10th over, Rico. Do you make the strategic change of retiring him and bringing Arabzai to the crease? See if he could add the 16 that he did from the last game?
It's certainly not a bad shout, is it? I mean, I am surprised that he's not being given the opportunity, unless he himself doesn't want to. Well, I don't believe that at all. That one would be a wide. I think that one probably get taken by the wind as well. You see, it is. I mean, it's not your eyes going funny. The cameras are moving around very slightly up there because of this wind. It's pretty strong, and spirit of thought for my man up there, Richards, braving the elements. See that one? That one definitely is. It's more the wind, I think, than anything else. It's a good comeback. Well bowled. There was an opportunity for maybe Mohammed to get on strike. He doesn't take it. It's a pretty flat end to the innings, to be honest. It's going to be another wide. The ball gets... It doesn't even get back to the bowler, so somebody else has to come and get the ball.
This is not the advertisement for the final over that we're looking for, moving into the grand final after Mohammed showing the effects of a tough couple of days. Sharifi just swinging like a rusty gate. Just a couple of balls to go. They've managed to creep up to 70.
And gets him. Finally gets one that straight.
And my boy Arabzai is on his way for the final ball of the innings. We've been calling it for the last 59
let's
deliveries.
give him a clap. Let's say we want to. Go, Arabzai, go on.
Go on, Harvey.
Come on. Come on, show us what you can do. And, he's been made to wait before he can come on. Yeah, look. How many balls? What's he going to get? A couple or just one?
Get one.
He's going to get one ball.
I mean, Sharifi, by staying there for, I think, 6 balls, without troubling the scorers often, has really inhibited what damage Arabzai can do at the end. But boy, wouldn't it be good to see him smoke a 6 over the leg side like he did in that last game. I mean, we turn back to that last game, Rico.
Yeah.
It was incredible that they got within 3 runs after really spluttering through the back half of their innings. And then all of a sudden, when the game was done and dusted, Arabzai comes out and hits 16 in the second half of the 10th over. Got them within 3 runs.
It would have been absolutely... I mean, you may have heard while I was commentating, there was quite a few people shouting, 5 penalty runs, 5 penalty runs. And it actually was some of the spectators, of course, from Ariana, because they knew that would have seen them to victory. It wasn't to be. They were hoping. But this man certainly gave them hope. Oh, he's clocked it. Where's he going? Oh, he's done it again. Shaba. Manos arriba. Vitro. Eso es 6 carreras. Vale. Well, this guy, I tell you what, Captain, well, I think me and Bashar Ahmed are going to be having a chat. How can this guy be coming in number 11 when he hits 6 hits for fun? Look at the smile on his face. I tell you what, oh yaar maine pata to chori hai na aloo paronta kha ke honda maine pata tera. Well, he's got to be eating those aloo parontas on the quiet. Nobody knows about it. He's got a big smile on his face. So yeah, Rico, you got me. What a player, what a star.
High five from Umar Nawaz, essentially acknowledging that Arab's Eye is the second best bat in this tournament. Outstanding stuff for him. Wasn't so outstanding for the top order. Ganesh Sadat, as Rico is giving a massive thumbs up to Arab's Eye as he comes back into the tent. It was a really tough beginning for the Ariana club as they struggled to find the boundary early on. That was one rare flick to the leg side, but they managed to lose a bunch of wickets in the early stages. Big appeal there. Saweri trying to sell to the umpire that certainly didn't get an inside edge on it, but finger goes up.
Finger goes up indeed. Sorry, I'm still having a look over there at Arab's Eye. I'm trying to get his attention because, you know, I just can't believe what he's done. It's absolutely outstanding. So you have a look at some of the wickets that fell here. There was a chance earlier that went down, but that one was taken. He just needed something to happen, but it just failed to do. Then the bash came in, and Basha, he goes out there and he loses his partner pretty early thanks to that good catch there. But look, this was a good little phase when the captain, Bashar Ahmed, was out there, and he batted pretty well. And Zamin Zazia, we know that he's a good player. There's a bit of a poor fielding there from the evergreen fielder, but other than that, they'll be pretty happy with the way this has gone. But that was nice from Bashar Ahmed. He decided that's how I'm going to play Qadir. Qadir did get one back at him. A nice shot there as well from Zazai. And this one, oh, that could have been well. I think ever since he wore that one, Bashar Ahmed, he went a bit quiet, but we didn't really see any more big shots from him. And I think the captain probably was happy to see this wicket go down. He said, well, at least he won't be hitting them back at me. Zazai, I mean, the batting part of this series comes to an end, but I'm sure we're going to see him with the ball. And this one goes up in the air. What a catch it was there. And that's our man with the shades on, Sawari. And he said, I'm not taking my shades off for anybody. Not even for you, Rico. Well, he bowled with them on, and then he caught with them on as well. And this was a man who probably could have done with a pair of shades, because backpedaling here should have been on the line, wasn't on the line. And then as a result of that, to the disappointment of the bowler, the catch goes down, but not this time. It went down one time, but it was second time lucky as the catch was held on to. And Zidane, a man who's got the most perfectly kept here in not just his side, but maybe the whole series, he made his way back. And of course, we were all calling for one man, Arab's Eye. Where's Arab's Eye? Well, he didn't come there. They didn't send Arab's Eye out. They sent Nurullah Muhammad out. He swung and missed and swung and missed and swung and missed, and finally he missed one that was straight. He went. And then our man came out to great reception from myself and Andrew Ryan. Out he came, and the very first ball, without any effort at all, gets smashed to the boundary. And only Sammy could have stopped it going into the stables. And it's all smiles. And here we are. We enjoyed it. First ball, in he comes. There's our man. And I was trying to get his attention. Well, he was ignoring me, but absolutely sensational. Side. So he's scored 20 runs in the day when everybody else has struggled, and he's probably scored them with 5 balls. But anyway, there you go. There's the statistic for Arab's Eye. 1 ball, 6 runs, that's all I need. And he's probably saying to his captain, come on, Bashar Ahmed, you got to get me higher up the order. 76 for 9. He just never really got going. Oli Zazai scoring that 35 before he was cleaned up by Umar Nawaz. And Nawaz, as you'll see when we have a look at the bowling figures, he was the pick of the bowlers, picked up 4 wickets. And yeah, as Rhino says, he's certainly a contender for maybe being a contender for the MVP in this series. 1 or 2 others up there as well. I'm sure that Rob Cumming is scribbling down the details as we speak, and that is the bowling figures. 3 wickets for Asif, and 3 for 19, and then you saw the excellent bowling figures, 4 from 4. That's quite incredible, really, isn't it, from that man Umar Nawaz. But they'll want to see the best of him with the bat, and I think there's 1 or 2 other people around the ground that want to see that as well. They had a lot of support come down. Well, a lot of support come down for both these teams, actually, for Haryana and Evergreen. And they certainly would like to see that Umar Nawaz finishes his series more or less in the way that he started, and that's with the powerful hitting that we know that he can do. So that's the mid-inning summary of the bronze final. The Haryana CC, again, it's a low par score for them, 76, 9 wickets down. And the main contributor there was Zamir Zazai. And in terms of the bowling front, excellent bowling from Umar Nawaz and Mohammad Asif. So, evenly poised, 77 required for victory. And it's something that Evergreen should do, but it has been a low-scoring day. But, well, join us in about 10 minutes' time as we come back to the conclusion of the bronze final. Hello and welcome back to the Landskrona Cricket Ground. Sadly, it's the last day here, but well, at least we've still got 3 more innings to see. This will be the conclusion of the bronze final. Just to give you a recap, it's 77 that will be required by Evergreen. It's a score that you would expect them to get, but today has been that sort of day where, well, the runs have been hard to come by. Will things change? Will they not? Well, we will have to wait and see. That man out there, that's what all the focus is on. He has been tremendous for his team earlier on. But just when it counts, though, coming up into the quarterfinals and the semi-finals, he's just gone off the boil. You saw that here today. Yeah, and he was able to get 4 runs in the semi-final. It's a man that was scoring runs for fun earlier on. You saw him score a fantastic century, 102 against the Seaside, and he could have backed it up with another one in the very next match, which finished on 89. Get ready to start. They're going to go with Nurullah Mohammed. It's an interesting bowler. He sort of trots in, doesn't really steam in, but he gets the ball in the right areas. Umpires just wait for the signal to get this match started. It is Sagar Hanif and Barry Eaton are the umpires. Just defended away. Ahmed once more. This is hit on the up, and, well, it's straight to the fielder. And that's not what you need, so Aslam, he has to go. It's another early wicket. It's a pretty good ball. It's sort of the sort of delivery that we've seen the likes of Adam Sarton bowl. Just gets the ball right up there in the right areas, gets a good carry through, and the batter not able to get on top of it. And caught. So a wicket off the very first delivery of the innings. And Nur Mohammed does exactly what his team needs him to do. Evergreen lose a good batter, one of their top batters, very early. And the change around, having Aslam to come up, opening the batting as opposed to the captain. Amir Ali hasn't worked, and it's a golden duck. In fact, it was the second ball, so not a golden. The duck, though, Salman Aslam will not be happy about it. That's been hit pretty firmly, just over the fielder. It goes to the boundary. It's 4 runs. But, well, our man, Hamid Al-Abzai, does get fingertips to this. It's firmly struck. And man who's gone out there is Arslan Ali. And it could have been another wicket. Arslan living dangerously, but wanting to play his shots. This is up in the air. Fielder's running down. And it's another wicket. It's a really good catch as well. And it's Bashar Ahmed, the captain. And it's the area where we expect the ball to be taken by the wind. And maybe that's what Arslan Ali was relying on. But you see here, doesn't really have good shape here. He loses it. He didn't have the ball in control. Didn't have his head in the right area. Goes up in the air, and that man there, the captain, he made really good ground. He gets into the right place and takes the catch. It's another wicket going down. So Ali, he came out, Aslan, and gets caught. So off he goes. He's on his way. It's another wicket for the opening bowler, Nurullah Mohammed. 2 wickets down already. Very much the same way that Ariana started there. Lost 2 wickets in the first over. This over is far from complete. Nawaz at the non-strikers end is probably wondering what's going on here today. And this one has been played really cautiously. It's probably the word I'm looking for. The wicket keeper, Haris Idris, looks to play the cut here, doesn't get it. And that is the end of the first over, and it's only one scoring shot. Was a risky one anyway from Aslan Ali, and it did go for 4, but the very next ball went into the hands off the fielder. So wickets early. Aslam, he went of his second delivery for a duck, and then we saw Aslan Ali, he hit his first ball for 4, and the second one straight into the hands of Bashar Ahmed, as we get joined once again by Andrew Ryan. Andrew, it's not a good start. It's 4 on the board, 2 wickets down.
Well, they go away for 1 over, Rico, and all of a sudden the top order's capitulated. That meant Arabzai, who we were calling for with the bat, came out, obliterated 6 off 1 ball. He's now got his main job to do with his big outswingers. Bowling to Nawaz, who's seen a fair bit of carnage up the other end in this first over.
Up in the air, but this one will go over the man in the third man area. And that's Yusuf Sahak. He can't do anything about this. So 4 runs. It's edgy. It's lucky. Hay suerte. Pero hay 4 carreras también.
What is it about power hitters, Rico, that even when they get a top edge like that, it seems to fly to the boundary so much quicker? He's a brutal striker. Was probably be disappointed with his returns over the quarterfinal and semi-final. I'd love to finish off his tournament well. Beautiful strike down the ground. That once again hasn't missed the cube by that much, but it's a wonderful shot.
It's a lovely shot out of the middle of the bat. This is what we know he can do. This is where he's powerful. When he starts with a 6, sometimes he started with a 4, and that's all he does. What do you keep hiding behind me? What am I? Am I your protected shield or what? I don't know. The big man, well, he might be big, but he's a big softy as well.
I'd like to think I was just judging it in the air. I thought it was coming a bit deeper than you did.
And that's just places out in the off and fires the throw in. It was almost like a bouncer back at the non-striker getting himself in the crease. Here's the throw. Look at that. It certainly was a bouncer.
Yeah, those early wickets have probably made this maybe a more interesting chase than it would have otherwise been, Rico. The top order of Aslam and Ali had been able to join Nawaz and knock off most of these runs. Would have been a fairly easy chase, but as it is, they're going to have to invoke the middle order again, who couldn't get it done in the first game. Probably the more important game today, that semi-final against Malmahus. Asking some work with them again today.
Yeah, I mean, the captain of Evergreen, Amir Ali, he's elected not to come up the order himself. He's tried 1 or 2 others. At the moment, it hasn't worked. That's well bowled from Arab Zaid. As the bowls a slower delivery. Have a look at this. He's struggling a bit. Have a look at the pickup. Here's the pickup. Look at the throw. It's looking quite cool there. And then when he walks back, he's limping. So not really sure what's going on there. And then the batter says, "Can I have a go at this?" No, you can't. This is one way to stay in touch with us, Andrew.
Certainly is. Plenty happening on social at the moment. Hasn't Diana Orris been doing a great job with the social content, making myself and Rico sound and look much better than we deserve. She's taken some great videos and put up some excellent content, primarily on Instagram, but there's plenty of other platforms, obviously. Many people following us on YouTube for the live streams. We're on Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, and of course the Telegram channel to keep up to date on everything that's happening in the European cricket world. And there is no shortage of stuff happening, Rico. Obviously, we've got the concluding stages of this ECS Landskrona event, but also tournament of the Valletta Cup still happening out in Malta at the moment.
Yeah, plenty of action, entertainment, drama, and thrills, of course, especially when you take into account what we saw yesterday. Well, the batter has decided that he would like a, well, maybe not. He said, "Nah, I ain't wearing that." Well, what's wrong with it? I don't know. It doesn't matter. If it's hard and it's going to protect your head, I'll take it. He decides he doesn't want it, so he's going to go and face the music without the lid on. That's Harris. Well, he should have a helmet. I'm sure he has one that he puts on when he's behind the stumps to the spinner.
Not sure how Arabzai will feel that he's comfortable out there facing him in the cap, but then Absar Khan comes on and he decides, I've got to get the lid. Khan spears the first one down the leg side for a wide.
Yeah, not the best of starts, but I'm sure he will get it right. He's bowled pretty well throughout this series. Goes for the short one, and Idris is looking to cut that away. And, it's the right shot to play. With the field set the way it is, probably trying to get that. It's an interesting field set. You've got like a third man point and a man sort of backward point on the boundary. So you can see the areas they're looking to bowl these, and it's in that area again. So the bowler playing his part.
A nice ball from Absar Khan. Probably hasn't reached the same heights as he did in the ECS Melbourne event 2021 when he was destructive throughout the first week of games, but he's certainly gotten better and better as the tournament's gone on. But his outswinger working again has been helped by the breeze that switched around the last couple of days, starting to find a little bit more pace.
It's nicely played, and talk about pace, that went pretty quickly. And what good hands as well. Got on the fielder out there. And we've seen him, he certainly is hobbling a little, but when he has to fire into action, he does it very well. Just dancing through the air there. So he picks that one up.
Pretty good over from Khan so far. Just a couple of runs off it. Bigger task here though with Noirs coming around the wicket. Interesting approach, but good short ball. That's a really good delivery.
Yeah, it's short and straight at the body. Look, you see that goes right over the middle stump. Ball as well.
Quite like seeing that as a fast bowler when you beat a batsman as good as Umar Nawaz for pace, not getting around to play the pull shot.
This one is on him pretty quickly again, but it does get enough bat on it to take the single.
Little exchange between bowler and batsman. Amsa Khan just reminding Umar Nawaz for contests later in the season that he can fire it up when he needs to and doesn't mind a little bit of a short ball attack.
Nicely played shot, actually. Not a bad delivery as well. Good bit of cricket. No run there. That will be the end of the over. So we're on 19 for 2 at the end of the power play.
Not the most stunning power play for Evergreen. The fact that they lost 2 wickets in that first over from Nurullah Muhammad subdued their chase a little bit. They're still seen as the heavy favourites, although those graph lines are coming far closer to each other. Certainly need to get a bit of a wriggle on. Plenty of runs still required, 58. So long as Nawaz is there, that run rate certainly won't be a problem. Bazubi coming into bowl. Lovely comment on the chat too, Rico. Abdullah Tushat saying how much he's going to miss ECS T10 until it's back on, but obviously only have to wait until Monday once we get through to grand final stage. Rico will be joined by Mr. Maximo Vinisandu up in Stockholm for the next tournament, so it's only 24 hours you have to wait.
This has gone a long way up in the air, fielder. Oh, he's lost it for a moment and it goes down. Well, one fielder looked like he was shaping up to take the catch, and it's another one that takes over at the last moment. The catch goes down, the throw comes in, it's overthrows. The bowler is absolutely disgusted at UB. Well, what's going on here? Look at this. I mean, he's saying, I've got it. He puts his hand outside, I said it's mine. And then, in the end, neither one of them really make an effort. And it's been a real mess up. The bowler, as the UB decides, I'm not putting my hand to this throw. I'm not breaking my hand for this. And the batters, with smiles on their faces, make it into 2. And this one should just be the 1. Oh.
Pretty good bit of bowling from Bazubi that drew the false shot from Nawaz. I'm sure he'd love to have the wicket of the big Evergreen opener, but fortunately the man who was closer, Nurullah Muhammad, just had his hands waving around like he wasn't quite sure what was happening.
Well, this is hit pretty well. Well, he gets another chance, and this time the catch has been taken, and he'll probably have a look round at the other fielder, Nurullah Muhammad, and say, you see, you should have left it to me. I told you I had it.
Did look pretty safe catching that ball, didn't he? Not sure Absa Khan had any need to worry about what was happening as far as Nurullah Muhammad's hands. Taking this with great composure.
Yeah. Rosie Idris is another man that goes, trying to find the boundary on that side of the field here today. It hasn't been easy unless your name is Arabzai. There's very few that have found the boundary down there. So UB does get a wicket.
It's quite incredible, isn't it, Rico? The amount of top-level batters that we've had today that have been trying to hit sixes in that region, and Arabzai's faced 4 balls and he slapped 3 of them for sixes.
It's true, and we saw that even there, the catch that went down from Umar Nawaz, the man who couldn't stop scoring runs early in the series, in the group stages.
Why is he still there though? He's come down the track. Bazubi's tried a slow ball. It's gotten out of control.
Yeah, it's not the first time that we've seen that slower ball get picked up by the wind and dragged pretty wide. So the UB trying to finish well here. Big groan from the batter. He's not happy that he's not been able to time this better, but he does get a single, and he is still lucky to be there. He could have gone a couple of shots ago when he was dropped.
A few shubbers just to keep Baz Ubi going at the end of what's been a pretty good over from him. He's been a good contributor to this Ariana Cricket Club fight throughout this tournament. Short ball. That wasn't a great finish. Slapped around for a boundary 4 out to square leg, and that just helps ECC, Evergreen Cricket Club, push up to 29 for 3 at the end of the 4th. Nice little shot from Mohammed Asif, who bowled very well earlier today.
Yeah, hello to everybody, and thank you for all the lovely comments. Thank you for joining us here at Landskrona in Sweden. And just to remind you, some of you are saying, well, when are we going to see you again? Well, the final is coming up after this match, and straight after the final, stay with us for the presentation ceremony. And once all that's concluded, as the teams no doubt will party long into the night, we'll get ready, and tomorrow morning we'll be making our journey to Stockholm, and on Monday morning it's the FanCode European Cricket Series coming to you from Stockholm in Sweden. So it's only a day that you're without us.
Are you going to travel in your celebratory finals day vest, Rico, or do you have a separate vest for travel days?
I have a travel vest, as this one's up in the air. This will be an amazing catch. Oh, it almost was an amazing catch from a man that took the catch before. This ball is going swirling around in the air. Nurullah Mohammed, he does the 360 here. You might as well go, oh, as he does a bit of the Michael Jackson, but not able to keep hold of the ball.
Well, considering what an awkward position he got himself into, it wasn't a bad effort at the end of the day. He got a decent set of hands to it. Absar Khan almost with the wicket as Nawaz continues. This is a nice little battle within the game, isn't it? Absar Khan coming around the wicket, very genuinely attacking Umar Nawaz with the short ball. Feels like he's trying to make a bit of a statement to the big man.
Yeah, you can see he's banging this one into the deck. And he's getting the ball to talk as well. I like this battle. And at the moment, Khan is seems to be winning it. Nawaz will have other ideas. And this is pretty hard. The bowler was quick to take a bit of evasive action, but just a single that's taken there. The fielder trots the ball back to him.
Geez, he wasn't desperate to get in front of that ball with the return catch. Absar Khan, difficult job coming around the wicket nonetheless, but hit hard by Nawaz.
That's well bowled, and that's going to be a wicket. Yeah, that takes a little bit through, so Asif will have to go. Good bowling. This is, look, if you're going to bowl short, this is where you bowl it. Just have a look. It's right at the batter, draws him into the shot, gets a little tickle, and a catch taken by Kadir Sadat behind the stumps, and it's another wicket. That's well bowled.
Yeah, it is. And you know what else has made me quite happy, Rico? That
Tell me.
Amazingly, in the last 10 or 15 minutes, the wind has died down enough that probably for the first time in the last 2 weeks, I can actually hear edges going through to the keeper. We've had so much blustery wind over this Landskrona tournament that it's very, very faint sounds we're getting through from the mic that picks up the ground sound effects. And it's delightful to just hear the edge go through. Sound that's so much a part of cricket each summer.
Oh, that's an absolute beaut. Absolute beaut. And he knocks them over. And the captain, Amir Ali, he brings himself lower down the order and he goes for a golden. Yep, it's one of those. It's not a good end to the series for Amir Ali. Just have a look at this. It's just a really good ball. It's quick, it's fast, it's fiery, and it's too hot to handle for Amir Ali. He just stands there, probably in a little bit of shock, but he has to go. And that's a dismal end to his series as a man who's not had the best of days, Kiani, comes in to take over.
Geez, I'd love to see Kiani bat them to victory here. He's such a competitor, and He had such an ordinary day this morning. He's a real fighter, this man. Had a great tournament too. He's one of the leading wicket takers, if not the leading wicket taker. Rico, I don't know if we've updated those stats across the course of
he's
today.
still joint. I mean, he's joined up there with Kadir, who hasn't picked up a wicket today. So yeah, on 12, and just gonna probably have to check up on what Umar Nawaz has finished on. We'll probably get an update on that a bit later on. This is up in the air. Oh wow! This was the hat-trick ball, and it could have been sensational. I don't know why he's at one point he's also saying unlucky, but he's also giving him. Oh look, look at them! Look at Sadat's reactions. He's saying, "Man, what are you doing? Have a look." I don't think he does get fingers to it. Certainly jumps up in the air. They set the field for it. Look at Sahak's reaction here. He's giving him a hug at the same time. He's having a big laugh about that as well. That would have been quite sensational. Still haven't had a hat-trick in this series.
I'll tell you what, that must be the world's shortest slip cord, and they had Sadat with the gloves next to Ayubi, who had Yusuf Sahak next to him. No wonder they weren't catching anything that was flying high off the bat, but great bowling from Absar Khan. Excellent final showing from him, demonstrating why he's one of the best pacemen in this part of the world. He ends up with figures of 2 for 10. Not that far off a hat-trick. Tell you what, Evergreen, haven't they had their struggles with the bat today? Yeah. 36 for 5, chasing 77. Someone had have told you before the start of today that Evergreen was twice going to be reduced to that sort of score in both games today, they wouldn't have believed you.
This has been hit pretty well, and oh, that would have been absolutely amazing. And he's certainly been throwing himself around, hasn't he, Nurullah Mohammed? He signals the 6, but I think he realises he's over the rope at one point and then tries to get this ball to come back in. Let's have a look at this for some action.
Beautiful shot from Nawaz, but excellent effort from Mohammed. Keeps 1 foot, 2 foot in, just trying to get the ball back into the infield. Couldn't do it, but super effort from Mohammed.
Yeah, Umar Nawaz, it's probably the only hope. Just going to probably have a look at this again for the third officials are having a look. So it's, well, I think it drops down before, but I think the signal, does it stay as a 6? This is a wide. I know that the fielder signalled a 6, but I don't think he really knew.
No, I agree, Rico. I thought that actually dropped out of his hands, certainly before his body went across the line. But have a look at this. That left foot, the right foot's in. The ball drops out and it drops
for me, that's
into the field. Unless his foot was on the boundary when he first took the ball. I think that's a boundary 4.
Yeah, boundary 4 for me. I'd agree with that. It cautiously played this next one by Nawaz. Just quite happy to take the single. I think he's probably realising now that if they are to finish with a victory, a lot relies on his batting here. It's a nice looking shot, and there is a fielder out there that will do the fielding. So Kiani is determined to make sure that his last bit of action in this FanCode European Cricket Series in Landskrona is good.
As long as Nawaz is there, as we've said a few times, the run rate's not really going to be an issue. It's a nice slower ball from Ayubi. Pulled that out once and over. Throughout most of his spells, it's pretty effective and he disguises it very well. Rolling the fingers over the top, not much bounce, really holds up off the deck. Nawaz knows he's been beaten. Another good slower one. This time it's almost more of a, don't know if that's a split finger or he's just rolled it over to almost be a more traditional leg break slower ball. Might even be able to get the replay from front on, but nice work from Ayubi. He's got a good collection of balls to just keep the batsman in check in the middle overs.
Goes for the big one. Fielder comes across and takes a very good catch. And that's the one they wanted. Umar Nawaz has gone. A very good catch taken there And that certainly now is, well, putting things back maybe in the favour of Ariana. Who knows? It's nice work done by Abzar Khan.
Yeah, good catch from him. That ball died. There's a lot of catches down that area. Remember that Nusratullah Sultan took a couple of excellent grabs down there in the semi-final where he ended up moving forward very late in the piece, getting the bucket Sultan hands under them to take a couple of safe grabs, but it's Abzar Khan down in the firing line on that occasion. Very safe pair of hands as well. Good all-round cricketer. And it brings the star bat from Ariana Arabzai back to the bowling crease. 45 for 6, so this is becoming more and more difficult for them, Rico. It's a nice over from Ayubi. The boundary first ball, but after that it was very tight. Arabzai swung around a square leg, not a good ball from him. And he swung over the leg side by Kiani, who continues to make indents in this total. Second boundary in his first 3 balls. He goes to what's now going to be known as Arabzai corner. Where he's done most of his batting damage today. Kiani up to 9 off 3. In the context of this chase, it's a pretty useful contribution.
It's a nice looking shot. He wants to take the single on. He will. Bashar Ahmed gets the throw in, but hasn't really got the arm to challenge Kiani.
Suspect after the day he's had with the ball, Kiani, he would love to be there trying to finish off this game. It's only a further 27 runs that they need. Still got 3.5 overs to go, so certainly not the most difficult chase. 27 in 22. Wickets down. That's the big factor at the moment. Mohammed facing his first ball. Arabzai drifts it down leg side. Come off Sadat's foot, and they can't stop the extra 1 being taken.
Yeah, not a good delivery, that one. Way down the leg side. The umpire signals the wide. They also take the run. 2 coming off that one.
Kiani back on strike. Certainly the senior partner out of this pair. In there for 4 balls. Oh, return catch opportunity. Arabzai. Unlucky. I thought that was hit straight to him. He moved to his left, moved pretty quickly. Wasn't brilliantly struck. Just out of reach. Kiani just opening the vat face enough to take it away from the left mitt of Arabzai.
Yeah, didn't really hit it, Kiani. Went for timing. And, it was almost a return catch completed by Arabzai. Slower delivery, clever bowling. The umpire will have a little chat to say, hey, don't stand in front of me. There you go. That's the little thing again. Say, look, just be careful.
So it was the most brilliantly disguised slower ball ever seen, but get it in the block hole. Still a difficult one to deal with. Swung over the leg side. Big Bash has come in. He's got the hands up. What a catch from the skipper. We'll have a look at it again on the video. He seemed pretty confident when he got up. It died on him quickly. Batter still standing there. We'll have a look at this. Swung over to mid-wicket. It was almost a bit of a top-spin swing. Big Bash has dived forward.
No,
I don't know if he's kept control of that.
Now, I think I can see a bit of the ball that's come loose. He's dived forward. He's not, look at here. Keep an eye on it. Just at one point, like just here, you'll see the ball. I think the ball may have just escaped. I think they'll look at it again a few times.
Looked like he had control on the left at one stage and then comes up with it in the right hand, which makes me doubtful that he's managed to keep full control with it, at least not making some contact with the ground.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I mean, let's watch it again a few times. Well, I think the finger does go up, so he will have to go. It's a very difficult one. They were just Well, I'm not sure. I'm seeing things. Just a little bit of white I saw there for a moment. I thought, well, is that the ball? Is it not? I mean, look, I was going to say this. That somebody like Bashar Ahmed, who we know really well, he seems to be one of the most honest and nice guys that you'll meet. And I think if he's saying he's caught it and he's sure about it, then I think you wouldn't really argue with him. You take his word for it.
No, I go for that, Rico, absolutely. He certainly came up very confidently taking the catch, and the video evidence. And I think probably the umpires have come to the right decision there. I think sort of basically a soft signal that they thought it was out, and there was inconclusive video evidence to see that he'd actually lost control. However it was, he made great ground to even be in a position to take it, because that ball was dropping with the trajectory very, very quickly. So excellent athleticism from the skipper. Was a victim of a great bit of athleticism. Victim of Zadran's 5th wicket in the semi-final, so some compensation there for him. There's the end of the over, and we'll have a look. It's the final day here of ECS Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode, and this match 47, the bronze final, is heading towards its conclusion, and probably still a pretty tight finish. 3 overs to go. Evergreen needing 23, and match 48, the final, 14:30 GMT, 16:30 Central European Summertime, and 2000 hours Indian summertime, prime time in India, and that is for a prime time contest between Malmahus and Jönköping. Very worthy finalists, and I suspect they are going to give us a fantastic clash. 2 very deep, well-rounded teams. They've certainly not been unbeatable in this tournament so far, but Rico, I feel like it's almost those teams that have had the greatest depth that are the ones that have made it through to the final. I think that means we're going to get a great contest no matter what. We're not relying on 1 or 2 superstars.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. I think when you look at both those teams in the final, Malmahus as well and Jönköping, that's what you see. The depth is there. They're not just relying on 1 or 2 bowlers, and they're not relying on 1 or 2 batters. It's going to be an interesting match. That's pretty high. I think that should be and has been called. It's a no ball. Sahag just getting the Yorker wrong.
A free hit coming up.
This match, I mean, you have a look at the scores required. So now 22 required of 17 balls. They have lost 7 wickets. Kiani's still there. Could end up being the key wicket. So firmly struck. Good work. And look, when you want it and you want to win this bronze final or any match, this is what you do. And this is Bashar Ahmed, the captain. We saw him take a superb catch. And how about that for a stop? There's many a goalkeeper that'll be happy with that one. Throws himself at it, lands heavily on his shoulder, but saves runs. Should have been 4, they get 2.
Yeah, great example for his younger teammates too, when you've got the skipper throwing himself around. A couple of overs to go in the end of a 2-week tournament. Great example to set.
Nicely played out. This time Fielder does well, keeps his eye on it. There's Sawari.
Good over from Sahak. I mean, he's continued to be a force for this team. So good in these later overs. As we said during the first game, probably bowls the most consistent Yorker in southern Sweden.
Once played out on the onside. Key thing here is to try and score off every ball. You keep scoring off every ball, then well, you're going to get to the last over, and you're going to give yourself a chance. Still got a few of those wickets. Kiani is well set. Sawari's come out there and looking okay. This is on course to be a close finish, that is for sure. Again, clever, nicely played, just gets in line, plays it out. And,
do you think it's too early to bring the field in a little bit, Rico? I know it's something you talk about regularly, but it feels like these singles are coming a little bit too easy at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I would watch to see just how the next two balls are played. If they play it the same way and there's no real big swing or anything from both of these batters, then yeah, you bring it in. One has stayed inside, so he finishes the over well. So we've gone the end of the 8th over now. So we've got 12 balls to go. We just have the run check for you, just waiting for the scores to update. So 62 is on the board. And that means that's 15 runs are required of 12. So do you bring the field in here? I think you certainly have, one man either side to stop the single. That's something that Bashar Ahmed, we've seen him deploy that many a times. Just have a look at those bowling figures once more. See quite a few bowlers, 3 of them in fact, picked up 2 wickets apiece. And, that is Ayubi and Abza Khan. Khan's bowling was fantastic. Here they're going with Zai to start off with. It's played out again. It's that single. And,
as you said, Rick, I think it's those 2 men short, just having cover in so that you don't give away just the bunted single, and also pushing mid-wicket just a bit closer. And in fact, Ayubi's almost just decided himself to move a little bit tighter, try to cut off the one, particularly with Zazai, who tends to push the ball into the batter. Kiani, no issue with getting the one on that occasion, just cuts hard into the ground. Sawa back onto strike. Probably going to have Sahak bowling the 10th over. Zai here bowling the 9th. Spears in. Whipped straight down the ground. Sawari does pretty well. Takes it on the first bounce and almost hand delivers it back to the bowler, trying to make sure that there's no opportunity for an extra run.
wind is still really strong. It sort of disappeared for a moment and it's come back in the air. Will it carry? No, it doesn't. Fielder comes in, has a good throw at the stumps. And just making sure that Kiani gets his skates on. And, well, Kiani survives. The non-striker at the other end. So what? He has to take evasive action as he dives to the floor. He thinks about coming, and then he says, go back. And Sawa, well, he goes diving. Sawa out there without his shades on.
Great commitment from all players. Bit of a tentative first step from Sawari on the catch. Would have been a tough one, but probably needed a very, very quick first 1 or 2 steps to get himself in position. Zai, it's been a pretty decent over here, the 9th.
Yeah, look, this one is... are we going to see the this bronze final? Maybe go to a golden ball? What are we at here now? So, 11 required. It's 8 balls to go. This should just be a single. It definitely looks we're going into the last. So, here we go, golden ball. What's the golden ball, you may say? Well, that's when the scores are tied at the end of the innings. And it all goes down to just 1 ball, and the batting side needs 2 runs. Anyone that has not already batted, so if you haven't been out in the innings, can face that ball. And that's a big wicket coming there. And right on cue. So this certainly does keep this match very much alive. And just going back to what I was saying there, so the golden ball basically, any batter that has not been out can face. So the difficulty is if you're losing a lot of wickets, it means that you end up with maybe not one of your better batters out there, as Kiani is the one who has to depart. He won't. That's not going to help their cause. And there's 1 ball that can be bowled by any bowler, and you need 2 runs or more. The golden ball, if scores are tied, but at the moment, you see there that that was the
end of the
end
over.
Of the over. It was, yeah. There you go. It's not updated just yet. Just a little bit slow there coming onto your screen. So end of the over. So it'll be 10 required of 6 balls. We're in golden ball territory here.
We certainly are, Rico. They would have loved to have a boundary off one of those last few deliveries from Zamir Zazai. He's bowled a great over, 1 wicket for 5. It's not going to be an easy job with Sahak. The assumption they're going to find it very difficult to shoot the boundary. I mean, they need probably at least one boundary, but they'll need to be alive to try to run the twos.
Well, they're going with Sahak, which is a surprise, because there's one or two other bowlers there that have impressed as well.
I'd be going Sahak at the moment.
You go Sahak?
Great Yorker bowler.
I guess, yeah, bowling in the death. I mean, Nuruddullah Mohammed did bowl very well, but this is now bowling at the death. Sahak, we know he can get those Yorkers in. Up in the air, it could be a wicket first up, and there's not going to be any mistakes from that man. No way. And Bashar Ahmed takes the catch, and more importantly, it's also a dot ball.
Yeah, certainly. Sahak was probably a little bit more length there than he intended to. I suspect he's really trying to get this up into the block hole, but has paid off for him. Ball just goes straight up in the safe hands of Bashir Ahmed. He's not going to fumble the opportunity for a win in this third place game. Shahid Sarwar, he tried hard, but ultimately having to depart, and Evergreen now 9 wickets down. Remarkably, they may be bowled out in this innings. I mean, the wickets have just been tumbling here today. Rico?
Yeah, it has been an absolute crazy day. I mean, we have always said it wasn't going to be a high-scoring one. We didn't expect it to be because of the way the weather is, the wind is, and the direction the wind is playing from. Cuts out a lot of shots that a right-hander has been playing to the boundary. But well, the bowlers have bowled very well. But also, it has to be said, once again, the catching has been marvellous today.
Yeah, it's been exceptional, actually. The very few catches have gone down whatsoever. And I think that's probably very much the fact that we've got the top 4 teams here. Part of the reason why they have reached those lofty heights in the group stages and through the quarterfinals is because they are the 4 best fielding teams in this competition, and it showed today.
It's nicely played. That's good timing. Will they come back for 2? Will it go for 4? And, oh, well, this is something that has to be looked at again.
Nurullah Muhammad pursuing it down to Arab's eye corner. Puts in a late sort of quasi-dive. He's slipped. Second shoe's gone in there. Has he managed to keep himself in? It's hard to see without those back feet, but I was giving the benefit of the doubt. I think he stayed in.
This is a bit of the matrix going on here. How about this? Look, that left foot can't move at all. Both fits come together, and they're giving it as 4. So they are judging that the rope has been touched there. 4 runs. That is a big call. Well, the game comes to life again. So I think that will go to, that should be 6 required, I'm saying.
So look at this field, Rico. I mean, what enabled him to get the boundary there is that there is not a single fielder square of the wicket outside the circle on the offside. They're essentially predicting that Qadir is going to go leg side to begin with, and they've actually got fielders down at third man, at fine leg, backward square, 1 on the, I guess, sort of squarish mid-wicket boundary. It's a very unusual field set. Now got the Muhammad field set out there at backward point for that shot that Qadir played in the previous ball.
Hits this pretty well. To bobble along to the fielder to take the 1. Well, it's now going to be 5 required of 2 balls. A boundary takes us to, well, a 4 boundary would mean scores are tied. Could be going to a golden ball. Hits it all the way over the ropes. Wins the match for him.
Wasn't much desire to even look for the second there, Rico. If certainly they can't afford to lose another wicket. 9 wickets down, but got to at least have a look in case you get the fumble.
Gets bat onto ball. That's the key thing. They had to run. They get 1, and it's only going to be 1. So we go down to the last ball. 4 required for victory.
Mohammad Qadir, we know he's got some power from early in the tournament. In one innings, hit a couple of nice big blasts over to the leg side. Taking on Yusuf Sahak in blustery conditions is probably a bit more difficult, but it comes down to this, the bronze medal final. 4 runs needed off 1 ball. Yusuf Sahak, can he defend?
Hits it pretty well, and it goes to the man at third. Either side of him, it would have been interesting. Straight to him, there's the throw. And that is it. So it's all over. So Haryana, they do hold on to take third place here. It was a good effort from Evergreen, but once again, with the key batters not performing, and only, I think early on there, Nawaz, he did get some runs on the board, 26 of 18, but Aslan went for a 2-ball duck. The captain, that was a big surprise. Amir Ali went for a first baller. And when you got those two not scoring for you in this team, you're going to struggle.
Yeah, and ultimately the loss of Kiani on the last ball of the 9th over. Clean bowl by Zemin Zazai. Came up with a great over for the 9th. That was probably the moment that Evergreen were going to find it very difficult at that point. The last 2 batters scrapped pretty well, but they just couldn't find the boundary. Yusuf Sahak done as exactly what is expected. Such an experienced campaigner. He's delivered in the final over. Nurullah Muhammad didn't. He start things off amazingly well. 2 wickets in the first over and sending Aslan back to the pavilion, followed by Arslan Ali. That was just the start that Haryana were looking for. Arabzai is kissing the ball, should be kissing his bat. He's turned into a superstar with the wood. And speaking of superstars, Bashir Ahmed, 3 catches in this innings. Great performance from him.
Yeah, hasn't that been the trend in the matches today? There's been a fielder that is picking up 3 catches, and Bashir Ahmed doing it this one. One of them was a very important and critical one as well. Well, he's read there saying, I want a lid, and says, nah, I don't want that one. But he didn't end up staying there too long. This one could have been really, really important. That was Nawaz that gets put down there. But no mistake from that man out of the field this time around. He was busy out there and certainly kept Nurullah Muhammad very busy. This would have been a great catch if he ended up taking this one. But again, it's the croc hands that weren't able to take the ball clean in the hands. But the gloves was not a problem. I really did like this fiery spell of bowling from this man. He bowled so well.
Yeah, that was one of the best moments in this bronze medal game. Absar Khan up against Nawaz. It was a cracking battle, and Absar Khan, he eventually ended up on a hat-trick not that far away. The flying Bazza Ubi just scooted off the top of his hands. Sadat gave an understanding reaction to the fact that he wasn't able to get up there for the triple wicket over. Nurullah Muhammad, he tried really hard in the outfield. A couple of cracking efforts from him.
That one would have been sensational, but this one was the one that they wanted. This was Umar Nawaz being caught. Again, good bit of fielding, and you just had the feeling that if that one had gone to the boundary, that would have made all the difference. There's more disappointment for Umar Nawaz. He's had a good series, you have to say. He's scored runs pretty well. He's been right up there. Don't forget he took 4 wickets as well in the innings. So it's been a pretty good end to his series, but he certainly would have loved to finish on a high.
Kiani getting clean bowled by Zazai. He was the last recognised batsman there. Tried very hard, Kiani. Good finish to his tournament. He's been really, really good for the most part. But the skipper, Big Bash, calmly underneath the ball. 3 catches for him. Good performance. And that brought Muhammad Abdullah to the crease to join Muhammad Qadir. Nurullah, he tried his hardest to scoot around the boundary, keep that one in. It was ultimately adjudged as a boundary. But on the final ball, when they needed to crack another 4, Yusuf Sahak, he drew the outside edge down to third man. Just took the one, and Haryana go out very deserved bronze medalists from this ECS Landskrona event. They'll be disappointed that they didn't make their way through to the final, but a deserved bronze medal for them. But now, Rico, we turn our attention to the big dance, the grand final. Malmöhus up against Jönköping.
Yeah, and look, have a look at these the figures at the top. 7 and 3 and 7 and 3. Well, you can't split these two. You can't tell them apart. And, well, I think Jönköping, they'll be boosted with Riaz Khan in their side. Didn't quite click with the bat in the first innings, but then it has to be said that I don't think anybody really has clicked with the bat in this day. It's been an interesting finals day, and Riaz Khan, and he knows that the importance role, all-round role really, of Sami Ibrahim Kul is really important. And also, I think Nasser Bacha, those three players there are going to be massively key for the batting. On the other side, well, Dheeraj Malhotra, where will he bat? Up the order, lower down the order? And Nick Gupta, he's been in great form with the bat, and also behind the stumps. Sandeep Malidi is there as well, and Patanaik. And talking about field as well, you got Malidi there as well. And then, of course, Mahira has been spot on as well for Malhotra. Their fielding has been exceptional. They're well led by Malhotra, but John Coppin, they certainly are up there as well. And I think this is going to be a tasty and classy final.
Yeah, it certainly will. The only change from these two teams from the semi-final, Musa Rahan has been brought into the Yon Shopping team. He's replaced Sark. I think that's a good change for them. Musa Rahan's one of the best outfielders in this entire tournament. Has taken some great catches, absolutely lightning across the field. And if they need him to come in the later overs, he can really scoot between the wickets. I think so. That's a good change. A big question for Malmahus, Sharon Nord, who is the hero of that first game. Where do they put him in the batting lineup? Yeah. I mean, he's still got that helpful breeze out to mid-wicket for the left-hander, and it is proving to be a factor today. Absolutely no two ways about it. He will likely get pushed up the order if they've got a good start to try to capitalise in the later overs. But plenty to look forward to. Our grand final, Malmahus up against Yon Shopping, two evenly matched teams who have come from either side of the draw. They both finished second in their respective groups. They've both played very well across quarterfinals and semi-finals, and now they meet in the contest to decide who will take home the trophy, the ECS trophy by Loka Lifestyle. Have a quick look at the batting card for Evergreen, as seemingly always they were led by Umar Nawaz. He continued an extraordinarily successful tournament with the bat. 26 off 18. I suspect he'll be a bit disappointed with his performance across the whole of finals week, but he's had such a wonderful tournament and one of the purest strikers we've seen on the ECS. Wasn't a huge amount of support throughout the rest of the batting lineup. As I said, Kiriani gave them some valuable runs down the bottom, but Rico, pretty good bowling effort from Ariana.
Yeah, it was good bowling. I mean, we saw there 2 wickets from Nurullah Muhammad. I think he's bowled well. Just that one over he got. He was one I thought may come back for bowl the last, but I think you had to go with Yusuf Sahak because he does get those Yorkers in, and he did the job for his captain. But there were also 2 wickets there for Afzal Khan. I think he bowled beautifully. I love the pace that he injected into his attack today. And Bas Ayubi, 2 wickets for him as well. He's always been up there. But his congratulations, his badaya to Ariana. They are the winners of the bronze final. And it was another low-scoring one, but they did it 76 to 74. Both teams there losing 9 wickets.
Yeah, a lot of wickets falling today. I think the big hitters probably just haven't adjusted to the more difficult conditions, and so we're seeing the top order be dismissed much more quickly than over the last 2 weeks, and as a result, you're having to ask a lot of the middle and lower orders. So that was a pretty good contest in the end for the bronze medal game. Ariana taking out 3rd place against Evergreen, who have had a disappointing finals day here, but now we look forward to the main match, the grand final, Malmahus against Yon Shopping. That's coming up in approximately 40 minutes at the half past the hour for Europe and 8 p.m. time in India. Please come and join us. It's Andrew Ryan and Rico Full for the European Cricket Network. We'll be back with the final contest. Please join us then.
So after 2 weeks of incredible cricket action here at ECS Landskrona 2022, it's time for the conclusion. It's the big dance. It's the grand final. It's Malmöhus against Jönköping, and it's all happening on the European Cricket Network right here, right now. European cricket fans, it's time for the big dance. It's the grand final of ECS Landskrona 2022, and we have the two number 2 qualifiers from each group that have made their way through to the grand final. It is Malmöhus, who won the first semi-final today. They're up against Jönköping, who topped Ariana in the second semi-final. We'll hand over for the final time of this week to Sir Rob Kemming for the toss.
Hits is called. It is hits. You're going to bat first. You're going to bat first. Okay. Good luck.
So the all-important coin toss has been won by the Jönköping skipper, and he is elected to bat first. They are going to put a total on the board and try to replicate what they did in the second semi-final against Ariana Cricket Club. Their batting started well. They've got Riaz Khan back today to partner Sami Ibrahimkil at the top of the order. But after a bright start, that middle order never really got going to the level needed. And they probably had a subpar total. But the main man for them with the ball was Zabiullah Zadran. He took a 5-wicket haul and almost single-handedly willed them to victory. He's going to be a major component. They're rolling out the same side as the semi-final, except that Musa Rahman's been brought into the 11. He's an excellent fielder and an industrious middle-order batsman. Expect him to be a factor in this grand final. As for their opponents, Malmöhus, they have faced adversity over the last couple of days and have come through with flying colours. After their miraculous chase yesterday against Seaside, they floundered with the bat in the middle order and later stages in this game until it came to the 9th and 10th over, when Sharon Nord, hitting with the wind over as a left-hander, obliterated the bowling of Kiani, and he was given great support by Diraj Malhotra. Expect those two players to be important if they lose a couple of early wickets today, but we can also expect that Ankit Gupta and Sambit Patanaik will continue at the top of the order, and if they can get away to a fast start and bat through to the 5th or the 6th over, then Malmöhus will no doubt be right in pursuit of whatever target they are chasing. This is going to be a sensational final, and to take you through the opening stages, I'll hand back to Rico Full in the central commentary position.
Hello and welcome back, and it's final time here at Landskrona. Where has the time flown? I don't know. Certainly going to miss this sensational view. Going to miss the hospitality of everybody around this ground. Thank you very much to the tournament manager Adnan Gill and also the Landskrona president Sagar Hanif for really looking after us. We've had a memorable time and we've enjoyed some excellent cricket as well, and certainly looking forward to the final here. Malmöhus, they're up against Jönköping. What a match it's going to be. And focus on some of the key names there. I think Diraj Malhotra, I think if he has a good final here, he certainly could be up for the MVP. And Anik Gupta, he's been fantastic behind the stumps and great batting form from him as well. Patanaik could come good finally. Malidi has been good. And on the other side, Riaz Khan, he hasn't played as many matches, but he's been good. Sami Ibrahimkil and Bacha. What about if he turns up and gets into good batting form? Mohamed Tanvir as well. Zadran, well, he picked up 5 wickets, remember, in the last match. There are just so many big names, and let's just hope those names perform and give us a thrilling final on a day that has been a quite a day today. Just having a look at what we're expecting. I think because of the way the scores have been, that's probably could be fair. And Malmöhus expected to do it by 5 runs. That's what the bat versus wall has to say. Their average runs 414 to 107. And this man here will be hoping to get in the wicket straight away. Adam Sartan has been interesting how he's been used by the Ankit Gupta, the captain. Sometimes he's opened up with him, as it looks like he's going to do here. On other occasions, he's gone for different options. Very windy, I will tell you that now for sure. And the reason I know is, well, after I've left here, Landskrona will still be finding some of the Rico full notes around this ground because the wind has plastered them all over the place. Sorry for littering, but oh, I tell you what, it can't be helped as the wind gushes through here again and more papers go flying, even though they're weighted down by all sorts of things. It's going to be a cracking match. It's going to be entertaining. It's going to be, well, I think the best team, may the best team win, I will say, as Adam Sargent is ready to start. Here we go. First ball off the final. It's hit up in the air. It could be a wicket straight away. It is! And Malmöhus have a wicket first up. And it's that man there, Yul Brynner. We know who you are. No point hiding behind those shades. Prasenjit Bahira takes the catch. And it's an early wicket. Wow. Would you believe it? It's been that sort of day. It was going to be a wide delivery. It was very wide. The batter, he doesn't even try and hit it hard. That was the other thing about it. Just sort of, it's the pressure off the final. Just hangs the bat out there. Riaz Khan has gone for a first ball golden duck. That is a dreadful start for Jan Shopping. Oh, they really needed Khan to go big. And instead, he goes without scoring. First ball, it was a loose delivery. It was going to be a wide. And Khan, he gets and just really offers a bat at it. I think it was one of those that he puts the bat there and says, I shouldn't really be playing at it, but he's already committed. No power or anything in the shot. Wicket off the first ball in the final. Oh, and that's a good take. Ankit Gupta standing up to Sargent. Bahira, what a safe pair of hands he's got. There we go, up in the air and nothing shot. And Bahira says, I got it, thank you very much. Mira. That's down the leg side, a very good stop from the keeper. Just making sure he smothers that ball. Well, it's been a day of wickets, hasn't it? I mean, first match, Malmöhus, semi-final one. 115 for 5, Evergreen, all out 79. That's how Malmöhus got here. Good lift, good carry from Sargent. Doesn't really bang it in, he doesn't have to. He's got the height. Gets it outside the off stump and gets the carry through. Just watch this again. Hits the seam, cuts in slightly. Bacha has to go big here for his team. Semi-final 2. Jon Koppin, 85 all out. Ariana, 82 for 9. And remember that. It almost finished with a bang with Arabzai hitting the ball all over the place. This is an edge. It goes down. Oh, could have been another. Sargent holds his head. Yeah, look, just couldn't hold on to it, and you can see the anguish there from the keeper. Can't believe he's not able to hold on to that. The Sargent gets ready coming again. Look, it's the feather edge. They either stick or they don't. Oh, he's gone this time. He goes for the big shot. Gets an inside head. Pacho goes without scoring as well. This is an incredible start. It's 1 for 2. The second wicket goes. No runs off the bat so far. Just that 1 foot wide. And it's not going to be a costly drop for the captain. Adam Sargent, look at the seam on that ball. Oh, what a beauty. They're jumping with joy. Ankit Gupta and Adam Sargent, big smiles over their faces. Oh, wow, what a start. And Malmöhus, they're all over this world. Look at him. Talk about jumping for joy. What another man who's come in. He's been jumping into the ice cube here, wondering what's going on. And Rhino, welcome back.
Rico full. It's all been happening in this early stages. 2 wickets down for Jönköping. And what pressure on the young man who's just come to the crease. Musa Rahman injected into the side for this grand final. Sata, good line again outside off stump. He's been a massive addition to this side in the later stages of the tournament. Revolutionised their power play bowling. That's a fantastic over. Jönköping, 1 for 2. What a breathless start to this grand final.
Oh, wow. It's been... I was just in the process of going through the wickets to fall. I got as far as saying in that second semi-final there was 19 wickets that fell. Jönköping 85 for 10 beat Ariana 82 for 9. That's how they booked their place here. And the bronze final, as you know, Ariana was 76 for 9, Evergreen 74 for 9. It's been one of those days, and this final has started in exactly the same way.
Certainly has. And for most observers familiar with these teams, the general vibe around this Landskrona Cricket Club was that this first innings probably had the two weaker skill sets for both teams. Malmöhus much stronger in the batting department than the bowling department, and Jönköping probably more so greater depth in the bowling than they have in the batting. However, Malmöhus, mainly through Adam Sarton with a magnificent start, absolutely on fire to begin with, and they've seen the Beheras got the win to bowl with his beautiful little outswingers, giving him the second over. Ibrahim Kill on strike.
Well, he's left stranded. He could be out. He's going to be out. There's a run out. It's all going pear-shaped here for Jönköping. Can you believe what is going on here? That is Sammy. Sammy is going. Oh, my word.
Well, Rico, wickets bring tentativeness. They bring nerves. Musa Rahman trying to keep the score ticking over. Unfortunately, he overcommits, and Ibrahim Kill had no intention of taking the single. The third wicket down and only one run on the board. What a tragic start for Jönköping Cricket Club. And they have now got their two superstars at the crease. Sami Ibrahim Kill, he's faced one ball in this game. Zabiullah Zadran, there's a dejected Musa Rahman back in the changing rooms. It brings Zadran to the crease. This partnership is absolutely crucial.
Yeah, I mean, this is just crazy. He's set off, and then no eye contact made. He has to go back. A calm, collective throw to Bahira, who sees it off, and well, we see Do One go to the boundary, and they needed something to go their way, and this one has. He's uppercut this. He found it to go between those two fielders. I think that goes all the way as well. You see, Malhotra is saying 4.
Well, we'll check the replay, but going back to that run out, fair bit of sympathy for Rahan. He was responding to a fair bit of forward progress from Ibrahim Kill, and Ibrahim Kill got cold feet partway down. Rahan had committed as the non-striker. Just a tidy bit of fielding. Rico, 3 wickets back in the hatch, and we're not even through the second over. This is a stunning start to the grand final, and doesn't some responsibility rest with this young man, Ibrahim Kill now?
6 runs, it was a 6, so Malhotra was signalling the 4, but it does go all the way over. 6 runs, can this be the start that they need?
Well, he's gone for the big release shot. It's up high. It would have been a stunning catch from Malhotra down there at third man. Perhaps that's the break that Jönköping need. Ibrahim Kill, the 3 wickets. They're not subduing his attacking intent, but a 4th, that could have been curtains for this innings.
Well, if that was a wicket taken there, that would have been it. It was a difficult chance, wasn't it? I mean, I'm guessing that ball was always being blown away from Malhotra. Gets the dive in, gets lucky. A lot of pressure on this man. Didn't he perform in that semi-final too? 5 wickets for 15, but now it's time to do it with the bat.
Wide, well taken from Gupta. The upside for Jönköping, Zadran actually seems to bat much better when he gets an over or 2 to get himself settled. So he won't mind actually having a little bit of time. We have a look in the background, Rico. I know it's been I know it's a cold weather at the moment, but looks like the man's back walking his polar bears.
Yeah, he's picked up another one.
doubled in size in the meantime as well, as a lovely little outswinger beats Zadran. Maybe we'll get the camera focusing just behind the play and have a look at those two gigantic beasts being walked on leashes.
It is so cold that it's the time to take your polar bears out for a walk. There you go.
That. Just one man controlling two beasts from the Arctic.
Lovely, lovely shot. Thank you very much to our partners here from String Production. And this, Richards and Karina, this one is racing away. And a big lunge. And he gets the stop in. Good work there, man. We're in the nifty shades. I'll tell you what, he's lucky the polar bears have gone past that area. Otherwise, who knows what could have happened there.
I don't mind nibbling the odd white kookaburra, I suspect. Be disappointing for Zadran that he didn't put that ball away. It was a pretty poor delivery from Behera. Didn't get a huge amount of battle on it. I think that's Sashin at the head down there, running around to find leg. Final ball of the over. Zadran takes a massive swing. Gupta just shading the stumps, waiting for any movement of that back foot. That's the end of the over. Jönköping, slight recovery, 11 for 3 after 2.
Well, this is just a reminder of what we have got coming up. And it's, well, it'll come up pretty soon. Starting in September, the 12th of September, is the European Cricket Championship. Lots of those European sides coming up. It is the Euros of cricket and happening at the magnificent Cardamom Cricket Ground. Cardamania 3, that's what we're going to call this. What group do you think is going to be complicated? What's the group of death there?
Group, almost all of them to a certain extent. I suspect that first one is going to be particularly hard, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Spanish spring a big upset over the Irish in week 1. Certainly something to look forward to later in the year, but all the focus now is on Sweden. Landskrona, grand final, third over, Adam Sarden.
It's a short delivery, he picks it up beautifully, and with the wind blowing in that direction, that'll do nicely with that scored into the car park. Oh, how about that? Somebody's going to come out and give us our ball back. Now that's perfect timing, isn't it?
Beautiful shot from Ibrahim Kill. Sometimes these moments of adversity are the makings of a young player. Sami Ibrahim Kill, he's threatened on a number of occasions this tournament. Hasn't really gone on with it outside of his first innings for the event back at the start of last week. Could this be the moment that the young star steps up?
Yeah, he's certainly got the talent, he has the ability. Now he has to put it all into practice.
Ball, big swing, the umpire rightly calls wide. Good to just shift quite wide to his left. Gets a pat on the back from Ibrahim Kill for a nifty take.
Yeah, this is all about the man there close to the bowler, Sarton. It's Shivanur just having a word in his ear and just saying, look, keep it wide of him, keep it wide of him.
Oh, he's drifted onto his legs, but it's just popped up.
Oh,
almost
no.
a collision, but Gupta's held on to it.
Well, what has happened here is Gupta. He's, well, he doesn't seem very happy there, and I think the player quite rightly going up to him and said, hey, calm down, we've just got a wicket here, Skip. It goes right in the air, and this could have been nasty. I mean, it's Adam Sultan comes, slides into him. He's done very well to hold on to that. He's almost, I mean, that's a red card. Send him off, referee, send him off. Well, I tell you what, Jönköping be happy if they send him off. They don't want to see more bowling there. That's a 2-foot lunge. He's done so well, hasn't he, Gupta, to hold on to it. Gupta is not amused, though.
Certainly not. Although his mood will probably be improved with the fact that that's the 4th wicket down for Jönköping. A dejected Sami Ibrahim Kill. Great shots from our team at Spring Productions, showing the players as they're coming in and off the field. Fortunately for Jönköping, there are far too many players exiting the arena at the moment. Some nervous faces in there. Sarton is having an incredible day. He's got 3 for 6. And I'll tell you what, Ankit Gupta probably happy that he had the wicket-keeping pads on with that sliding challenge.
That was nasty. I mean, he's a big man, isn't he, Sarton? And he just slid as he came off the mat there. I mean, I suppose he just wants to take the wicket. Of course he's going to go for it, the bowler.
Isn't this a time for the captain to step up? First ball, Sarton, really his first poor delivery, just drifts on the leg stump and Ishmael puts it away. Rico, what are your tactics now here if you're Jönköping? Do you drastically reduce what your expectations are and just say, look, we'll settle for 70, 75? And
I think when you look at the scores that we've seen in the day, and 115 was scored by Mama Hus in the first semi-final, but other than that, all the other scores, Evergreen Reply 79 in semi-final 2, 85 to 82, the bronze final 76 to 74. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You do. You turn around and say, right, it's going to be one of those days. Let's stop thinking 120 or 130. That was happening earlier in this series. But the conditions have changed the last couple of days. Let's just think about 85-90. Get to 85-90. I think that is a score they can defend. But look, 4 wickets down here. All the key men gone. Zedran is there now. And, well, what a big moment for Zedran and the captain Ismail.
Sartan drifts down leg side again, escapes Gupta's clutches. It's the downside of keeping up to the stumps against a paceman, and that's a much-needed gift for Jönköping, the wide down the leg side that runs to the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, look, the wicket of Sami was huge, and then the keeper and the bowler had a bit of a clash, and, well, they need to give each other a hug, give each other a bit of love, and get things back on track.
Great vision from Spring Productions there, just giving an insight into what the team's going through in the dugout. Sartan continues, lovely outswinger, poked down the third man. Probably should have been single there on the fumble, but given they're already 4 wickets down, can't blame Jönköping for taking a slightly conservative approach.
Yeah, Sartan just wants to finish here. Well, he's 3 for 15 so far. Remember the first time we saw Sartan? It was in back-to-back matches. He didn't bowl in the first match, and Mama Hus lost it. And then he bowled in the next, took 4 wickets, and Mama Hus, they ended up winning. When he's bowling well, he's always, his team does well. And this has been a good start from him. A couple of loose deliveries in that one that got punished. And the 5 wides would not have helped, but other than that, those are magnificent figures.
Certainly are. Jönköping 25 for 4 after the power play. It's not a great run rate at the moment, but the most concerning thing for them is having 4 wickets already down. Look at that Manhattan. At least the runs have been flowing a little bit more freely the last couple of overs, but a super opening spell from Sartan, and Ankit Gupta is turning to Prasenjit Behera to complete his first 2, so the opening bowlers will take the first 4, and they'll start going to the middle bowlers like the likes of Malidi, Dheeraj Malhotra, Sharon Nord, very likely to be in the attack the way he bowled earlier today as well.
Yeah, Behera gets ready to come in. He really is a slippery customer. Gets the ball to skid through, certainly gets the ball to talk as well. It just once he's field adjusted, making some amendments there, sending the mid wicket a bit wider.
Oh, he's beaten Zedran with an absolute peach, and it's beaten Gupta as well. But Behera, who's been bowling consistent outswingers, this one just decks back slightly off the pitch. What a great nut.
This is a great delivery. Have a look at this. I mean, that is just, oh, it just keeps on going. Gupta can't believe it because he knows that's 4 really valuable runs. I mean, though they've got those 4 wickets, you just take into account the number of runs that have come off the last 4 deliveries. It's quite a lot. Oh, and this won't help either. Oh, no. Where's this going to end up? They do catch up with it. It will be wide. Well, only just. And I think he's just managed to flick this back.
It's Patanaik who was pursuing the ball down to the boundary. Was a little bit tentative. I think he was thinking about whether or not he needed to throw in the dive. He's taken just a couple of little shuffle steps. It looks like he's just hasn't made contact. No, it looks like his foot might have just got there.
Yeah, he just does well, just flicks it back. So, yeah, you're right. He wasn't really speeding after it. Just this last 4 deliveries, 4 or 5 deliveries, things have just started to change. And he's sent back, and this time Behera is ready to knock the bails off, but the batters do get in. You can see it's very nervy there. There's Sami, and he's probably reflecting on his dismissal.
Sure ball, he's got the edge. Great catch from Gupta. That is wonderful keeping. Behera, a little bit of a loose one outside. Zedran tries to thrash it through point, gets the feather edge, and super hands from Gupta.
This is a really good catch, and I'm just focusing on the fact of the number of runs. The the 5 wides, the 4 byes, the runs were just starting to pick up, and I was thinking maybe the flow is starting to change. Maybe that it's Jönköping that are just starting to get back into this, and then that happens. The faintest of edges, and Gupta, well, after seeing a couple go through him, takes the catch. Zadran goes, big wicket.
Yeah, huge wicket. If there was one man that could really have lifted them through this last 7 overs, it's that chap on screen, Zabiullah Zadran. As it is, he's back in the pavilion, and yet another new batter at the crease. They're just losing wickets with too much regularity.
Bahira gets this one to angle across the batter, and gets a little bit on this. There will be runs off the bat, so they do get just a little bat on pad, looked like there to me, but they just managed to get another here. And now it's maybe all to do with the captain, who's still there.
Well, Zadran reflecting there on the big jobber he's got ahead with the ball. Nice ball again from Bahira, draws the outside edge. And bit of confusion. The running between the wickets has really dropped down the last couple of overs after they've lost some of those early batters. All of a sudden a bit of panic has set in.
Big ball now left in this, the 4th over. 32 for 5. Zadran was the last to go. Went for 2 of just 6 deliveries. Caught brilliantly by Gupta.
Short ball just worked down to third man, but there's no run. Score's not ticking much at the moment after those extras settled down. And Rico full. Haven't we got some silverware here?
Oh, look at that. They're absolute beautiful. There's the medals. And there's the trophy. This is what these teams are playing for. That's one of the winners' medals there. Aren't they absolutely sensational? I think they're the best of the best. You won't find any better silverware medals in any other sporting event.
Almost very appropriate from where we are in the world. Almost looks like a Viking-esque design. It's a similar design to what you see in a lot of the Swedish representative gear. I'm sure the locals here will be very, very happy with receiving the medals for their participation this week, and this trophy that will go to the winning side here today. And certainly from these early stages, Rico, you would have to say that Malmöhus are looking very, very good to take that trophy home.
Yeah, they certainly are, but it's been one of those days, Rhino. It's been one of those days. We know that anything can happen here.
Remarkably, the run rate in the overall scheme of things today is actually not too bad from Jönköping. It's the 5 wickets down that's the main concern. The hero from semi-final, Sharon Nord, he's around. Big swing to that one. I'm not sure if it came off the glove. It certainly looked like Gupta's hand is shaking. I don't know if that's because he made contact with the ball in an awkward spot. It is. I thought he might have copped the bat swing of Ismail for a moment.
Wide has been called. It was down the leg side, so it doesn't make any contact with the batter. Certainly did get some height on that from Nord.
Bowled with good pace this morning. Drops on the leg side. Ismail finds that gap. Diving effort from the fielder down there. Backward of square. I think it was Ashish Rajput there, but ordinary ball from Nord, and Ismail gets away with another boundary.
Yeah, Bill and both cautious. Kitty, but Joka Lagya. That's what they need. They need the runs to keep flowing.
As you say, Rico, a few times, it has been that sort of day where what would otherwise be seen as fairly mediocre totals have been either defended or at least defendable. Conditions still not particularly easy. The wind's died down a touch, but big assistance to the outswing bowlers. Zabiullah Zadran, he'll be licking his lips at the prospect of getting out there. Full ball, Ismail just pushes it. There's Matty, fairly deep, he's on the circle. No position in covers, so there's no way he's got a chance of cutting off the one.
Yeah, the sun is come out beautifully. And, he's really caressing this lovely cricket ground. And it is a beautiful ground, I have to say. You can't get tired of looking at the view. It's nicely played away. It's well stopped again. in that inner ring. They certainly frame themselves around. And why wouldn't you be? You've seen the medal, you've seen the trophy. They want to be crowned the champions here of Landskrona.
Reasonable over so far from Nord. He's been a little bit short of a length with the wind giving him some assistance to his outswinger. Like to see him pitched up a touch more. That's a better length. Ishmael just prods to the offside. Shy at the stumps. An appeal from Gupta. I don't think there's a chance of a run out, but it was nicely fielded. Shazad back on strike.
Yeah, this is a nice bit of cricket. Good understanding between the two batters. The fielder picks it up cleanly, gets a quick throw in, and though Gupta takes it well with the one glove and takes the stumps, not out. Some more excellent shots there from sort of behind the scenes of the teams. Watching on, looking nervous.
Or a full ball. So that jams down, manages to get it out to mid-on. I'll just take the one. Final ball coming up from Nord. Hasn't been a bad over. He's come back well after the early boundary.
It's certainly a day that Nord will remember. You go back to that semi-final.
Wide, well taken by Gupta again. Great glove work. It's over. It's gone for 10 already. Yawn Shipping will be happy to take every run they can get at this stage. As we said, if they can squeeze their way up to 75 or 80, at least gives them something to defend. Also has a deep batting lineup, but Yawn Shipping very good with the ball. Short ball. Ishmael rocks onto the back foot. Superb shot. Is he going to play a big captain's knock here, Rico? 14 off the Nord over. Ishmael moves forward to 14 himself. And this was excellent cricket. Steps back and pulls very sweetly.
Yeah, I mean, it is a lovely shot. And yeah, I mean, look, sometimes when the chips are down, maybe he is the captain that has to come out fighting. And he hasn't really played any major part or contribution in this series, really. And certainly not on an individual level. What a time to try and do it. Just have a look at that scorecard. Sammy, he got into double figures, but look, 1, 2, 3 ducks there already. And now it's time for them to fight back. Ismail leading the charge. And this is going to be an interesting battle for me. Malhotra, his name will be in the hat, I'm sure, for MVP. One of many that could get there. Certainly if he produces a good display in the final, he might pip the others to it. Starts with a good one, just right up there. Just moves that away pretty late, doesn't he?
Nice ball. Rico, Yawn Shipping's on 46 runs for 5 wickets down.
Yeah.
Currently, the extras total is at 17, including 13 wides. Tell you what, if Malmahus end up with a tricky target here, they will not be pleased with the amount of extras that they've given away in this first half of the innings.
Correct.
Malhotra continues. Ball on the stumps. It's a big, big swing. It's carrying, but Prasenjit Behera, he's got the safest hands in the outfield that you could wish for. That's a very, very difficult boundary to carry today with the wind blowing back in. He's had a go at it. Unfortunately, as much as it was a nice strike, too much today, and Shazad ends up a couple of metres short of the boundary. He is the 6th wicket to fall, 46 for 6.
Malhotra picking up another one, and he moves on to 12 wickets in this series so far, only just behind Mohammad Qadir, who's right up there at the top with 13. And that was a good wicket to get. It wasn't the danger man, but it was a partnership that needed to be broken, and it was.
Well, a few batters could take the leaf out of Mohammad Ismail, just picking his spot on the field, not having to hit the ball so far in the air. Aside from hitting over the cover boundary for the right-handers, it's really, really tough to carry for the Maximos today. Just a bit of intelligent cricket needed. Malhotra right on the stumps. Tanvir just defends.
It's difficult now, isn't it? Because you get batters that are coming in that normally, and this has been the story maybe in their groups and also earlier in the series, but They're going in with a few balls to go, and all you want them to do is hit big.
Big swing across the line from Tanvir. Fortunately, he makes contact. Just going to be a single. Talking about those middle order batters coming in, Rico, as part of the preview, I was talking about the fact that these were probably the two most complete teams in the tournament. They certainly bat deeper than any of the other squads. Even here, we've got Tanvir coming in at number 8, a more than capable batter. Hit a couple of maximos in the quarterfinal yesterday. Full ball, flies outside as the change-up, wide.
Yeah, interesting decision to bowl this one, Malhotra. I mean, the way the things are, the way he's been bowling, I'd stick to what you're doing well. They haven't really got hold of him, but just decides to do something different. And I think with this wind blowing, I think that one could have ended up going for 4.
Really has picked up again. Is that a return catch? It is. Well, Malhotra's got one to hold up off the deck, and amazingly, the captain, who'd played well up until that point, checks his shot at the last moment, pops it up, and Malhotra's got the easiest caught and bowled you could ever want.
Well, Malhotra, maybe he's too hot to handle, because that's another wicket for him, and he receives that gracefully. It's like a gift. It was gift wrapped, and Ismail, the captain's innings comes to an end. 14 of 9 deliveries. Somebody has got to stay there. Somebody has got to score runs. Maybe somebody can go out there and find the long handle, get a quick fire, 18, 25 runs. That'll get this score to a competitive one if it's supported by the other batters. But at the moment, that's the 7th wicket that goes down. They're going to do well to bat all the way through their innings here.
Yeah, certainly will. 7 wickets down. We're not even at the end of the 6th over. Faisal Azim comes to the crease. A capable batter. 2 experienced players out there at the moment for Jönköping. They need to keep their heads in this difficult situation. There's still 24 balls in this innings, 25 to go. Nice ball from Malhotra. Probably should have been a single, but Azim wasn't looking for it. It's the end of the 6th over, and it has been a phenomenal start from Malmo. They've taken 7 wickets in the first 6 overs. Jönköping, they're on 48.
48, 7 wickets down, and you can see some of the concerned looks. Jönköping, great work there from our partner Spring Productions. That's Karina there, mixing in with the players. I do love to see that. I do love to see the emotions. There's sometimes I always think, Andrew, that there's going to be a day that when Karina or whoever it is, Richards, is going to follow the batter back and going to see a side to the annoyance of a batter when they know they haven't done well, and well, things could start flying around, and maybe Karina needs to wear a helmet as well, because I mean, when you follow a batter that hasn't done well back into the dugout, you know, sometimes things can fly around.
Well, lucky she wasn't following Rohit Kumar earlier in the week, who didn't mind
I was
letting
waiting for that from
flow.
you.
Anyway, enough about that later. That's just been gently played to the offside. Rajput coming on for his first over. He's been a useful bowler for them over the last 2 days. Brings Azim on strike. Short ball down the leg. Can't put it away. Got the fielder. It's Adam Sarton over there. It's square leg, but Faisal Azim was looking behind square. The ball just probably shot through on him a touch. A lot of chat on the YouTube discussion board, Rico, about the players of the tournament. Turn to that in a moment as Rajput slides the outswinger across Faisal. He's just causing all manner of dramas at the moment. A lot of chat for Ankit Gupta, the skipper. Malmahus. Nawaz got some votes in there. Malhotra, popular player. Rajput, well, Faisal, he's swung it high. Rajput's after it. It'll be a great grab if he gets there. 4 players converge. Somehow Faisal Azim is still at the crease. And Rico, I know they've got to attack here, but I'm not sure trying to hit the ball out of the park into the wind is the way forward.
No, it's certainly not. I mean, look, he's done very well here, the bowler. I mean, he's not got there. I don't think he ever was going to. But you can just see the desire and the commitment.
Big swing from Tavera across the line. Good line from Rajput.
I think this was the point I was trying to make. And you know, these guys, I mean, you've got batters going in there now when every time they've been required is to go out and just swing at the ball because there's only about, I don't know, 8-10 balls left in the innings. Now you're asking the same guys to go out there and say, right, just stay there. That's going to be out, isn't it? There's got to be out. They're going for the line call. I think, Anik Gupta, you said that a few people on the chat are talking about him. Well, yeah, they are, because look at this work. He doesn't mess these up. Look, it's easy. There you go. Bat in the air. Thank you very much. And it's another wicket. He's going to have to make his way back. But, yeah, I mean, it's not the way these guys bat. You can't change somebody who likes to go out there, swing hard and hit the ball to the boundary. You can't all of a sudden say to them, right, go out there and bat 20 balls or 20 odd balls for me. It's not their style. And it's the batters at the top, really, that have made it's the batters at the top, really, that need to perform. The batters haven't performed here today. Talking about today, well, we're on finals day here. It all comes to an end after this match, but don't worry, there's plenty of ECN cricket tomorrow. We have the 5th place playoff happening in match number 16, and then 3rd place playoff before is the Valletta Cup final. So you may not see some T10 cricket, but there's plenty of T20 internationals coming your way. And talking about coming your way, we then make our way to Stockholm, where the cricket starts all over again.
Yeah, some big matches coming up there on day 1. LB Zalmi against Botkirka for matches 1 and 2, and then match 3, Linköping versus Indiska. They'll take each other on in a 2-match contest in the afternoon. So there'll be some great cricket. There's some excellent cricketers up in Stockholm. Saw some fabulous contests there last year. We've still got a contest here. Dhiraj Malhotra coming on to bowl the 8th over. Faisal does rock onto the back foot. It's dropped short of the fielder out there, who's a deep square. Very lucky. Once again, hitting into the wind. Got to keep the ball low if you can. Saw the way that the skipper Ismail did it earlier in the innings, just pulling hard but hitting flat. As soon as the ball gets some height on that side, it's just holding up. Nice ball, almost gets through him. It's a tough ball for a top order batsman to face, let alone when you've got the keeper, Bilal Munir, coming out. Number 9 batsman. Malhotra's enjoying this. A little bit of breeze to work with, holding up his deliveries occasionally. Spears that one into leg stump and misfield. They'll push through for the 1.
Yeah, it'd be disappointing, Malhotra there. I think he was enjoying bowling to Munir, the new batter. Just holding his back slightly. You're going to find that there's 1 or 2 of the players that certainly going to be looking forward to a little rest before perhaps most of them will be playing next weekend. Some maybe even playing tomorrow. That's not a good delivery. And that's one that should have been sent boundary bound. It's not. Doesn't really come up much, but still, that needs to be sent away.
Certainly does. Times like these, cannot allow gifts like that to go unpunished. Malhotra figures of 2 for 4, 2 balls left. Slaps that through the offside. Rizwan Tara, he hasn't had much work to do out on the boundary. It's been very disciplined stuff from the Malmöhus team. They've kept their line in at the stumps. In fact, this change of breeze in some ways has helped them. They like to bowl at the stumps. A lot of in-swing bowlers. So they're not getting as much sideways movement, but certainly the players hitting to that side have found it much tougher today. Good finish from Malhotra. He ends up with figures of 2 for 5. Super pair of overs for him. And Jönköping 53 for 8, and they've got 12 balls left. Rico, what can they look at from here?
Well, it's the main thing for me would be is you bat out the 10 overs. That's what you've got to do. That's the most important thing. Bat out the 10 overs, and I'd like to say try and look for 10 and over. Take yourself into the 70s, but again, that means taking a few risks. That means running sharply. I don't think that Azim is the quickest of runners, so they're going to need a couple of big boundaries, a couple of big shots.
Tell you what, Rico, we look back to the end of the 6th over. Sorry, the end of the 5th over.
Yeah,
they were 46 for 5. Not a good start, not a good position to be in whatsoever. But if you score a run of every ball from that point, you end up with 76 on the board. And given how things have played out today, that is a almost defendable total. At least puts you in the game. Yeah. As it is, from that point, they've scored 7 runs.
Yeah, when you put it into context like that, it reminds me quite often when continue that subject after this delivery from Rajput. It's a good ball, it's right in the slot, and it goes through Azim. He's just teasing him there, wasn't he? He's saying, I'm gonna pitch it up for you, and I'm gonna draw you into this shot, and he does. The footwork isn't there. It's a big swing, a big hee-ho, and all it results in is timber. Chaka de patte. The stumps go down. It's another wicket, and it's more gloom at the moment for John Shopping. It's 53 for 9. Just to touch on that, when we started this T10 format, and I know that a lot of teams thought that the only way to play was to go out there and just swing and swing and swing. And I used to talk to a lot of the captains and players saying, look, think about it logically. If you think about a normal game, think that you're going to get a single of every ball. That's your 60 runs. See what Rajput does here. That's going to be quarter wide. And this leads on to my next ball. You're going to get 60 runs. In those 60 balls, there will be wides and extras. So maybe that's another 10. That's 70. Okay? And then when you think about it, if you pick up, I don't know, in the innings, even if you pick up 5 boundaries, you're already on a decent score. I think sometimes the mindset is only to hit big, and that's when you get the downfall. And talk about downfall, the stumps go down again. The umpires want to check. Nick Gupta is not 100% convinced. I must admit, this time I don't think so either. I think the foot doesn't come. Oh, does it? Oh, well, you've got to decide whether that foot comes up or not.
I think benefit of the doubt's going to go to the batsman. I think he probably had a toenail down on the ground still. Sharp work from Gupta. Looked about as excited after that stumping as he did when Adam Sarton tried to take him out at the knees.
Ooh,
so
that is so close, you know. That is really so close. But they decide the benefit of the doubt, so not out.
Wide ball called as such. It's amazing considering the meagre score that Jönköping has put on the board. Just how many extras that Jönköping have received in this innings. It's now up to 19, including 16 wides. Imagine what the total would look like without that contribution. Another ball that just swings away on the offside. Rajput, he's thoroughly enjoyed bowling with this outswing breeze the last 2 days. It's almost like he's ordered it. And it has come through Mother Nature.
I like the way the umpire reluctantly has to go and sort those stumps out once more time. Back comes the Rajput again. Can he get this one through the right area? And this has been absolutely thumped. And he goes all the way. Balle, balle, ginna sona, shaka lagya. Nicely hit, 6 runs, but unfortunately MSP goes back to the way he started with his fielding.
Yeah, just one more opportunity for MSP to impress the Austrian selectors there. Unfortunately, doesn't take the extra step forward that he needed. It's been a long time coming to see a Maximo. Nice strike from Patel, although he had a few swings before then as practice as well. Rajput, he ends up with pretty good figures across his 2 overs, 2 coming off his first and then 8 coming off his second. Jönköping up to 61 for 9. I guess at this point in the 10th over, swinging big's about all you can do, but have a look at this field. They've got no protection on the boundary out on the offside square. So they've got long off and they've got third man. If you get a shortish ball, cut it and try to cut it hard. Sharon Nord coming into bowl the final over of this innings. His bowl's foolish, nicely struck, and he has found that offside boundary. Unbelievable. It's so a batsman has finally looked as to where the gaps are, where the wind is taking it, and just hit a luxurious drive over the offside.
That is a really nice shot, yeah. I mean, luxurious explains that pretty well. From that man, Bilal Munir, he just waits for it. He gets his footing right, gets his timing right. He knows there's nobody out there and forces a field change from the captain.
Nord was bowling some quite reasonable outswingers. I'm not surprised that Gupta's swung the fielder over there now. Probably was a bit risky not to have that protection in the first place. Drops onto the back foot, he beats the fielder. It's not going to run to the boundary. I think it looks like Sambit Patanaik's got a hand on it. Excellent defensive fielding. That could have been consecutive boundaries. Could have been 14 off 3 balls.
This is timed really well. And yeah, there is a touch on this that just slows it down. So Nazmati does the fielding. Now this is a big moment because, well, Patel, after hitting one big 6, will fancy himself doing it again. Got to be careful. Can't afford to lose a wicket.
Steps down, big swing. It's been the story of this Jönköping innings. It's a good line from Nord, particularly for a batter that's looking to hit over the leg side. Just a late bit of tail away.
Yeah, good work again there from the captain, Ankit Gupta.
Comes down, takes a big swing. Beats the fielder coming through. That's Sartan trying to stop the single. Can't do successfully, but he's backed up by Behera.
Well, I mean, it looks like, a couple of balls to go, 67 on the board. And we were saying at one point, wasn't it, if they can get to a score around about 70 or 80, it's something to try and defend. I mean, they would love a couple of boundaries here to finish off with.
Flashing blade of the keeper, Munir. It's a pretty good ball once again from Nord.
Yeah, I mean, I betcha if Santi Mankat is watching this, he'll be saying, come on, he's going way down the stumps, knock him over, finish the game. Santi would do that. Hello, Santi, wherever you are, wherever you're watching. He was another character that we enjoyed watching here. This is going to be a wide, well stopped there from Gupta. He knew he had to get the gloves on this. That's disappointment from the bowler. Just got to get one good ball in to finish the innings. Bowls a wide, gives to Rana, has to bowl it again.
Yeah, you're right. Gupta does well to get a glove in the way here. Last thing you want is to be giving away an extra 5, shooting one down the leg side. He's done it again. Gupta's got the body in front. Put the body on the line for his teammates. Gupta's saying to him, you've got one more ball to get through. Just shift it onto off stump and get it sorted, Sharon.
Yeah, once again, you see bowlers coming around the wicket. I mean, Sharon Nord has been doing this. Rajput did it as well. And I don't think the umpires have been strict enough on this for me. It's there again. It's no right to be doing that. It has to be running off the pitch, not across. And that's something I think for a lot of the bowlers to work on as we have the conclusion of these innings. It doesn't quite get to 70, it stays on 69. A couple of extras in wides again there at the end. They're extras really. I think you'll probably find will be the highest scorer here by far. 22 of them in total in wides, 18, and there's 4 byes there as well. That could end up hurting them. I mean, it all depends how things go, but certainly I tell you what, one man who is going to be fired up and steaming in is the man that took 5 wickets in their semi-final victory, and that's going to be Zadran. So well, it's not over yet because we know what he can do. He took 5 for 15, and if he puts that sort of display in again, well, this match is far from over.
Yeah, certainly not, but it was an awful start for the boys from Jönköping. Riaz Khan coming back to the side today. Just popped one up to Behera at point, and then Sartan came up with a lovely in-swinger. Barcher, who's been so good throughout the tournament. Bit of a gap between bat and pad. Wild swing early on and goes straight through off the inside edge to his stumps. The skipper, Gupta, was fired up. He knew that was a huge wicket. And then they lost Musa Rahan to an unnecessary run out, charging down Ibrahim Kill. Overcommitted him, and it went straight back to Behera, and that was 3 wickets down within the first 7 balls, Rico.
Yeah, it was, and then there were some boundaries from the over from Sartan, and we saw earlier that Sartan and his captain were the best of friends, and well, at one point they had a bit of a collision, and they weren't the best of friends, and that was here, and it's quickly how quickly the mood can change. Well, I'm not surprised with this double foot lunge. It was because he lost his footing, but that could have ended up nastily, I think. And Gupta does so well to keep an eye on the ball. I don't think Gupta here, as he throws his ball down, realises what has actually happened. I think he thinks that Sarton has threw himself trying to catch the ball, not realising that he slipped. But anyway, they became best of friends again, but it was probably after this over, because once that incident happened, there was a few extras that came, and they came in a flurry. And we're just thinking there something needed to happen, otherwise John Chopping could get back into this, and it did happen. And it was the captain who took a great catch, and that dismissed Zadran from the bowling of Bahia. And once again, you saw that Malmahus were back on top.
Yeah, certainly. Just consistent wickets throughout the entire innings. That one of Zadran was particularly big. He seemed primed for a rearguard action, but as it was, he was back to the pavilion. And this is what they're all fighting for. The winners' medals, the Local Lifestyle Trophy, modelled by Messrs. Full and Ryan there in the commentary box. Managed through the work of Mohammed Ismail to get a couple of boundaries in the middle overs. The skipper, he played well to begin with and looked like he could have been playing an inspirational hand before Prasenjit Behera. You cannot keep him out of the game. That was the batter of Shahzad, who hit one straight to him at long off. Dheeraj Malhotra, all in a day's work, taking the return catch. Hasn't he been in form the last couple of days? That brought big Faisal Azim, the left-arm baseman. He'll have a job to do in this bowling innings as well, if they're to have any chance. Rajput went flying and was surrounded by three of his teammates, unsuccessfully not taking a catch, before Gupta came up with another stump. He's been magnificent with the glove since he moved there, and Tanvir, he was back to the pavilion.
Yeah, he was back, and Rajput then right on the money, getting that ball right up there, just pitching it up and saying to Azim, well, look, it's there if you want it. Azim wanted it but missed it, and it's juck their foot their style from Rajput. Another wicket goes down. And Patel came in, he swung and missed at a few, but then he did get one out of the middle, went all the way to the boundary, 6 runs.
Yeah, MSP just giving the players a bit of a feeling a little bit better that they are the elite fielders while he's off the ground doing some administrative work. And that was all she wrote as far as the Jönköping innings goes. They were 69 for 9 after their 10. Bitterly disappointing for a team that is much better with the bat than that. 3 ducks in their top 4 batters. The only one of those 4 who ended up in double figures, Sami Ibrahim killed before he just popped one up off the bowling of Sarton, who's in swing, and his height has revolutionised the way that Malmahus go about their power play overs. He was very good again today. And that was probably the big wicket of Zadran. Excellent catch from Gupta off the bowling of Behera. He was the man that really could have threatened the middle overs. And look at the Malmahus bowling card. 3 for 15 for Adam Sarton. They couldn't have asked much more from the big paceman, and Prasenjit Behera doing a very good job at the top. Malhotra, he benefited from bowling to the middle and lower order, as did Rajput. They both took a pair, and Malmahus will only have to chase 70 runs to take the ECS Landskrona Trophy this afternoon. Rico, 70, not normally a particularly challenging score, but in these conditions, it's probably more like chasing maybe 90 or there or thereabouts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you say only 70, it's not been a high-scoring day. We know that. You've heard me say some of the scores that we've seen here today. And they haven't been high, have they? I mean, semi-final 2, 85 to 82. The bronze final, 76 to 74. So, look, it is definitely possible. For me, it's all about the bowling of Zadran. If he is on fire, if he gets the ball in the right place, they are going to struggle. And I tell you what, the last 2 days, the way he's been running in and getting this ball in the right areas, he's going to be a handful.
Yeah, it's certainly the case. And boy, do they need an inspirational spell from him. We will be back for the second innings of this final game. It is Jönköping trying to defend a target of 70 against Malmahus Cricket Club. The victor today will take the Local Lifestyle Trophy as champions of ECS Landskrona 2022. It's Andrew Ryan here with Rico Fall for the European Cricket Network. Please join us in a couple of minutes for the chase. European cricket fans, welcome back to Landskrona Cricket Club for the final time this week. It is the end of our 2-week sojourn here in the Skåne region of Sweden. Gorgeous, gorgeous part of the world, and it's been an absolute thrill to be here for the last 2 weeks, and one of these teams will be experiencing a thrill of their own at the end of this second innings. And certainly in the box seat is Malmöhus Cricket Club. They are chasing a target of 70 runs off their 10 overs to try to beat Jönköping, who have probably put in one of their weaker batting efforts. First innings of this game, 2 wickets in the first innings, a third to commence the second over. They put themselves under a lot of pressure, but these are difficult batting conditions, and the Jönköping bowling squad is very, very strong, and none more so than this man who's got the ball, Zabiola Zadran. Boys from Malmöhus there, waiting in anticipation for this innings to get started. Zadran charging in, but just held up by the umpire. Just waiting for the final signal that we're ready to go. And Gupta opening up for Malmöhus. He's got Sambit Padanaik the other end. That's been the stable opening partnership for them in the last couple of days. Padanaik was in tremendous form earlier in the tournament, batting down the order, but he's been shifted back up. Player who's capable of playing shots all around the ground, as is Gupta, one of the best batsmen in this part of the world. Zadran charging in, first ball. Decent ball, Gupta pops it up. There's going to be an opportunity. He's taken the catch. What a great grab. Sami Ibrahimkil, the captain, trying to heave an early boundary. That ball's gone up higher than the turning torso building in Malmo, and Ibrahimkil has tracked it the whole way and taken a sensational catch. What an opening moment to this second innings. Gupta going back to the pavilion, first ball. Zadran with his tail up, and Sami Ibrahimkil just shows what a talented cricketer he is. That's an outstanding catch, and what a start for Jönköping. Certainly not what the doctor ordered. Gupta trying to take on the big fast bowler from Jönköping, first ball. We'll have a look at this catch. Batcher was tracking it as well. Ibrahimkil really wanted the grab, and isn't he pumped? A huge, huge moment in the context of this game. The skipper, head in his hands, wondering, just wanting his time over again. Zadran charging in. They've got Sashin, who's gone out there as the next batsman. A little bit of a change. Clearly had a preordained plan that if they lost an early wicket, they'd send Kaner out there maybe to just get through the opening stages without having to risk a few of the hitters later on. So Kaner's out there and faced one ball, gotten back on a strike. He's got Padanaik with him. Zadran trying to get on with things quickly. Padanaik just slowing him down a touch. Spears a ball in at the toes. Padanaik plays around it. They'll have a shy at the stumps. And now maybe a little bit of nerved running, trying to sprint through for the single. Padanaik, fairly unflappable customer. Knows this Landskrona ground very well. Used to play out here a few years ago. He's not going to panic. Certainly knows that the run rate is not going to be an issue with them, at least for some time. It's a dry and good start. Spears it down the leg side. Can't get the ball to swing away on that occasion. Just started on the wrong line. Having a look at the YouTube chat. Luke Belgium, he's noting that Zadran is the main danger. Questioning the choice of shot from Gupta first up. I suspect the captain will be doing that himself at the moment. Love a second wicket here for Zadran, and just as the drama escalates here at Landskrona, it's a wonderful time to bring Rico Full back to the commentary box.
Oh, thank you very much. What a final, what a start.
Nice ball, gets straight through. Just straightens a touch. Zadran coming in from pretty wide. Padanaik just laying down the line that it was coming back into him. Tailed away a touch. Good ball.
Very good ball, and a little bit too spicy there for the keeper. Both innings starting with a wicket off the first ball. Riaz Khan was a key batter for Yon Shopping, went to Sarton, Adam Sarton, and now we've seen Anik Gupta, the captain of Mamahus. He goes first ball.
Sadran keeping up the comedy in this over, taking the bails off while Sash and Kader was just wandering out of his crease for absolutely no good reason. Another good ball, well defended by Padanaik. Put the hand up. Single decides he's probably best placed to defend out, but Sadran throwing himself all around.
Yeah, that's got to be the plan, isn't it? The plan has got to be, look, he only has 12 balls. Let's try and see them out. And if that was the plan, well, the captain, Ankit Gupta, he probably forgot about it because he tried to take him on and it didn't work.
Sadran, sparked to life this second innings. He could do even more so if he can take a wicket off this final ball. Lovely delivery. Padanaik defends. Probably strategically intelligent at the moment. Malmahus send up the first over. 2 for 1. Rico, we knew the drama wasn't going to stop, and Zadran has ensured that Jönköping will have their spirits up to start with.
You know, I'm just thinking back to myself the last few days that we've had here. I can't quite remember sort of matches that have had so many thrills and so much drama, and matches where you can not call the way a match is going to turn out until really you go into the closing stage of the match. There's been no easy victories. You've never been able to say, yeah, this match is done now. There's not going to be a twist. There's always been a twist. And, well, there could be a twist in this one as well.
Shazad coming on the bowl. Ball's gone up. This is going to be another chance. Ibrahim Kills under it. He takes the catch. And that is the second wicket down. Sachin Kaner, he was thrown out there to try to deal with some of the opening bowlers. That was a nice piece of bowling from Shazad. Just threw it out wide, swung away. Kaner only gets the top edge of the bat. Second catch for Ibrahim Kill. Malmahus 2 for 2. It's like deja vu for the first innings.
Yeah, 2 for 2, deja vu. It even rhymes with Sami. Ibrahim Kill, what a cool customer he is. Takes a catch, and I can assure you of this, he's going to play a further part in this match as well. This now is the big moment. And Dhiraj Malhotra comes in. He's been pretty cool and pretty calm up until now. And this is the moment for him to shine. He's picked up 2 wickets in the match. And now he wants to get going and see if he can take his team to, well, it's a small target, 70. But as we know that on this day, and small targets have been hard to get.
Certainly have. 2 wickets down is one thing for Malmahus. But now they've instilled some belief in this Jönköping team. They will genuinely think they are a show in this innings. Shazad comes in, second ball. Good length ball, just moving a touch away. Well played by Malhotra.
Malhotra, he's normally a naturally aggressive batter. He won't want to change his style too much. He won't want to get out being defensive. He'd rather, if he is going to get out, be out being the attacking player that he is.
Nice ball. Once again finds a good length. Malhotra is quick between the wickets. Take the two of the best athletes in the team out there at the moment. So that's the third ball. Good start from Shazad in this over. Just looking forward. If you're skipper here, Rico, do you throw the ball to Zadran for the third over?
No, I wouldn't. I just think you've still got other options there. And I would keep Zadran from when you think this game may be getting away from you, because Zadran will always reward you. I think you need to keep something in the tank.
Oh, not a great ball, but it's pulled poorly. It's pulled straight to Azim, and Padanaik goes for a duck of 5 balls. What is happening here? Malmahus lose their third wicket. We are halfway through the second over. This is extraordinary T10 cricket, Rico.
Oh, well, it's this is panic mode. That's what it is. You just saw a glimpse of the dugout there of Mamahus. They are in panic mode. And there's the catch taken there by Azim. He's somebody they certainly could go to. Well, a man who normally doesn't get panicked too much is a battle knight, but he goes. It is 3 for 3. Incredible stuff. Yon Shopping, well, I said at the time that they're a team that will always fight to the end. This is what this has been. This has been the story of this Landskrona cricket series. It's been about teams believing. It's been about teams thinking it doesn't matter if the chips are down. We're going to go out there. It doesn't matter if they say it's impossible. We're going to make the impossible possible. And that's what they've done so many times, a number of these teams. We saw Mamahus do it yesterday. We saw Ariana do it yesterday. And now, Yon Shopping going to do it again here today.
Well, been a magnificent over from Shazad. He's taken 2 wickets for 1 run. He's been given the responsibility of the second over. He's now got a new batter at the crease, Sharon Nord, who was so good in game 1 today, the semi-final. He was the hero, the left-hander, brutalising the later overs of the Evergreen bowling attack. Completely different kettle of fish for him now. Good ball, tickles it away to the leg side, takes off for 1. I'll just push the 1. He actually bats in the top order in 40-over cricket, Rico, and they've had him batting down the order because hitting's not really a strong suit of his, but earlier today he proved any doubters wrong as to he's capable of clearing the boundary.
Yeah, he plays that shot actually very well. You can see, I mean, you're saying he bats in the top order, and you can see it. He plays that ball really well. Look, the only thing, Mamahus, they cannot panic. They've still got batting to come. Well, this is going up in the air. Talk about not panic. It goes up. The fielder says, I've got it, leave it to me. And he takes a really good catch. Oh, that is absolutely brilliant. Mohammed Tanvir, he had a long way to come. He was still coming. And he was telling everybody else, stay away. This is mine. This is all mine. What a catch that is. This is unbelievable. It's another wicket that goes down. Mamahus, they don't know what to do here. They don't know what to do. Malotra goes for 1. Oh, my word, it's 4 for 4.
Well, how does the best batting group in the competition end up losing 4 wickets for 4 runs in the first 2 overs? What an over from young Sahar Shazad. He has taken 3 wickets. Nord was the hero this morning. Is he going to be the unlikely hero of this grand final? Rico, how can we even think about next week with this game?
Oh, my goodness me. 4 for 4 at the end of 2. Well, all I'm going to say is this. I think I'm looking forward to staying in Sweden, because if this is sort of cricket and entertainment that you get in Sweden, I'm staying here, and we will be staying here because you've got 2 weeks coming up in Stockholm. I'll be there. And Vinny Sandhu, he'll be joining me there as well. But, well, Malotra, his series finishes on a disappointment. 220 he scored in the series now.
Not far off being a run out there, and seeing the sort of panic that we saw from the Jönköping innings as Nord pushes 1 to cover. A little bit of indecision between the batters, and if it had been a direct hit, that might have been close. Rico, the tension around this oval is palpable at the moment. They've gone to Batcher for the 3rd over. I think it's a good call from the skipper.
Yeah, talk to me about that catch. What a catch. I mean, look where he came from, and he still said, it's mine, and nobody get in my way.
Such a nice ball and off stump. Malidi pushes it. Look at the Jönköping team. Every single ball, there's almost 2 or 3 fielders pursuing it. Skipper Ankit Gupta ripping up the grass, just seeing the Malmöhus chance at the trophy starting to whittle away, and their depth is being tested like never before in this tournament. But they have faced adversity before, Rico. They have come through. Can they do it again? Short ball, just poked down. Good fielding from Riaz Khan. Hasn't had a great day with the bat, but you can guarantee that he will be thrusting himself around in this field.
Yeah, big time. I mean, these 2, Nord, classy bat. Malidi, Sandeep Malidi, he's been pretty classy as well. I mean, it's an opportunity for them to really perform here. Milady, 165 runs before the start of this match, and he's got the opportunity to bat well here with Nord. And the last throw at the dice they probably have is Tara. As we see this one go out for the single.
They've still got Tara and Behera in the batting lineup. So the great thing about this Malmahus team is that they bat so deep. They have quality players throughout.
Yeah.
But they really need these two to probably have a 30 or 40 run partnership, get themselves back into the game.
Yeah, they do. But they need to stay calm. And as I was talking about that, wasn't it? Got to stay calm. You got plenty of batting to come. But Malhotra, well, he didn't take that advice.
Short ball just worked behind point. Sami Ibrahim kill. He's been great in the field. I think smart work from the skipper, Mohammed Ismail, too. Given where the wind is, given the line that his bowlers are bowling, he positioned two of his gun fielders, Ibrahim Kill and Batcher, at point and backward point. It's paid off with Ibrahim Kill taking two really good catches so far.
Well, the tension is incredible. When we talked about Gupta there. Oh, that's a good
outside
ball.
edge.
And they're appealing, but I'm sure this is off the bat, isn't it? No, it's been given us leg byes. Well, I think that is
outside the line regardless.
Yeah, outside the line. I think this probably gets a bit of bat onto pad anyway. And I think the bowler there doesn't know what to be appealing for. All we can tell you is the end of another over. It's a very low power play. There's only 9 that's come from it. It's 4 wickets down. The target is 70. And that right has gone to, well, it's just under 9 here now at the moment. Incredible stuff here.
Smiles around from Jönköping, and not surprisingly, they're giving a second over to Sahar Shahzad. He was fantastic bowling the second over. Captain's giving him the opportunity to bowl out here.
Yeah, I like that call.
Give the young bowler another over when his tail's up, when his confidence is there. He's coming around the wicket to Nord. As the ice coop starts almost flying sideways in this cross breeze. Nice length ball, cut, found the gap, but Riaz, my God, you cannot make that sort of error defending such a low total. It wasn't hit particularly hard by Nord, and it's just taken a nasty spin at the last moment, but Riaz Khan's an experienced player.
Yeah, his ball is always turning, and, well, he's just going the wrong way, and he knows it as well. Kiddhar gayi ball, kiddhar gayi. And, well, that is a big mistake. But look, they're still on top here. I think they're just got to stay focused.
If ever there was a time you would be happy that Sharon Nord is an opening batter, it is in conditions like this and in a situation where you're 4 wickets down for 13.
Yep.
His technique will hold up under pressure. Goes for the big swing out to the leg side. The drone's pursuing it. He can't complete the catch. It carries his head. It drops probably about a foot inside the boundary line. Nord's decided he's got to take the odd risk, and at least he's hitting to the side with the wind.
Yeah, I mean, this one was, I suppose you got to say, it's half a chance. He doesn't quite get it right, you see. And I think you see Zadran, it would have been an incredible take, but it sort of goes through his hands. So that was half a chance, a big opportunity. And 4 runs signalled correctly there. Well, there's still the drama here. They're starting to just get the rate where they want it to be.
Ibrahim Kill, he doesn't mind having a shot at the stumps, but doesn't collect it cleanly. Collapse coming from the Malmahus players' dugout as they celebrate every run. The equation now 52 from 38 balls. So the run rate, still no issues there, but 4 wickets down, as we said. If these two can put a partnership together of 30 or 40, it'll calm the nerves and put them within touching distance.
Yeah. For me, Sami next over.
Oh, it's a big call, Rico.
No,
I know you like it, though, and I don't disagree with you.
Before there's too many runs on the board.
Short ball, just defended by Milady.
And the reason I say that is you can see that both these batters, they've had a chat with themselves and say, look, we've been here before. If we bat our normal game, So we play correctly, defensively, and put away the bad ball, then and use the pace of the ball. We just tick along. I think you get Sammy onto bowl, and I think you've got to change your approach as a batter.
Malidi going to look for the cover boundary here. Flicked away on the leg side. Gorgeous cricket shot. It's the first time Shazad has strayed badly down there. Finishes the over. It's the third boundary of the over in the context of this game. It was a pretty expensive one. Went for 13. But Jönköping, they're still defending well. Malmöhus 22 for 4 after 4. Rico, quick look at what's happening in Malta before we return to Landskrona.
Yeah, it's been another fascinating day in Malta, that Marsa International Cricket Ground. You can see that it is Bulgaria that are on a high here against Malta. There's another wicket just there, and they're absolutely pumped. And that is Vinu. And we know all about Vinu when he gets a wicket. He's another man who's here, always looks impeccable, I always say. And what a wicket that is. Look, I just want to talk about the matches that we've had there today. Hungary, they were 169 to the Czech Republic 175. Gibraltar 141 to Romania 142. Another good win there for Romania. Bulgaria 204 for 4 in that match. And one thing I want to mention is Saeem Hussain. He's a classy left-hander, and we saw him there in Bulgaria in that European Cricket Series not too long ago. He looked the part. He was getting himself set for Malta. He was looking forward to being there. Well, he scored a century, 108 of 55 balls. So well done to Saeem Hussain. And Malta, with that wicket going there, looking set to keep an incredible run going. They haven't been beaten yet.
Well, one of these teams will have an unbeaten run drop. You've got your wish. Ibrahim Kills on for the 5th over. His first one goes down leg side, and it's rolling away to the boundary. They couldn't have asked for a better start to the over. Ibrahim Kill, that'll increase his nerves. Bowling to the left-hander.
Oh, that's a terrible, terrible start. And the keeper, you can see saying there, look, there's nothing I can do about that, says Munir.
They had a fair few donations from the Malmöhus bowling unit, so Jönköping somewhat returning the favour.
Yeah, I mean, I was just focusing, I'm thinking in my back of my head of all those extras. 22, remember there were, 18 wides.
Nicely bowled, second delivery, but Nord swings it to the leg side. Bit of nifty footwork out there at square leg, keeps it to 1.
Yeah. A lot of notes being written down there by David, the coach. It was nice to have a chat with him as well when we had the kids out there. He was telling me a little bit about the junior program. Certainly something which Sweden, the federation, have invested in, and that's something that's going to be fruitful to them for years to come as we see those young cricketers develop and get better.
Not sure I'd want to see what those notes in the book are at the moment. Might be a few bits of advice for the batting lineup. Almost 28 for 4. Nice ball from Ibrahim Kill, just punched out to cover. Running a single. These two have communicated well between the wickets. Run comfortably.
Came together, remember, when the score was on 4. So you can see already the value of this partnership.
Same stage, Jönköping 38 for 5. We thought that was a difficult spot. Malmöhus it's pitched about a half a metre outside leg stump. Sami Ibrahim Kill, no matter how much he begs, is not going to get an LBW decision there. They 1 through for the 1.
Look at the bench at the moment here of Malmöhus. They are pacing up and down. They don't know what to do. They don't know whether to sit. They're just so much nervous energy there. And
much like our commentary box, Rico. I think both of us are crushing some grass here by pacing around relentlessly.
And it Gupta there. And nice to see in the background the kids still throwing the ball around and playing a bit of cricket. It'll take 1. Will they go for 2? They will. Thrown in. It didn't need to be thrown in with so much power. And well, there's a rare smile there from Gupta. And Bazza saying, can you, I'm going to give you some love, he says. I'll give you some love, don't worry. I'll take away some of that nervous energy away from you. A nice little touch there from Bazza.
Gentle touch from Bazza. Ibrahim Kill continues. Short outside off stump. Malidi Goes a little bit cute. Probably should have just cut that hard. Yeah. Got the fielder down there at backward point, but the rest of the offside boundary's open.
Nice shot there of Bilal Munir, just holding the ball above the bail, saying, go on, if you're going to take a step out, do it now. I'm waiting. And he's just trying to get his balance. Nicely played.
Defended back, the end of the over. Not a bad one from Ibrahim Kill. Went for 9 despite the 5 runs off the first ball, all wides. And Melmehus, 32 for 4 halfway through this innings. Remember, they're chasing a target of 70, so 38 required off the last 30 balls. That is a traumatic looking batting card for the most part.
Yeah, it certainly is. Ankit Gupta, a man that found his form, certainly in the last 4 or 5 innings. He went for a first baller. And Patanaik, I think he just felt the pressure. I think he was afraid to play a shot. And then when he did, he got out. Another duck there, 5-ball duck for him. And that put a lot of pressure on the other batters coming in. They lost their wickets as well. But these two, for the time being, have been pretty good. Nord, I like the way he's moving around. He's getting to the pitch of the ball. He's prepared to respect the good ball.
Bhavya Patel coming to bowl. Been a few days, few games since we've seen him in the bowling attack. Lands the first one just on leg stump, tucked away to square. Keep it to 1.
I do like, you know, when you start playing the game and a batter comes in, you're in the fielding side and the batter plays a few shots, and then you all look at each other, and as you walk past each other, you say, this guy can bat. Well, I think when you watch Nord out there, that's what you're saying, this guy can bat. Because everything, it's the way he's moving, the way he's playing his shots, the way he's running after he plays the shot. He does look like a good batter, and like you said, he's used to playing the larger format of the game, and it shows. The thing is here, can he keep his composure? And can this man, Sandeep Malidi, also keep his composure and stay there with him?
Oh, short. That's a give-me ball from Patel. He's been heaved over the square leg boundary, and if they needed a release to help this run rate chase, Malidi's given it to them. That's a Maximo.
Well, he's hit this beautiful. He's a thunder shot, and well, you got a couple of people there in the little dugout there. I don't know what's going on there, but whatever it was, it's being cut short by a Kookaburra coming in their way as it thuds into that dugout. Well, there's something going on behind the bike shed. Well, that's been put to a stop. And Kookaburra says, I'm not having any of that, not on my watch. What a shot that is.
Oh, without speaking too early. It's the first time that I suspect the Malmahus team have raised a bit of a smile, showing some confidence. 39 for 4. Patel would have been wide down the leg side, but Leedy tucks it around the corner, considers the second. He sees the rocket arm of Ibrahim Kill coming in from the boundary. Thinks better of it. Sensible stuff.
Yeah, very sensible. You don't want to be, at this point in time, a run out would just be criminal. It really would. They're just starting to get themselves in the stronger position.
Showing the value of having different type of batters in your lineup, isn't it, Rico? These two, they bat in the top order in 40 over or longer format cricket.
Yeah.
Come in and done a great job when the team was teetering at 4 for 4. Tell drifts down the leg side. Backside wide, desperate appeal. Umpires having none of it.
Yeah, the umpires have been quality. They're not going to fall for that. The on-shop in here just have to believe. Now this, you were talking to me, okay, when would you use Zadran? For me, it's now. He has to, for me, he has to bowl the next over because you need to break this partnership. Otherwise, another couple of overs like this, the game could be over. Zadran has to be next.
Yep, I agree, Rico. Good call. Patel, full outside off stump. Dragged to the leg, but it should only be one down there to Tanvir. Bowls it in. Well taken by Patel. Sensible cricket, though. They know that they've got the runs needed off this over to haul the run rate in. It's almost down to a run a ball. The point now where Yon Shopping defending 70. Desperately need a wicket. Short ball, Malidi thinks about heaving it. Fires the stumps, Riaz. Hasn't missed it. Sorry, that was Butcher. That could have been close. I'll tell you what, he's the other option, isn't he? Butcher bowls lovely outswingers, great length bowler. See, this one probably would have been safe, Malidi. Runs well between the wickets, long legs. Just takes a couple of strides. Put 3 fielders deep on the leg side now. Full ball. Nord swings across the line. Just goes out there to... That's Adran fielding it deep square. It's the end of the over. Patel goes for 12. Context of this game, the last 3 overs have been very strong. It's been 13, 10 and 12. As far as this partnership goes, they came in at 4 for 4. So it has been a 40-run partnership. Excellent stuff from these two. Just showing the value of intelligent cricket, keeping your heads. They've been selective where they've tried to hit boundaries.
Yeah. It goes back to what we were talking about. Remember we had that conversation where we were saying, look, you know, if from here you just take the singles, you play safe, you know you're going to get a few extras, you're going to get 1 or 2 bad balls, you put it away, you're going to get scores on the board. And this is exactly, so far, what these two have done.
They've gone to Ibrahim Kill.
Yeah, this is a risk for me. I mean, they're trying to keep hold of Zadran for as late as possible, but I think you need to break this partnership.
Pulls it around. I think the bigger issue for me of bowling Ibrahim Kill here is probably less about the situation and more about the fact that he's got the left-right combination. I think in particular, he's not going to be able to fire one past Nord because he's almost inevitably pitching outside leg stump. Just not sure that he's going to cope the same as one of the more experienced bowlers. This particular pair of batters that are out there. This is probably his best chance. Malidi, who likes to push offside, does go offside, and he hits it very nicely. What timing. I think he's cleared the boundary. Clearly decided that that cover region is where he wanted to hit. That is his favourite spot. You've got to know your personnel, and the skipper from Jönköping's left it open. Lovely stroke, and it has carried the boundary for 6.
Yeah, what a shot this is. Beautiful shot. Gets it out of the middle, and you can hear the cheers and the roars there because that's a lovely shot. Manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And then Gill putting them up in the air like he just don't care.
Only 19 short now. Ibrahim Kill fires it in. Is this where the tension ratchets up for Malmahus though, Rico? Because they're now in the position where they probably should go on to win this match.
Yeah.
Short ball, just turned to the leg side. Ibrahim Kill pursues it. Never accuse him of not throwing his body around and putting 100% effort in. He's a cracking young cricketer.
How much restraint did it take for the batter, Malidi, not to play this shot, the big shot? You see, he just plays it out on the onside, decides not to go for the big shot. Ooh, I think that is all about just how they're thinking about this. Thinking hard. They've reduced it down to about 5 needed and over.
Oh, it's beautifully played from Nord. Fielder there had a chance to stop it. Mohammed Ismail, the captain's made a desperate dive, but Nord's found the gap, and he continues his magnificent finals day here at Landskrona. Unfortunately, bringing Ibrahim Kill on for his second over hasn't worked as they'd hope, and this might be the over that really breaks it open.
Yeah, I mean, that one just trickles over. It gets through the fielder, and bringing Sammy on doesn't look like it's worked. This is another one that's played out. You can see now both the batters are starting to play with a bit more ease as well. The tension seems to be coming off them. That's the end of the over, and Sammy just drops the ball down there, a little bit disappointed. This is what's coming up tomorrow in Malta. Match 16 is the 5th place playoff. Match 17, 3rd place, and then 18 is going to be the final, Valletta Cup final. We'll be travelling to Stockholm, and certainly we'll be watching some of the cricket on our way as well. And when we're in Stockholm, this is how it starts off there on the 16th. That series 16 to the 28th. Albazami, they're a team that we know very well from the European Cricket League, and they're up against Boytokra And another one of my notes goes flying all over the place. Andrew, take over for a minute, please.
I've got you, Rico. It's fine. I'll even give you that pronunciation. But kicker up against Albi Zelmi in the first couple of games. Skipper for Jönköping, Ishmael. He's gone to one of his guns, Nasir, coming in to bowl the 8th over. Goes up for an appeal. Looks like it's swinging down the leg side. Probably height a concern as well. These two continue to run tremendously well between the wickets. Equation now down to 12 runs. It is very much in favour of Malmahus.
Yeah, asking the question, not out. Go on, how'd you pronounce that again then?
I think it's Botkirka. I assume the Kirka is probably from the Kirken, as in the Swedish word for church. That's my assumption.
Okay, that's definitely find out for you.
Showing a lot more linguistic knowledge than I normally do. It's Malidi onto face. Belcher just edges it wide of the keeper. That's running down, and it's another boundary. The run's just flowing freely at this point, and it feels, Rico, that Malmahus are going to cruise to this total despite being 4 for 4 at one stage. Malidi and Nord have been tremendous.
Yeah, I mean, this has been something special. Just look at that. Well, I tell you what, those smiles weren't there a while ago when they were 4 for 4. He was sitting on the grass, plucking at it, saying, why? Well, all of a sudden now he's saying, yes, they're almost there.
Ball from Barcher. I still think they've left Zadran too late here, Rico.
Oh, they have. Easy. I told you when I thought he should have come back, and you agreed with me. And I think when you got somebody like him in your attack, you need him, and you needed him now a couple of overs ago.
You're going to extract top order batsmen. You need top class bowlers. As Malidi just opens up the face down to third man. Yes, Carnfield's down there. Brings Nord back onto strike.
Yeah, they just can't wait here now, can they? You can see they're just looking to charge out there. It looks like that they are going to be crowned the champions here.
Just the most unlikely way for a team that has been known as a batting side. That one's dropped short on the leg side. Skipper goes and deflects it. It might hold up just inside the boundary. Malidi was pretty determined to take a third. Nord's comfortable with the 2. Good work from the skipper there. Desperate dive, making sure it didn't go to the boundary.
Yeah, it just gets something on this, and the ball agonisingly spins and just drops short. They're almost there now.
Jönköping, won't they regret not having another 15 or 20 runs on the board? So here comes in final ball of the 8th over. Nice slower ball, but Nord's comfortable now. Fired in. They just take a single. Malmahus, they're up to 66 for 4 at the end of the 8th. They only need 4 runs off the final 2 overs. Nord, he is now on 25 off 19 balls. Malidi, 29 off 18. These two are genuinely the heroes of what will be a likely Malmahus victory. Having a quick look at the bowling figures, Zadran, he was magnificent at the top, and I think it's criminal that he hasn't been brought on for a second over until this time. He's only got 4 runs to play with. Fortunately, Sami Ibrahim Kill couldn't produce more of his magic. He went for 22 off his 2, and Bhavya Patel was expensive, going for 12 off his first. Zadran, the last roll of the dice, and this has got to probably be a 3-wicket over, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, thing is though, I don't know, it's not good captaincy for me. This one's just played out. They just that's all they need to do. Don't they just fend him off? They're in no danger here at all. They know that one bad ball from the key man here, Zadran, and that's it. It's game over. And it's been a humongous battle, hasn't it, for between these two teams. Jönköping, they've been so good. We've seen a lot of their players, and that man there, the bowler, and Zabul Zadran, he's been superb.
Nice ball, beats him outside off stump. How they could have done with that a couple of overs ago. Rico, Jönköping, what might have been. Zadran gave them the start they needed. Shazad continued on with a brilliant second over. And from that point on, the last ball of the second over, they have not taken a wicket.
Yeah, they haven't. But there was that half chance, wasn't there? And it was this man bowling Zadran, who could have had Nord on 7.
Spears it into the toes. Malidi plays it well. Just push forward. Muzarahan coming in, a desperate shot at the stumps. 2 runs needed. Still bowling pretty well, Zadran. He's not giving them anything loose. All of the energy feels like it's come out of this Jönköping team, though. They were absolutely on fire in those first 2 overs, and it gave them real belief that they could take this title. Shifting the field around still. Nord on strike. Well, he's hit him in front. Bit of an appeal. Looks like it might have pitched outside leg. Appeal turned down. That might have been the final throw of the dice. It was a nice ball from Zadran.
Yeah, see this again. See where it pitches. That's what I want to see. I think it just pitches.
Not a bad shout.
Not a bad shot. I thought maybe it doesn't pitch on line. It does pitch on line, but the umpire decides no, it's not going to go on to hit the stumps. Zadran, he's giving it his all, isn't he? Look at his bowling figures. Well, that was only the 4th run that's come off him.
I think Malmahus is now 1 run short. Rico still got 8 balls to go and is celebrating already. Malidi's got the opportunity to hit the winning runs. Field completely up.
They're just stopping Zadran there because I think there was quite a lot of talking going on, and the umpire just saying, well, hang on a minute, not just yet. The camera is fixed on the players of Malmahus. Carino, watch out, you might get trampled as they come charging your way. It's been a super performance. One thing we said is about a team that has depth. We said that Malmahus have depth, and you need depth. You certainly need depth when you're 4 wickets down for 4 runs, trying to get to 70. They show their depth. There they are. They're ready to charge. And they will charge here.
What a tragic way for this game to end. Zadrani's tried so hard, but that shouldn't detract from the boys in blue and orange. Malmahus, they have taken their first European Cricket Series title here at Landskrona. They are absolutely ecstatic, and what a tournament it has been for them. They have faced defeat on several occasions. They have fought back like the true champions they are, and they are very much deserved winners of this European Cricket Series event. But let that take absolutely nothing away from the brave effort of Jönköping. These 2 were absolutely deserved finalists, and as much as Malmahus is celebrating, we send our commiserations to Jönköping. Rico, they fought so hard in this second innings.
They certainly did, and they gave it everything. There's been some stellar performances from them, and we saw that when they were out there. They did everything. I mean, even though they didn't get as many runs that they wanted, they fought hard. They took this very strong Malmahus side all the way down to the wire almost, but it was an outstanding response for Malmahus. It was a great partnership, 64-run partnership. We always say, Rhino, don't we, you got to make partnerships. If you can make partnerships and you play smart cricket, then you will go on to have moments like this. You will have moments where you are the champions, and Malmahus, they are the champions. They didn't start well. We know that they lost their first 3 matches, and Ankit Gupta didn't know what he had to do to get it right. But then they got it right, and then they got it right. They were performing. We said they had the depth. They had the players in the side. The players had to believe, and they certainly had to believe in this one, especially when the chips were down, and they came out well. Sharon Nord, who would have thought, though, when you look at that squad, that he was going to be the shining star for them here today. He scored 30 runs in the semi-final, how important that was, and also took 2 wickets, and then 26 runs here as well. It's been an amazing performance. But look, Don't forget that man, Sandeep Malidi. He's catching and he's batting. 30 runs in that partnership with 64 was absolutely crucial as well.
Yeah, sensational stuff, but weren't the chips down in the first 2 overs here? Savi Ibrahim Kill, 2 excellent catches, and it was a shocking start for Malmahus. All of their a bunch of their star batsmen back in the pavilion early. Shazad, he took 3 wickets. Somehow a batsman in the class of Patanaik just scoops one up. The fielder coming around mid-wicket, and Shazad was pumped. His teammates were rushing in, and they had real belief that they could defend this total. It was all going wrong for Malmahus, but then the hero of the day, Sharon Nord, comes in, but not before he lost Malhotra. Malhotra is so good throughout the tournament, so good this morning, but he had a rush of blood early on. Fortunately for Malmahus, they had 2 class batsmen there in the form of Malidi and Nord, and didn't they bat with class and temperament and style?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we've been talking about a lot of the times when you got to read the match situation, you got to play smart cricket. It was demonstrated there, and it was their smart cricket that started to bring belief back to Malmahus, that started to bring smiles back onto their faces. This was the moment I was talking about with Sammy coming on to bowl. I thought his first over, it started badly. Well, look at that man there. The smile certainly did return to Ankit Gupta's face. But when he bowled that second over, go back to that over, that was over number 7. I think that's when you had to try Zadran. If they did, he could have got you a wicket or 2, who knows. That was an amazing shot. And when that went to the boundary, that was when they were starting to cheer everyone. They were on their feet, pacing up and down. Then they knew that they were going to be champions.
Absolutely. These 2 batted with such control. It was a wonderful exhibition of T10 chasing. This is nothing what people expect T10 cricket to be, but haven't these low-scoring games here at Landskrona produced some incredible cricket? A disappointing way for the match to end, but Malmahus, they could not care less. Look at the boys sprinting out to the middle, celebrating with gusto. They are an ecstatic cricket club and very much deserved champions of ECS Landskrona for 2022. They have fully deserved their title, and they have provided us with some of the most entertaining and enterprising cricket across this 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah, certainly have. And it was a final that was very similar to sort of the day it's been. It wasn't high scoring, but it was tense. It was thrilling. And, well, we have more cricket to come. Don't forget, this cricket from Malta still continues tomorrow. And then, well, on Monday, we start all over again in Stockholm.
Yeah, a couple of good matches or good contests coming up there. Albi Salmi against Botkirke in match 1 and 2. And then match 3 and 4, Linköping up against Indiska. So some good contests coming up. They're absolutely magnificent stuff. And how will the Stockholm boys match up to the sensational stuff that has been provided here, as I get shaky from a big hug from the successful skipper who's coming in to celebrate with Rico as well. Ankit Gupta,
yeah,
he's done a magnificent job with his team. We won't get him on the microphone, but look at that happy smile. A much happier man than was the case probably at the start of the second over when his team was sitting at 4 for 4.
Yet. Well, and look, I know that we're going to get preparations ready for the presentation ceremony. That's going to be coming up. But maybe we will get Ankit Gupta and maybe Nord on and have a little chat with him. And I think while I have a chat with him, I think you can go and maybe get things ready for the presentation ceremony. So just to remind you, that is coming up. But look, the one man that we're going to have to talk with first up, and he's our winning captain. And I'm just going to say to Ankit Gupta, as we're just getting him mic'd up here. And trophy ceremony is coming up, so stay with us. Ankit Gupta, congratulations, buddy. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks a lot,
Look,
Rico.
It's been one of those series, hasn't it, where you didn't start well, and at that point you must have been thinking, what do I need to do? You weren't scoring runs freely, and then that's the way things started. But then it all started to come together. But, well, how does it feel? You've done it. You are the champions of Landskrona.
So, as you said, like we started quite in a bad phase where we lost back-to-back matches, even 3 matches. And then I always believed in my team. I always believed in my boys. The reason behind that is we had done a lot of preparation behind the scene.
Yeah.
Like we work around discipline, attitude, culture, fitness. We do a lot of stuff, and this is why you will see like I'm really proud of being. My club is one of the most professional clubs. We try to keep up the professionalism in all areas, except some emotional fallouts. But I always believed in my team, and this is what, if you will see, we have played as a team and we have won as a team. So
Look, it's been a strange day. I mean, we've seen a lot of runs scored here, but today runs were hard to come by.
Yeah.
Wickets were falling all the time. You restricted Yen Shopping to 69. I think you probably would be disappointed in the amount of extras you gave.
Yeah.
So that was the one thing. I mean, there was a lot of extras there, but still, I think, even though the score 70 required, you would have thought with your batting lineup that you should knock that off quite easily. You went out first ball. I don't know what you were thinking there. And was that, come and tell me, share it with us. What were the nerves like? You're going out there as a low score. You know that if you get going, if you get 20, 30 runs quickly, it's game over. Was there a lot of nerves, a lot of tension?
there was not a tension actually, but I believe in my middle order, and they are quite stable and quite strong, and they can rotate the game. So I thought, why not to give a good start? And this is what I told to Sambit as well, that let's go hard from the first ball and let's not give pressure to our middle order batsmen. But eventually they took some really great catches, and once they were like 3 or 4 wickets, I was not nervous at all. And then I sent in my dependables.
Look, your dependables. We'll talk about your dependables in a minute. But first of all, right? I mean, I'm gonna still stay on this for a moment. You are the captain.
Yeah.
You are in the final. You've sort of done half the job. You would have had a bit of time to say to your batters, including yourself, right? Okay, half the job's done. We just got to go out there. We don't have to go crazy. You know, it's not a big score, but I mean, I've got it. I mean, you lost yourself the very first ball. At the end of the first over, you were 2 for 1. At the end of the second over, 4 runs, 4 wickets. I'm going to ask you, what was going through your mind when you were sat on the floor there by yourself and just picking at the grass? Come on, what were you thinking? Share it with us. What were you thinking?
Okay, so at that point in time, I was thinking about who can rotate the strike now.
Yeah.
Okay, because then after, I think, third over, there were a lot of gaps. So I started thinking about who can rotate the strike, and then Sharon and Sandeep were the obvious choice. And I didn't wanted to bring them in Zadran, because if, let's say, he bowls, there can be a very good delivery, couple of good deliveries, and they might blow both of them out. So I was just waiting for that field to open and Zadran to bowl his 2 overs, and then I saved Rizwan, Sandeep and Sharon at the back, because I knew they will get the match for me.
Like, you knew, you were confident. He can say that now. Look, I mean, one thing I will say, and we're going to have him on because I'm really desperate to talk to him. You've got a good squad, a squad with depth, and we've seen good performances from a lot of players. Yourself, from Malhotra, from Malidi as well. I mean, that Rizwan Tara's been out there and scored a runs for you as well, and that Patanak has been in good form. So when you look at all those names, I think one thing we were looking at today was who out of those is going to perform. In the end, it ended up being Sharon Nord, somebody who's been in the side, he's always been there, always producing for you. But when it came to the crunch, he was the man that did it for you today. In the semi-final, 30 runs and picked up 2 key wickets. And then that 64-run partnership coming in when it's 4 for 4 and batting well with Sandeep Malidi, 64-run partnership, and he scored 26 of those. Certainly, he's been the player of the day for you today, right?
Yep.
He's been the player of the finals for you.
I would say Sharon has really proved this almost 5 or 6 years like this. We were in this kind of situation, and he has really proved these kind of conditions. Like, he has gone there mentally very sound. He rotates the strike, he looks for gap, and he can go like, hardcore hitting as well. So I would say yes, he would be the player of the match for me, along with Sandeep. I'm
going to say once more to you, massive congratulations. I know that you want to be joining your squad and celebrate a little bit more. The presentation suddenly coming up. But while I say goodbye to you, I think I am going to ask Sharon Nord to come in here because I'd love to have a chat with him. But congratulations, well done. Thank you, Rico. And I would like to give heartfelt thanks to European Cricket Network. They are my favorites, and they are the one who are basically raising and praising the cricket in Europe. Really great job, guys. You guys are really doing fantastic work. I'm really happy. Thank you. Well
Thank you.
said. Well said indeed.
And I would also like to say thanks to Barry, who is the project manager. He is doing a great job, man.
You can't go that way without me taking the headphones off. You're going to pull the sparks. You're going to pull the plug. Thank you very much. And well, there you go. It's absolutely lovely to hear from the captain. He's done brilliantly. And we're going to welcome into the commentary box Sharon Nord. Now, I'm just going to get him kitted up for a moment. There you go, Sharon. You put those on for me. And it's a smile that has been gleaming all the time. And first of all, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
I mean, you've had a very good day. I mean, you heard me talking to your captain. And look, first of all, your team. It must be outstanding to play in a team with such good characters and such a good captain.
Yeah, it's such a team effort. We all the way came for this finals, and yeah, we had such a long batting lineup. You saw that.
You had a long batting lineup, but when it didn't click, and it didn't click in the semi-final, somebody had to stand up and perform, and you did. I mean, you bowled well, you got the 30 runs, but you bowled well with 2 wickets, and those 30 runs, how important were those, scoring those runs in the semi-final?
It wasn't not exciting, and that the semi-final was the crucial game,
Yeah.
not the final actually for me. It's a runner ball, the last match, final match. Semi-final was a little bit excitement, yeah.
Semi-final was very. Look, I can tell you. I mean, you say a little bit exciting. I mean, I can tell you how exciting was that semi-final because I have it here because it was Mama Hus. I mean, you guys batted first, 115, but you were in trouble. You needed something to happen, and you were the one that made things happen. I mean, that was amazing. You got the runs, 30 runs, but you didn't. It's not just you got the runs. You needed acceleration. 30 runs of 9 balls.
Yep.
That was amazing. But then in this match, when you went out there, 4 wickets down, 4 runs on the board, I mean, you couldn't play the same sort of innings. It was a different sort of innings.
Sure.
But you showed the class that was required, and I think you showed that even in this format, the game is not all about big shots. You can play proper, authentic cricket shots.
True. Yeah. Finally, the final match it was like a runner ball, yeah. So my partner, also Sandeep, he was a great. I knew that.
Was that the key? Is that what you and Sandeep decided that you're going to do? Say, look, we got it. First of all, what was the tension like? Because you're going out there 4 wickets down. You must have been under immense pressure.
We thought we discussed each other and we should play single double.
Yeah.
Whenever we need, we can go for hard. So
Yeah.
we believe that we should drag the game for a little bit end of the overs. Easily we can chase the target.
Yeah, you can't stop smiling. How does it feel? I mean, you've been in the side. It's a good side. How does it feel to be the champions?
So happy as a teamwork. This is the first time in our history in Malmös we finally.
It is a massive moment.
Yeah.
First time in your history. Look, I know that you want to get back in your team. I know that the presentation ceremony, we're getting ready for that. One more time, congratulations on a fantastic day. You scored over 50 runs in the day. You picked up 2 wickets, but that partnership with 64 runs was outstanding. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your
Congratulations and enjoy the party tonight.
Thanks.
Well, there you go. Certainly our man of the finals, and he's got to be the man of the finals for Mama Hus. He's done it superbly well. And maybe you get an opportunity here just to once again just to have a look at the scorecard perhaps and some of the highlights of that final. It was an absolute brilliant one. But remember, stay with us because we do have that presentation ceremony coming up as well. You just see in front of me.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the official presentation ceremony for the European Cricket Series Landskrona event for 2022, brought to you by our proud title sponsor, FanCode. I think we can all agree that it has been a tremendous 2 weeks of cricket at this fantastic part of the world, and we give our great congratulations to all of the 10 teams that have participated and given us such incredible entertainment on the European Cricket Network over the last 2 weeks. As always, none of this would happen without the support of a great number of people and organisations who have backed the European Cricket Network over a number of years now. In particular, our title sponsor, FanCode, and our partners, Kookaburra, Bizaway, and the producer of this wonderful trophy, Loka Lifestyle. We also have to give great thanks to the Swedish Cricket Federation. The symbiotic relationship between the European Cricket Network and the national federations is what has managed to bring the European Cricket Series to life over the last couple of years, and certainly the Swedish Cricket Federation has provided immense support in bringing this event here over the last 2 weeks. We'd like to particularly thank the President, Dinesh Adhikari, Project Manager for this event, Azam Khalil, who have both provided tremendous support for us getting this tournament underway. On a more local level, we've had the tournament manager, Adnan Gill, who has been incredible for us over the last couple of weeks and in preparing this event. So a huge thank you to him, who has also done many stints at the umpiring crease. And for us personally, always been ready with a coffee and some buns in the morning. On the local level as well, we have the Landskrona president, Sagar Hanif, who has given us fantastic support as well. The groundsman here at the Landskrona Oval, Kasir Saman, this is truly one of the best venues that we have on the European Cricket Series circuit, and I'm sure they'll all agree that this surface has produced some wonderful cricket and a great matchup between bat and ball over the last couple of weeks. So many thanks to him for his immense work. And probably the most important person in keeping us all fueled and very happy during the course of over the course of this 2 weeks, the wonderful Nadia Gill as the head caterer. And we would like to make a special presentation to Nadia to thank her for her efforts. Nadia, if you would come up and receive your gift from Sir Rob Kemming. The fact that my jacket button is a little bit tighter than it was at the start of this 2 weeks is testament to the fabulous cooking of Nadia. So thank you for all of your work in looking after this for this 2 weeks. So I'd like to introduce a man who is very well known to all of you. He is known as the most popular man in Punjab and brings the European Cricket Series action to us every week with some fabulous commentary. And from a personal thank you for bringing such a warm presenting partner in the commentary box this week. To take you through the next part of the official trophy ceremony, I'd like to bring to the dais Mr. Rico Full.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. I think we've got to start off with one of my favourites coming all together. It's got to be the 3 Bs. Come on, balle, balle, balle. It's after 3. 1, 2, 3. Balle, balle, balle. And look, I've got to start by saying, folks, that it's been a fantastic 2 weeks here. And I couldn't have done it without my good friend and the man to my right here, Andrew Ryan. I think he's been absolutely marvellous. It's been absolutely brilliant to be together, watching the cricket unfold in front of us and making some really good calls on that. So thank you very much. It's been an honour and a pleasure. Andrew Ryan, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
I'm sure you'll agree that this has been a super series. We've seen a lot of good cricket. But also there's been a lot of good teamwork. And the teamwork isn't just what you guys produce on the field of play. I think we also need to have a look at what happens behind the scenes. And these next lot of people, I think, are absolutely key. For an event like this to take place, I think there's a lot of good things that have to happen, a lot of key things that have to happen. And these group of people maintain that it's done professionally, that it's done fair, and that standards are kept up all the time. It's very important. And I think the other thing is, I think personally, I believe, and I've seen it as we've traveled to different destinations, that it means that the players gain knowledge and understanding of the game as well, so you get better as well, and as you get better, I think the standard of the game in the country that we're in also gets better as well. Of course, I'm talking about the officials, the match officials, being brilliantly led by Sir Rob Kemi. Let's hear it for the match officials. Rob, well done, and to all the match officials there, we got Ajish Raja, Rafi Ahmed as well, Barry Eaton has been there, and Ashish Sani, and I just want to say that Ashish Sani, he's not able to be with us because obviously, unfortunately, there was a bereavement in his family, and I just want to really, for us all to say that on behalf of ECN and everyone here of the Swedish Federation, to pass on our condolences to him and his family. Once more, thank you very much to our match officials. Teamwork, of course, doesn't just stop there. I think you've all seen for yourselves the amount of hard work that goes on behind the scenes from our Blue Army. And of course, the Blue Army is the European Cricket Network crew. And I want to give a big shout out to Barry Eaton, Mars, MSP, Michael, and of course, the ECN photographer, Diana Oros. Let's hear it for the ECN crew, everybody. Well done, guys. You've been absolutely amazing, and thank you for your support. Another team that we need to thank, and is one of our partners. We do a lot of magical things out there. You guys, we've seen some excellent batting, we've seen some great bowling, and we've seen some superb catching. It really has, the standard has been brilliant, and I believe that each time we revisit places, and this is the second time that I've been out here, that the standard of the cricket has been awesome. But you know what? There's a group of people that produce what you put together in a package and show it to the whole world. It makes the whole production look magical. Production is the word, and we have to give a shout out to our partners, Spring Productions. They've been brilliant. Thank you very much to Andis, Richards and Karina. Well done, guys. You've been brilliant. Fantastic. On that note, I'd like to hand back to the smooth operator, Andrew Rhino, who will go back to doing some of the presentations.
Seamless as always, Rico. Thank you. And we'll have Rico back for a final section as we run through the all-important MVP analysis before we hand out the winner's trophy. But now we get to the most important part of the afternoon after the thank yous, and that is handing out the silverware. And I think we can all agree that we probably had the 4 best teams in the competition who participated in the semi-finals today. We came off the back of what could only be described as an extraordinary set of quarterfinals. In particular, the first 2 games I think will go down in ECS history as 2 of the most incredible contests we have seen, and certainly there was no shortage of entertainment and drama. The 2 semi-finals this morning were very, very hard-fought games, and it was quite amazing to see actually the 2 top-ranked teams be beaten by the 2 second-ranked teams from the group stage. But I think that was a reflection of just how close the teams were matched up. And in terms of the 3rd place team, we had the 3rd place playoff just previously. That was between Ariana and Evergreen Cricket Club, 2 very, very historic and 2 strong clubs. And Ariana Cricket Club were victorious in the 3rd place playoff by 2 runs. It was a hard-fought and very well-deserved victory. They're a team that has been consistently at the business end of these ECS events in Sweden over the last couple of years. So I'd like to welcome up to receive their medals, Ariana Cricket Club, our 3rd place winners. Yeah, congratulations, Ariana Cricket Club. Wonderful group. Thank you very much for staying around, guys. We know it's tough, and particularly after the disappointment of the semi-final loss this morning, but you've given us great entertainment. You're a really, really good bunch of people, and we're very, very proud to have had you several times on the European Cricket Series. But now we turn to the two combatants of the finals, and it was the two teams that probably showed the greatest depth, in particular with their batting, that made it through to the final series. It was an incredible matchup between Jönköping and Malmöhus. I don't think it played out like any of us expected, with wickets tumbling at the start of both innings. We had no idea what was happening in the commentary box, and I'm sure it was even more shocking for you guys out on the field, but it produced what ended up being a classic game, and one that really seesawed between Jönköping having the dominant position, Malmöhus coming back, and then Jönköping taking early wickets. It was just a tremendous contest and reflected the desire and the quality that was on show between the both of you. So congratulations for putting on an incredible display in the final. It's played with great skill and no shortage of sportsmanship, and that's certainly what we like to see at the European Cricket Series. Unfortunately, there always has to be one defeated party in any grand final, and today, despite your efforts, it was the Jönköping Cricket Club. You can be immensely proud with what you've achieved over this 2 weeks. We'd like to invite you up to the dais to receive your medals for second place in this ECS tournament. Fantastic performance from Jönköping Cricket Club, and a quick note of thanks in particular to the 3 captains that we have from these 3 teams, between Bashir, Mohammed, and also Antkipt on the Malmöhus side. You can see why you as a group, you can see the reflection of the leadership that you have, both the strong principled leadership and the quality on the field, and that's certainly risen to the fore in these final stages. We're going to make the victors wait a moment before they pull up the trophy, as I hand back once again to Rico Full, who will take us through the MVP analysis and eventually announce our most valuable player for ECS Landskrona.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Brilliantly done. It's been, as I said before, it really has been a tremendous series. We've seen all kinds of action. We've seen high-scoring matches, low-scoring thrillers. We've seen matches go right the way down to the wire. So first thing I want to say is that I think all the teams, not just the players here that are here for this presentation, but the teams that are not here with us as well, all the teams from Group A, Group B, you've been absolutely fantastic. And one of the things that we like to see is that you like to play competitively on the field of play, which you guys have done, but also you need to respect each other as well, and you need to play in a sporting way, and you've done that. So before we go on to the MVP and the final part of the presentation, I just want to say that really here, you should all give yourselves a big round of applause, because cricket has been the winner here in Sweden. They were, of course, some very good performances, which makes this MVP award a very difficult decision to make. You have to have a look at a number of things. I just want to call out some performances in dispatches which have been very good. In no particular order, I think the wicket keeper, Kader Sadat, who's been in absolutely brilliant form. He scored 155 runs. It was a real top performance from the left-hander, batted really well. From Seaside, Harinder Singh, he showed some quality, outstanding batting, scoring 154 runs in the series. Also had the captain from the Helsingborg Stars, Madan Prabhu, 169 runs. Picked up 8 wickets as well, a really good performance from him. Was good knocks from Suhesh Shetty, 186 runs in the series. Also, Rashid Mahmood batted really well, 192 runs. From Hissingens was really good batting from Nitin Ramakrishna, 232 runs in the tournament. And good performances over here from Dhiraj Malhotra. It was really good form, 220 runs and also 13 wickets. And of course, we will never forget the run chase that we saw yesterday. And I know that Sandeep Malidi was really important in that as well. And on a day like today, on finals day, I think when you have a look at all of the players on show, I think the top players have to perform and have to show up. And I think Sharon Nord, 30 runs and 26 runs in pressured situations, and also picked up those 2 wickets and was, again, in a very important partnership with Sandeep Malidi. That was fantastic. So as you can see, there are a lot of things to take into consideration. But after all that, we do have the MVP. And it's a man that scored 392 runs and also picked up 9 wickets. So the MVP for the FanCode European Cricket Series in Landskrona was... Yep, can only be one man, couldn't it? Umar Nawaz. It was a sensational performance from him. I'd like to call upon the tournament referee, Rob Kemming, to come forward. Umar, unfortunately, is not with us, so I'd like to ask Azam Khalil to come forward and accept. You're Umar? He's Umar today. So let's hear it once more. I know he's not here. To Umar Nawaz, who is the MVP of the tournament. Thank you very much to Rob Kemming, and well, it's my opportunity to once again thank you all for making us feel very welcome. Thank you all for your hospitality, but most importantly, thank you all for the way that you play the game. It's a game that I love, and I know I can see from all of you that you love it all as well. I love the fact that you play the game in the right spirit. Keep it up, and I like the way that not only are you playing the game for yourselves, but you're also looking at the juniors as well. It was absolutely fantastic to see the younger kids out there and the Cricket School package for the ECN. So keep up what you're doing, keep up the good work, and I look forward to seeing you next time. On that note, I'm going to hand back over to Andrew Ryan. Thank you.
One more round of applause, please, for Mr. Rico Full. Challenge every day, try to keep up with him in the fashion stakes, whether it's Peacock Friday or any normal day. And no one carries off a gold vest and tie quite like Rico does. But fantastic to be with you this week, mate. It's been a wonderful week. So it leaves us with only one more thing to do, and that is to celebrate the victorious team from this ECS Landskrona 2022 event. I think we talk a lot about these T10 events being the teams that can face adversity and can come through it. And I don't think there's been anyone who has done it like Malmahus, particularly over their final 3 matches. They literally stared elimination in the face against a rampaging Seaside team in the quarterfinal and somehow conjured victory from nowhere. And huge credit to Dhiraj and Sandeep in particular, blasting an insane amount of runs in the last 3 overs of that game. Then this morning against Evergreen, who were many people's favourites for the title, they would have felt well short of what they needed towards the end. But in particular, Sharon coming in and playing a momentous innings. Thoroughly enjoyed the left-hander having the breeze to hit with today, but he also struck the ball with immense power. It was really, really great to see. And then finally, if someone had have told me that Malmöhus was going to win the grand final by 6 wickets after they were sitting at 4 for 4 at one stage, I would not have believed you. But an absolutely magnificent partnership from Sandeep and Sharon, showing the value of having technically strong batters and a variety of hitters throughout their lineup. And that's not to say there wasn't a fantastic effort with the bowlers early. In particular, Adam was tremendous bowling in the power play throughout the last couple of days. So that leaves us with one thing to do. We would like to welcome the Malmöhus team to the dais to receive their medals for being winners of ECS Landskrona 2022. And great to have Eric from the Malmöhus Club here to present them with their medallions. A very, very proud moment. No, we'll sort out more. Yeah. And for one final celebration, could I ask the skipper, Ankit Gupta, to come up and receive the Local Lifestyle Trophy as ECS Landskrona 2022 winners, Malmöhus Cricket Club.
Come on, Malmö! Cheers for Malmö! Hey, 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 Come on, David, you also come in. Faraz, come in. Faraz, Faraz, Faraz. Pass down. Pass. Stand up picture.
It's been an incredible 2 weeks here. An absolute pleasure to have brought you all of the action here on the European Cricket Network, and thank you to all of those who have been joining us the last 2 weeks, whether via the ECN channel on YouTube or via FanCode throughout India and the subcontinent. It's been an absolute pleasure. We hope you've enjoyed all the action. Don't forget, we've still got the finals of the Valletta Cup coming from Malta on the European Cricket Network tomorrow. And then starting on Monday, we stay on the Swedish swing. The team will be heading up to Stockholm, where we'll have 2 weeks of fantastic T10 cricket action up there. It is ECS Stockholm 2022. Please come and join us on the European Cricket Network for that. And until next time, it's Andrew Ryan signing off from Landskrona.